Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Era. The stone bites into my knees as I kneel before my master. The chill of the stone floor seeps through the thin silk of my dress. Sweat trickles down my spine despite the cold. Above me, Master Vexthor's boots click against the stone as he circles, appraising what remains of his investment. She's trained, of course, one of our finest slaves. His voice drips with the same honeyed poison he used to entice noble clients. But tastes change, and well, freshness matters in our trade. I keep my head bowed, my pale blonde hair falling around my face. My green eyes remain downcast. 7 years of service have taught me when to speak and act, and when to remain silent and still. The prospective buyer, some merchant whose name I didn't catch, huffs. Bit old for my needs. What did you say, 24 years old? Indeed. Still. Master Vexthor's fingers brush my chin, tilting my face up. Consider the experience. The skills. The merchant's nose wrinkles. I deal in fresh merchandise only. Then perhaps. Master Vexthor's grip tightens. The pits. My heart stutters. The gladiator pits. It's a place where used-up pleasure slaves go to die for entertainment. The words fall between them like a death sentence. Reasonable price for pit fodder. The merchant scratches his chin. Though she won't last long there. You'd be surprised. Master Vexthor releases my chin. She's quite resilient. They haggle over my worth like I'm a damaged vase at the market. The price drops with each exchange until they settle on a sum that wouldn't buy a decent pair of boots. 7 years of perfect service reduced to copper coins. Done then. Master Vexthor's boots turn away. To the pits she goes. Just like that. Discarded. Like all the others before me who grew too old, too worn, too familiar to excite jaded sexual appetites. The merchant's hand clamps tightly around my arm, dragging me through torch-lit corridors that reek of blood and sweat. My bare feet slip on the damp stone as we descend deeper into the bowels of the gladiator pits. Quite the prize I have for you today, Pitmaster Dex. The merchant pushes me forward. The dark elf's crimson eyes rake over me, lingering on the scars that mar my pale skin. His silver hair gleams in the torchlight as he circles me. A pleasure slave? What use do I have for such soft merchandise? Oh, but she's special. The merchant's voice drips with false enthusiasm. Just think of the spectacle. The crowd loves a good show before the killing starts. Pitmaster Dex's lips curl into a cruel smile. The warriors will enjoy breaking her spirit before their matches. And the crowd. He grabs my chin. They'll love watching her squirm. I'll pay you double her price. The merchant practically bounces. Done. Coins exchange hands. My worth has doubled, but my fate remains the same. A plaything, but now for killers instead of nobles. Welcome to your new home, pretty thing. Pitmaster Dex's breath is hot against my ear. The warriors need motivation before and after their fights, and you'll provide it one way or another. The roar of the crowd above makes the walls tremble. Soon I'll be up there, another piece of meat thrown to the wolves. The dark elf guards drag me into the arena, their fingers digging into my arms hard enough to bruise. Sand crunches beneath my bare feet, still damp with blood from earlier matches. The crowd's roar crashes over me like a wave. Their bloodthirsty excitement makes my skin crawl. "Fresh meat!" someone shouts from the stands. I lift my chin, refusing to show fear despite the trembling in my legs. That's when I see them. 3 orcs stand chained together at the wrists on the far side of the arena, their massive forms dwarfing the dark elf guards around them. The sight steals my breath. I've seen orcs before, but never like these. The largest one, muscles rippling beneath green-grey skin marked with intricate black tattoos, catches my gaze. His golden brown eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that makes my heart stutter. There's something in that look I can't decipher, not the usual hunger I'm accustomed to seeing in men's eyes, but something deeper, more complex. Next to him, an orc with sharp features and calculating blue eyes surveys the arena like he's counting exits and planning strategies. His dark green skin contrasts with the intricate braids in his black hair. His gaze sweeps over me, analytical rather than appreciative. The third. While the others command attention, this one seems to absorb the shadows themselves. His brown-green skin and long dark hair blend with the arena's dimness. When his silver eyes briefly meet mine before sliding away, the hair on my arms rises. "Place your bets!" Pitmaster Dex's voice booms across the arena. 3 savage orcs against our champion. Winner gets the pleasure slave. My stomach turns. The guard's grip tightens as I instinctively try to step back. Pitmaster Dex soon leans in close, his lips nearly brushing my ear. "The orcs fight to the death tonight. You will entertain the victor in whatever way they please." My throat constricts, and my fingers curl into the silk of my dress. I've pleasured countless men, learned to bend and yield without breaking. But these orcs, the largest one's bicep is thicker than my waist. One wrong move, and they could snap me in half. Suddenly a horn blasts through the arena. The crowd's roar swells as the guards escort in their champion. My breath catches in my throat. This new orc towers over even the other 3, his shoulders broad as a doorway. Firelight glints off tusks polished to a dangerous sheen. Battle scars map his olive skin in a web of raised silver lines. His dark eyes soon rake over my body with such intensity that it sends a shiver down my spine. "Our undefeated champion," Pitmaster Dex's voice booms. "Who will claim both victory and this delicate prize for their pleasure?" The champion's lip curls in a sneer. His predatory gaze lingers on the curve of my hip, my throat, calculating. Not the way the nobles used to look at me, like a prize to be savoured. No, this is the look of someone deciding how best to break a new toy. Across the arena, the 3 chained orcs shift. The tattooed one's golden eyes narrow at the champion. The calculating one's fingers flex against his chains. Even the shadow-quiet one seems to bristle in anticipation. My heart pounds against my ribs. 7 years of slavery taught me to survive by reading others' desires, by becoming whatever was wanted. But what skills could possibly help me survive the savage appetite I see in the champion's eyes? The guards' grips tighten even more on my arms, as if they sense my urge to flee. But there's nowhere to run. No way to talk or charm my way free from this nightmare.
Chapter 2. Grash. The chains slice into my wrists, but I refuse to give these dark elf bastards the satisfaction of seeing me flinch. Torchlight flickers across the arena walls, casting moving shadows that mirror the restless crowd above. Their bloodthirsty cheers echo off the stone. "Careful with that one," a guard snickers, yanking Grash's chain. He bites. The crowd's roar swells as 2 guards drag in a small figure. A human woman. My muscles coil tight at the sight of their fingers digging into her pale arms. She's a wisp of a thing, all delicate curves wrapped in a silk dress that's seen better days. "Place your bets!" Pitmaster Dex's voice thunders across the arena. 3 savage orcs against our champion. Winner gets the pleasure slave. Dren shifts beside me, a shadow among shadows. Murok's chains rattle as he studies the crowd, no doubt already plotting 3 different escape routes. But I can't tear my gaze from her. Those green eyes catch mine across the blood-stained sand, and there's steel in their depths. No submission. Just pure defiance that makes my blood sing. "Look at that delicious prize, boys!" a guard sneers. A growl rips from my throat. Murok shoots me a warning glance. "Someone's eager," the guard laughs. I've seen too many humans treated like property, paraded around like trophies for these pointed-eared demons. But watching them handle her like she's nothing more than meat for the market, it sets my teeth on edge. My cloak can't hide the tension in my shoulders, the way my hands curl into fists despite the chains. Suddenly, a horn blast pierces the air, and my teeth grind at its shrill note. The so-called champion strides in, his bulk casting shadows across the blood-stained sand. His polished tusks catch the firelight. The preening bastard probably spent more time shining them than training. "Our undefeated champion!" Dex's voice echoes off the stone walls. The brute's gaze slides over the human woman's body like oil, lingering where it shouldn't. My chains creak as my muscles bunch. One snap and I could tear his throat out. "Who will claim both victory and this delicate prize for their pleasure?" Dex's voice rings out. The champion's lip curls, revealing yellowed teeth. His eyes trace her curves with the cold calculation of a butcher sizing up meat. The silk of her dress shifts as she takes a step back, and his grin widens. My growl rumbles deep in my chest. The guard's whip cracks near my feet. "Save it!" Murok hisses beside me. "Not yet." The champion circles closer to her, his shadow engulfing her small frame. "Such a pretty little thing." His voice grates like stones. "I'll enjoy breaking you in." Red edges my vision. The chains bite deeper as my fists clench tighter. "Patience, brother," Murok whispers. "Wait for the bell." The rage burns in my gut, but I force myself still. The champion doesn't deserve a quick death. When the match begins, I'll take my time. Show him what happens to those who think they can touch her. The bell's harsh clang splits the air. Before the sound fades, the dark elf guards shove her forward. Her small frame stumbles toward the champion, her silk dress rippling like water. The way she stiffens with her chin high, but her eyes wide with terror. Something completely snaps inside of me. The chains that bind me mean nothing as pure rage courses through my veins. Metal screams, the links exploding apart as I surge forward. My fist connects with the champion's jaw before his filthy hands can touch her. The crack of bone echoes through the arena. His head snaps back, blood and fragments of teeth spraying across the sand. Mine. The word tears from my throat, deeper than any battle cry. I plant myself between her and the fallen champion, my shadow eclipsing her completely. The crowd's roar crashes over us like a wave. They pound their feet against the stone seats, crying for blood. Dex's laughter rings hollow beneath the spectators' frenzy. "Let them fight for her," someone shouts from above. "Yes, yes, let the savage prove his claim." The champion stirs in the dirt, clutching his shattered jaw. Pathetic. The sight of him feeds the rage burning in my veins. Her quiet breathing behind me steadies my hand. I won't kill him. Not yet. "Back," I growl at him. "She's not yours to touch." Dex waves his hand, gesturing for the guards to pull her to my side of the arena. His amusement grates against my nerves, but I'll use it. Let him think this is part of their game. Let him believe they still control this fight. Her steps are light as she moves behind me, but I feel her presence like fire against my skin. The silk of her dress brushes my arm as she passes. That single touch sends electricity through my muscles, Makes me want to tear apart anyone who dares look at her wrong. The champion struggles to his feet, hatred blazing in his eyes. Blood drips from his ruined mouth onto his chest. Good. Let him taste defeat. Let him know what happens when he threatens what's mine. The other fighters press against their cage bars on the sides of the arena. Their eyes reflect the torchlight as they watch the scene unfold. My claim echoes through the pits. Not just words, but a declaration of war. You're an idiot! Murok's voice cuts through the crowd's roar. My eyes never leave the champion as he circles us, nursing his broken jaw. Then I'm an idiot with something worth fighting for now. Behind me, her breath catches as she takes a step closer to my shadow. She thinks she hides her trembling well, but I feel every quiver in the air between us. The guards cluster together, their whispers sharp with spite. Coins change hands. They're betting on how long I'll last against their precious champion. Their sneers fuel the fury burning deep within me. The champion's death glare promises pain, but his eyes keep straying to her. Each glance makes my muscles coil even tighter. The fool hasn't learned his lesson yet. No one touches what's mine, I growl. Dex's laughter carries from the sidelines. Such spirit, such possession. But can you keep her, beast? He's right. Now that I've marked her as mine, every creature here will test my claim. Let them come. Let them try to take her from me. My blood sings with ancient instincts. Protect, possess, destroy any threat. The champion thinks he knows brutality. I'll show him what real savagery looks like. She might not understand yet why I've claimed her, but something in her seems to respond to my protection. Her trembling eases the longer she's near me. That's enough for now. The guards can sneer. The champion can plot. Dex can laugh. None of it matters. No one will touch her while I draw breath.
Chapter 3. Murok. The chains connecting us rattle as Grash lunges forward, the metal links snapping like dried twigs. My wrists sting from the sudden jerk, but I keep my face neutral. Grash's fist connects with the champion's jaw. The crack echoes through the arena, followed by the meaty thud of a body hitting dirt. Blood sprays across the sand. The crowd's roar drowns out the champion's gurgled curse. Mine! Grash growls, positioning himself between the human woman and the fallen orc. The human's green eyes widen, darting between Grash and the exits. Her body trembles, but there's something in the way she catalogs every movement, every potential weapon within reach. I roll my shoulders, feeling my braids brush against my back. They're going to make you pay for this. Let them try. Grash flexes his fingers, fresh blood dripping from his knuckles. Dex, the pitmaster, laughs from his elevated platform on the sidelines. His jeweled hand waves lazily at the guards. Put her behind the big one, for now. The guards shove her toward Grash. She stumbles but catches herself. Her eyes never stop moving, assessing and planning. There's fear there, yes, but underneath burns something far more interesting. Calculation. The champion pushes himself to his knees, spitting blood and broken teeth into the sand. His jaw hangs at an unnatural angle. The crowd's excitement builds, betting already starting on when he'll seek revenge on Grash. I watch the human settle behind Grash, noting how she positions herself to keep both us and the guards in view. Smart. Very smart. She might look fragile, but there's steel beneath that facade of submission. The kind of steel we could use. You realize what you've done? I mutter to Grash, keeping my voice low so only he can hear. Shut up, Murok. He doesn't take his eyes off the guards or the champion, his massive frame coiled tight with protective fury. Sometimes I forget how impulsive he can be, but this time his instincts might have stumbled onto something useful, whether he knows it or not yet. The human, Era, according to the guard's whispers, presses close to Grash's back. Her movements are precise and calculated, like a dancer who's memorized every step to avoid punishment. The champion spits another tooth into the blood-stained sand, his massive frame straightening as rage contorts his features. Grash's hand reaches back, touching her shoulder in what's meant to be a reassuring gesture. My eyes narrow, catching the subtle differences in her response. Where she had flinched from the guard's touch like a beaten animal, she allows this contact. Interesting. Not trust. No, her eyes are too sharp for that. But recognition of advantage. Keep that stance, and you'll leave yourself open, I mutter to Grash, noting how his protective posture compromises his defense. The crowd's bloodlust builds, their chants echoing off the walls now. Dex hasn't rung the bell yet, but the anticipation crackles through the air like lightning before a storm. The champion's broken jaw hasn't dampened his fury. If anything, it's stoked it into something deadly. I study Era from the corner of my eye. Her pale blonde hair catches the torchlight, but it's the calculation in those green eyes that keeps drawing my attention to her. She's probably survived this long by being smarter than her captors expected. The way she carries herself speaks of years of careful observation, of learning exactly how much defiance she can show without crossing fatal lines. Scars mark her pale skin, some fresh, others faded to silver. Each tells a story of rebellion and its price, yet she hasn't broken. That spark still burns behind her haunted gaze, carefully banked but ready to ignite. The champion takes another step forward, his massive fists clenching. Blood drips from his mangled jaw onto his chest. The bell hasn't rung, but the tension pulls tighter with each heartbeat. Grash growls, the sound rumbling through his chest. Back! Off! I shift my weight, ready to move when, not if, this explodes into violence. Era mirrors my movement, her body angling slightly to maintain sightlines on both the champion and the guards. She hasn't spoken a word, but every gesture screams of someone who's learned to read the currents of violence and navigate them. That could be valuable, if played right. But for now, I keep that observation to myself as the champion's rage builds, and we wait for the inevitable sound of the bell. The bell's harsh clang finally pierces the air. I snap my chains with practiced ease, cheap dark elf metalwork. Beside me, Dren's bonds fall just as easily, the links scattering across the blood-stained sand. The champion lunges, his broken jaw hanging grotesquely. Blood spatters with each movement, but rage makes him dangerous. His eyes promise death, not just for Grash, but for the fragile human he dares protect. Left! I bark at Grash, sliding right as two more fighters emerge from the shadows. Their weapons glint in the torchlight, a sword and axe between them. Amateur move, bringing steel to what should be a bare-knuckle brawl. Dren melts into the darkness without a word. The crowd's roar drowns out everything but the thunder of blood in my veins. I catch glimpses of Era behind us, pressed against the arena wall. Her eyes dart between fighters, guards, and exits, always calculating, always planning. Smart girl. Getting slow, brother, I taunt, as Grash barely dodges the champion's meaty fist. Shut up and fight, he growls, landing a devastating counter that sends teeth flying. I duck under a wild sword swing, driving my elbow into my attacker's throat. The wet crunch is satisfying. Already am. Dren materializes behind the axe wielder, silver eyes gleaming as he snaps the man's neck with surgical precision. The body drops without a sound. The champion bellows, charging through Grash's guard like a battering ram. They crash into the wall near Era. She flinches but doesn't cry out, her face a mask of controlled terror as she slides away from the impact. Move, I command her, gesturing to a safer position. She complies instantly, her movements fluid and practiced. Blood sprays as Grash's fist connects with the champion's temple. The larger orc staggers but doesn't fall. His counterpunch catches Grash in the ribs with a crack that makes the crowd howl. I dispatch my opponent with a precise strike to the base of his skull, then pivot to help Grash. But he's already recovered, his protective fury burning brighter than the pain. The champion never sees the killing blow coming. Grash's hands on either side of his head. One savage twist, and it's finally over. The arena falls silent as the champion's body hits the sand. Era's rapid breathing is the only sound until the crowd erupts in approval. She remains against the arena wall, trembling, but her eyes never stop moving, never stop assessing her environment. She seems smart and dangerous, but then again, so are we. The pitmaster's voice cuts through the roar of the crowd. We have new champions.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 books from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion. Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 books for the price of 10.
400 hours of reading where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Prothika are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing, and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance. Prothika's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 4. Dren. The roar of the crowd pounds against my skull as I stand in the blood-soaked sand. My hands are clean, while Grash and Murok were the evidence of our victory. The champion's body lies still at Grash's feet. My own kill, swift, precise, merciful, rests in the shadows where he fell. The metallic scent of blood mingles with sweat and sand, carried on the cool breeze that whips through the stadium. We have new champions. Dex booms across the arena. The new kings of the pits. My silver gaze sweeps the crowd, marking each exit, each guard position. The dark elf nobles lean forward in their gilded boxes. Their pale faces are hungry for more violence. Behind us, the human woman's breathing comes quick and shallow. She stays close to Grash's shadow, smart enough to know where safety lies. That was quite the show, Murok mutters, as we begin our victory march from the arena. His braids are slick with sweat, but his movements remain fluid and controlled. Needed to be done. Grash rumbles back. The guards trail behind us, their boots crunching in the sand. They keep their distance, playing to the spectacle of 3 unbound orc champions. Grash's cloak sweeps the ground as he walks, hiding the tension in his shoulders. He's watching Era without turning his head, tracking her movements like a precious cargo that might slip away. The crowd's cheering follows us down the tunnel, echoing off the stone walls. The air grows cooler, damper, heavy with the smell of torch smoke and iron bars. The torchlight catches on Era's pale hair, making it gleam like stolen gold. She moves like a shadow herself, adapting to our pace, staying just close enough to be protected, but not so close as to seem desperate. I respect that. That was almost too easy, Murok says, as he walks. Grash grunts. Don't jinx it. The tunnel curves, leading to the champion cells. Different from the regular pens, but a cage all the same. The shadows shift ahead, a warning I catch too late. Guards pour from the tunnel's mouth. Their armor gleams dully in the torchlight as they surge forward, weapons drawn. Behind us, more movement. The dark elf guards who'd been trailing us spring into action. Predictable. Murok spits as rough hands grab his braids. A guard's fingers dig into my bicep. Amateur. I could break his grip in 3 different ways, But I hold still, watching, waiting, calculating. Era's sharp intake of breath draws my attention. A dark elf guard has her by the throat. The sound of flesh meeting flesh soon echoes off the walls as he backhands her. Her head snaps to the side, her hands tremble. A slight movement most would miss, before she stills them. Pride and fury surge through my chest. Even now, she refuses to show weakness. Grash lunges forward. Touch her again, and I'll... You'll what? The guard sneers, tightening his grip on Era's throat. A growl builds in Grash's chest, his muscles bunching under his cloak. His eyes burn with promised violence. I catch the subtle shift in Grash's weight, the way his fingers flex. He's about to do something stupid. Something that will get us all killed. Grash. My voice is quiet, but carries weight. A warning. Not yet. The guard holding me chuckles, clearly thinking he's in control. His grip loosens slightly. A fatal mistake if this were any other moment. But timing is everything, and this isn't our moment. Not with Era's throat in enemy hands. The champions need to learn their place, the guard holding Era says, his fingers digging into her pale throat. Grash lunges forward again, his massive frame straining against 3 guards now. Back off! The guard captain's fist connects with Grash's jaw. Remember your place, beast. Grash's golden brown eyes burn with murderous intent as they drag us forward. The guard who hit Era grabs her arm, his fingers digging into her skin. Her face remains blank, practiced, but I see the way her throat works, swallowing back whatever emotion threatens to break free. Move! Another guard growls, shoving me forward. The metal of his gloved hand scrapes against my skin. Murok's voice cuts through the tension, low and controlled. Easy, Dren. There's a time for everything. The guards laugh, thinking he speaks to Grash. They don't notice my fingers flexing. I could kill them 6 different ways before they hit the ground, but that wouldn't help Era in this moment. Wouldn't get us out of here effectively, so I let them push us down the damp corridor. Grash's chest heaves with barely contained fury. Blood trickles from where the guard's armored fist split his lip, but his eyes never leave Era. The torchlight flickers across her face, highlighting the red mark blooming on her cheek. She's breathing fast and shallow, but her spine is straight, her chin held high. The guards soon shove us into the holding cell, their armored hands rough against our backs. The iron door slams shut with a clang that echoes through the stone chamber. Grash stumbles, catching himself against the wall while Murok rolls his shoulders, adjusting to the confined space. Era stumbles in last, her pale hair catching the dim torchlight. Her green eyes dart between us. She catalogs our every movement and breath, but when I step closer, she doesn't shrink away. Interesting. Most humans can sense the darkness in me, the violence I keep carefully contained. Yet she meets my gaze steadily, even as a bruise blooms on her cheek where the guard struck her. Sit, I say, touching her arm with deliberate gentleness. The contact sends an unexpected spark through my skin. She allows the touch, moving where I guide her without hesitation. That trust, or perhaps calculated compliance, unsettles something deep within me. I see the scars that mark her pale skin, the cruelty she must have endured. Yet she doesn't flinch from my touch, doesn't shy away from my presence like prey before a predator. Grash paces the cell like a caged beast, while Murok leans against the far wall, his sharp eyes missing nothing. Era settles in the corner, drawing her knees to her chest. She makes herself small, but her spine remains straight, her chin lifted. Even in submission, she maintains her dignity. "You should rest," I say, my voice low. She nods once, sliding down the wall to curl into herself, making her body as small as possible, while still maintaining awareness of every movement in the cell. "She's going to be trouble," I murmur to Murok, low enough so only he can hear. Something primitive stirs in my blood as I look at her laying there. Not just desire, but an overwhelming need to protect, to destroy anyone who would dare harm her again. Murok's lips curl into a knowing smirk. "So why are you looking at her like that?" I don't answer. Can't answer. Because the truth burning in me makes no sense.
Chapter 5. Era. I notice the soft scrape of boots against stone before the cell door opens. 3 dark elf guards slip inside, their armour gleaming in the dim torchlight. My heart pounds in my chest, but I keep my breathing steady, my eyes barely open as I watch them through my lashes. Across the cell, Grash's massive form lies still, his chest rising and falling in what appears to be deep sleep. Murok and Dren are equally motionless. I'm alone in this, like always. "Get up, pretty thing," the first guard whispers, his breath hot against my ear. "Quietly now." The second guard's fingers trail down my arm. "We want to see what's so special about you." I rise without resistance. I know better. Fighting only makes it worse. The stone floor bites into my bare feet as they guide me toward the door, their touches becoming bolder. "Such soft skin," the third guard murmurs, his hand sliding down my back. The orc doesn't deserve such a prize. My stomach churns, but I keep my face neutral. I've learned to wear masks like second skins. The first guard leans close, his fingers tangling in my hair. "We'll show you what real warriors can do." The words are familiar. I've heard variations 1,000 times before. But something feels different now. The cell behind me holds 3 sleeping giants who showed me the first kindness I've known in years. The thought makes my throat tight. "Quiet as a mouse," the second guard says, pressing against me. "We don't want to wake your new friends, do we?" I glance back at the still forms of the orcs, wondering if this is how it ends. Taken in the night while they sleep, never knowing what happened to me. The first guard's grip tightens on my arm. "Move!" A blur of movement catches my eye. Grash's massive form rises like a shadow coming alive. His hand engulfs the first guard's wrist, and the crack of breaking bones echoes in the small cell. I stumble backward as the guard crumples to the ground with a muffled whimper. Grash's golden brown eyes burn with fury as he drives his fist into the guard's face. The wet crunch of bone-meeting stone silences any further sound. Blood pools beneath the guard's head, black in the dim light. "Touch her again," Grash growls, though the guard can no longer hear the threat. Metal glints. Murok moves like liquid darkness, the fallen guard's blade finding its mark against the second guard's throat. A thin red line appears, then widens. The guard's eyes go wide, then empty. "Shame," Murok whispers. Behind me, Dren's presence shifts. The third guard doesn't even have time to turn before Dren's hands wrap around his head. One swift motion, and it's over. The guard's body slumps to the ground. Grash bends down, retrieving the last guard's blade. Blood drips from his knuckles, and his chest heaves with controlled rage. "You all right?" The question catches me off guard. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to process what just happened. They killed for me. Not for show, not for sport, not for their own survival. For me. I dot. My voice cracks. I've seen death before, but this feels different. The way they moved without hesitation, without discussion, as if protecting me was as natural as breathing. My fingers twist in the fabric of my thin dress. I stare at the bodies, at the blood seeping into the cracks between the stones. 3 lives ended in the span of heartbeats, all because they dared to lay hands on me. This realization makes me dizzy. Grash lifts the first body like it weighs nothing, his muscles rippling beneath his green-grey skin. Blood drips from his knuckles as he carries it to the far corner. The torchlight catches his tribal tattoos, making them seem alive as he moves. "Help me with the straw," Murok says to Dren as he drags another guard across the stone floor. "We need to make this look natural." Dren works in silence, gathering armfuls of dirty straw. His movements are precise like everything about him. He catches me watching and holds my gaze for a moment, his silver eyes unreadable in the shadows. "Guards rotate every 3 days, Murok says, arranging the straw over the bodies. "These 3 won't be missed until then." Grash grunts, wiping blood from his hands onto his pants. "Gives us time." "Time for what?" Dren whispers. "To figure something out," Murok replies, his blue eyes scanning the cell. "Can't stay here much longer." The bodies disappear beneath the straw, and the cell looks almost normal again. Almost. Except for the dark stains seeping into the stone. I press my back against the cold stone wall, letting it ground me. My mind spins with possibilities. They just killed for me, protected me. But why? What do they want in return? There's always a price. Always. Grash moves closer and I fight, flinching. He towers over me, but his eyes hold something. Concern. "You should rest," he says. I can't. Not with 3 corpses cooling in the corner. Not with my skin still crawling from the guards' touches. Not with these 3 warriors watching me like I'm something precious instead of broken. But I comply instinctively, and settle into the corner furthest from the bodies, drawing my knees to my chest. The stone wall presses cold against my back, but I don't mind. It helps keep me alert, keeps my thoughts from spinning out of control. I watch my unlikely protectors through lowered lashes. Grash paces like a caged beast, his massive form casting shifting shadows in the torchlight. Murok sits cross-legged, his clever eyes following his brother's movement while his fingers weave another braid into his dark hair. Dren remains still as death, but I feel his silver gaze on me, watchful, protective. An hour passes, marked only by the steady drip of water somewhere in the darkness and Grash's measured steps. My racing thoughts begin to slow, replaced by an unfamiliar feeling of gratitude within me. These warriors killed to keep me safe. "You really should sleep," Murok rumbles softly, his blue eyes finding mine. I shake my head, but exhaustion tugs at my limbs. Without conscious thought, I find myself moving closer to them, drawn like a moth to a flame. I settle between Grash and Dren, their massive forms bracketing me like living walls. "Better?" Grash asks, his hand hovering near me but not touching. "Yes," I whisper, surprised to find it true. Their warmth seeps into me, chasing away the perpetual chill of the cell. Dren shifts closer, his presence solid and reassuring. My eyes grow heavy as an unexpected peace settles over me. These aren't just warriors anymore. They're my protectors. I should be terrified by this sudden desire to stay close to them. Instead, it feels right in a way nothing has before. Sleep claims me between one breath and the next, cradled in the safety of their presence.
Chapter 6. Murok. I lean against the rough stone wall of our cell, watching Grash pace like a caged animal. My braids brush against my shoulders as I shake my head at his restlessness. Strength got us this far, but it won't get us out. not with 3 dead guards hidden under the straw at our feet. The metallic scent of their blood mingles with the musty underground air. I turn my head and look out our open cell door into the dimly lit corridor. The guards' overconfidence in leaving it open while they attempted to kidnap Era last night might be our only advantage. She sits in the corner, her pale hair catching what little light filters in. Those green eyes of hers miss nothing. Just like me. She's been trained to survive, to read situations and people. That kind of intelligence is worth more than brute force right now. Grash continues his relentless pacing. "We should fight our way out now," he growls, flexing his massive shoulders. I remain silent. 3 days until the guard change. 3 days to use this situation to our advantage. We need more than just the 3 of us. We need allies who know the layout, the routines, the weak points of this hellhole. I lean forward, my braids sliding over my shoulders as I break the tense silence. "No, we need to use what you started." "What do you suggest?" Dren's silver eyes catch the torchlight, his voice low. "We play the game." I sweep my gaze across our cell, taking in the dried blood staining the straw. Every fighter in these pits saw Grash claim her. They're waiting to see what happens next. Let's give them something worth watching, and worth joining. Grash stops his pacing, his massive frame blocking the dim light from the corridor. "Explain." 3 days until the guard change. 3 days where no one will look for these bodies. I tap my boot against the concealed corpses. That's our window. But we need more than just us. We need the ones who know every crack in these walls, every shift change, every weak point. The sound of distant fighting echoes through the stone corridors as I turn to Era. "You're a human slave. You know how to negotiate, don't you?" Those green eyes of hers sharpen instantly, catching my meaning. The way she holds herself changes subtly, shoulders softening, head tilting just so. She knows exactly what I'm suggesting, using her perceived weakness as a strength, offering what these fighters think they want to secure their help. "The other fighters will expect you to be passed around," I continue, keeping my voice steady despite the way my jaw clenches at the thought. "We can use that expectation. Make them think helping us is their only chance to have what Grash claimed for himself." Dren shifts in the shadows, his presence becoming more menacing. Grash's growl rumbles through the cell. But I keep my eyes on Ira, watching the calculations running behind those sharp eyes of hers. She hasn't responded yet, but I can see her mind working, weighing options just as I would. Her fingers still there tracing in the dirt, and the bitterness in her voice cuts through the dank air. "So, you want me to use the only thing I was trained for?" My jaw tightens. The truth of her words tastes bitter in my mouth, but survival demands pragmatism. I want you to use what they expect against them. Their assumptions are their weakness. She rises from her corner, dirt falling from her simple silk dress. The torchlight catches the faded marks on her pale skin, testament to years of training I'd rather not contemplate. Her green eyes lock with mine, challenging. "And what happens when they expect more than promises?" "Nothing happens that we don't allow," I say, my voice dropping to a dangerous pitch. "You're not actually being offered. You're bait in a trap." Grash's growl fills the cell. "If anyone touches her—" "They won't," I cut him off, "because we'll be watching, every moment, every interaction." I turn back to Era. "You're not a tool. You're a player in this game now." She steps closer, studying each of us in turn. The way she moves reminds me of a predator assessing potential allies, careful, weighing the risk against reward. Her gaze lingers on Dren's silver eyes, Grash's protective stance, before returning to me. The silence stretches between us as she considers our alliance. Then something shifts in her posture, subtle but unmistakable. Her shoulders straighten and her chin lifts. No longer a victim, but a huntress. "I'll do it," she says, her voice steady. "But on one condition, I choose which fighters to approach. I know which ones are desperate enough to be useful, and which ones are too dangerous to trust." I nod firmly, respecting her insight. She's survived this long by reading people. It's time we put that skill to use for our freedom. The shadows cloak our movements as we slip through the torchlit corridors. I scan each intersection before signaling the others forward. The regular cells stretch before us, a maze of iron bars and desperate souls. Era moves like silk on water between us, her steps precise and silent. My tactical mind catalogues every detail, the way she pauses at certain cells, the slight tilt of her head when something catches her interest. She's reading these fighters like I read battlefield maps. "Stay close to us," I murmur, placing my hand on the small of her back. The touch is possessive, a clear signal to the watching eyes that she belongs to us. The fighters press against their bars as we pass, drawn by her presence like moths to flame. Grash's growl rumbles behind us. "I don't like this." "You don't have to like it," I say, keeping my voice steady. "You just have to trust her judgment right now." Ira stops before a particular cell, her eyes sharp in the dim light. She doesn't speak, doesn't point, but I catch the way her fingers twitch, marking this one in her mental ledger. "Some of these men have nothing left to lose," Dren whispers, his silver eyes scanning the shadows. "That's exactly what we need," I reply, watching Era's calculated pause before another cell. Men with nothing to lose will fight the hardest for a chance at something more. She moves again, each step deliberate. The silk of her dress whispers against stone as she leads us deeper into the cell block. The air grows thicker here, heavy with desperation and unwashed bodies. "I've seen enough," she says finally, her voice barely a breath. I nod, noting how she's managed to survey the entire block without drawing attention to her true purpose. Clever girl. Back to our cell then. As we retreat, I catch the calculating gleam in her eye. She's chosen her targets, but she's smart enough to keep that information close for now. In a place like this, even the walls have ears.
Chapter 7. Dren. I press against the stone wall, melting into the shadows as Era approaches her first target the next day. My fingers curl into fists when she stops at the human cell, her shoulders drawn back in practiced submission. "You've been here longest," she says, her voice carrying that deadly sweetness. "You must know every guard rotation by now." The human presses against his bars, reaching for her through the iron. My muscles coil, ready to strike, but I hold back. This is the plan. Our plan. "What's it worth to you, pretty thing?" His grimy fingers brush her sleeve. Era doesn't flinch. "Whatever you want, after. I know how to please." The rage building within me threatens to spill over. Each word she speaks to these men is like acid in my veins. She moves to the elves next, her hips swaying just enough to draw their attention. Their eyes follow her, like wolves tracking prey. One of them whispers something about the sewers beneath the arena, and I commit it to memory, even as my jaw clenches. Such valuable information deserves a reward, she purrs, and I taste blood from biting the inside of my cheek. The Orc brothers in the last cell are the worst. They lean forward, tusks gleaming in the dim light, undressing her with their eyes. "We fight together," one growls. "We share everything after." "Of course." Era's voice doesn't waver. "I'll make it worth your while." My vision blurs red. The thought of their hands on her, of anyone's hands on her. A low growl rumbles in my chest as I watch Era extract herself from that last conversation. She's gathered what we needed: guard patterns, escape routes, weak points in security. But the cost, watching her debase herself, hearing her promise herself away, claws at something deep inside of me. The patter of Era's footsteps echoes through the dim corridor as she retreats from the last cell. A flash of movement catches my eye. Grimy fingers shooting through iron bars, latching onto her delicate wrist. I move. No thought. Pure instinct. My hand engulfs the human's wrist. The bones beneath his flesh are twigs waiting to be snapped. I squeeze. The satisfying crunch of breaking bone mingles with his howl of pain. His grip on Era releases instantly. "She is ours," I say, my voice carrying the promise of death. The words taste right on my tongue. True. Era stands perfectly still beside me, her breathing steady despite the violence. When I glance down, her green eyes meet mine, not with terror, but with something more complex, like she's seeing me clearly for the first time. "Dren." Era's voice is soft, her fingers brushing over my forearm. The touch sends electricity through my skin. "We should go." Laughter ripples through the cells. My jaw clenches. These men think this is about possession, about claiming. "Move," I tell Era, positioning myself between her and the cells as we walk. Every prisoner's eyes follow us, but none dare reach out again. They've learned. The torchlight flickers across Era's face, highlighting the strength in her jaw, the determination in her eyes. She doesn't need my protection. She's survived this long on her own. But she has it anyway, whether she wants it or not. When we return to our cell, her mask slips for just a moment. I notice the slight tremor in her hands before she hides it. "Did you get what we needed?" Murok asks. "Everything." She wraps her arms around herself. The sewers run beneath the eastern wall. Guard changes happen every 4 hours. And the lock mechanism... Enough. The word comes out rougher than I intend. Her eyes lock with mine, and the careful mask she wears cracks just enough for me to glimpse the pain beneath. My chest tightens. Those eyes have seen too much darkness, too much cruelty. Without conscious thought, my hand reaches for hers. Her skin is soft against my palm as I trace my thumb across her knuckles, memorizing each ridge and valley. She doesn't pull away. The trust in that simple act makes my throat tight. "You didn't have to do that back there," she murmurs, her voice barely a whisper. The torchlight catches the gold in her hair, creating a halo effect that makes her look ethereal. "I do what is necessary." I drop her hand and step back, putting space between us. The cell walls feel too close, the air too thick with her scent, like rain and spring flowers. If I stay this near, I might forget myself, might pull her against my chest and swear oaths I have no right to make. The urge to protect her wars with the knowledge that she isn't mine to protect. Not really, not the way I want. Necessary. A hint of sharp wit creeps into her tone. Breaking a man's wrist was necessary. He touched what wasn't his to touch. Her eyes narrow. And am I yours? To touch? The question hits like a blade between my ribs. No, she isn't mine. She isn't anyone's. That's the point my violence was meant to make, but the words tangle in my throat. I turn away, studying the shadows on the wall instead of her face. "You're no one's property." The silence stretches between us, heavy with things unsaid. When I risk a glance back, something soft and surprised flickers across her features before she buries it beneath her usual mask. I lead Era back to where Grash and Murok huddle in the corner of our cell, leaving our tense moment behind. The guard's stolen keys press against my thigh, a constant reminder of what's at stake tomorrow. The sewers run beneath the eastern wall, Era says, kneeling beside Murok, who's scratching a crude map into the dirt floor. Her hair falls forward, catching the dim light, and the guard rotation changes just before dawn. Perfect timing. Murok's fingers trace the lines he's drawn. The Orc brothers will create a distraction here, while the elves— Can't trust the elves, I cut in, my voice sharp. The memory of their hungry eyes on Era makes my blood boil. We don't need to trust them, she counters, her eyes meeting mine. We just need them to act in their own interest. Grash grunts in agreement. They'll fight their way to freedom same as anyone. The human knows the guard patterns, I admit reluctantly. Says there's a blind spot near the weapon storage. Murok nods, adding another mark to his dirt map. That's where we'll arm ourselves. Dren, you'll take point. Your silence is our advantage. I'll handle the keys, Era offers, but I shake my head. Too risky. You stay between us. My tone leaves no room for argument. Grash at your back, Murok on your left, me leading. She opens her mouth to protest, but Murok cuts her off. He's right. You're our most valuable asset. We can't risk losing you. She nods, and we return to the plan, mapping out every step until dawn.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the Orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 8. Era. The steady drip of water marks dawn's approach. My muscles ache from sitting on the stone floor, but the warmth of 3 orc bodies around me has made it bearable. It's time, Murok whispers, his braids brushing my shoulder as he rises. I follow them out of our cell, my bare feet silent on the cold stone. The underground tunnels stretch before us, lit only by scattered torches that cast more shadows than light. The dampness of the walls makes me shiver, but Grash's massive hand steadies me at my back. Stay close, he rumbles. Dren moves like a shadow, the stolen keys making no sound as he leads us through the twisting passages. The air grows thicker as we descend deeper into the pit's maze of corridors, carrying the metallic scent of old blood and rust. We're here, Murok points to the row of cells ahead. Inside, our allies wait, the result of yesterday's negotiations. My stomach twists, remembering how I had to play the submissive slave again, but it worked. Dren moves from cell to cell, unlocking each door with practiced efficiency. The humans emerge first, followed by the elves, and finally the 2 orcs. Remember, I whisper to them. Weapon storage first, then we split into the groups we discussed. We move as one through the darkness, our footsteps barely echoing off the walls. The air grows cooler as we descend further, and the torches become more sparse. My heart pounds, but I force my breathing to remain steady. Another left here, Murok directs, his tactical mind mapping our route. I catch glimpses of my companions in the flickering torchlight, Grash's determined scowl, Murok's calculating gaze, and Dren's silent vigilance. The weapons storage door looms before us, its iron-bound wood a testament to what lies beyond. One of the humans, Marcus, points to the blind spot he mentioned, a shadowed alcove where the torchlight doesn't reach. "Guards change every 4 hours," he whispers. "We've got 20 minutes. Dren quickly works the lock. The mechanism clicks, and the door swings open with barely a creak. The armory smells of oil and leather. Racks of weapons gleam in the dim torchlight. My fingers itch, seeing so much steel. "Don't get greedy," Murok warns as we slip inside. "Take what you can use, nothing more." I run my hand along a row of daggers. 2 find their way into my newly acquired boots, another strapped to my thigh. The weight of them grounds me, reminds me I'm not helpless anymore. "Here." Grash presses a short sword into my palm. The grip fits perfectly, and I try not to think about how he knew exactly what I needed. Around us, our allies arm themselves with quiet efficiency. The elves choose longbows and quivers, while the other orcs heft battle axes that would break my arms to lift. Dren appears at my side and adjusts the strap of my sword belt. His fingers brush my waist, steadying me when I wobble. "The guards will notice soon," one of the elves warns, knocking an arrow to his new bow. "Let them," Grash growls, testing the edge of a massive axe. "Not yet," I say, touching his arm. "We stick to the plan." Marcus signals from the door. "Time's up." We move like shadows back into the corridor, our new arsenal hidden beneath cloaks and tunics. The stench of decay grows stronger as we reach the tunnel junction. My new daggers press reassuringly against my skin as I scan the branching paths ahead. "This is where we split," Murok says. "The Orc brothers will create their distraction to the west." "Remember," I whisper to our allies, "wait for the signal before moving." The elves nod, their new bows at the ready, as they take the southern tunnel. The humans disappear down the northern path, leaving just the 4 of us. "Stay between us," Grash rumbles, positioning himself at my front, while Dren and Murok flank my sides. The tunnel narrows as we proceed, forcing us to walk single file. The walls press closer, slick with moisture and something I don't want to identify. My boots splash through puddles of questionable origin. "The sewers should be just ahead," Murok murmurs. "Once we hear the distraction." A distant crash echoes through the tunnels, followed by shouts and the clash of steel. "That would be our cue," I say, trying to keep my voice steady despite my racing heart. We quicken our pace, moving as silently as possible through the darkness. The sounds of fighting grow more distant, but new noises replace them, the scurrying of rats, the hollow drip of water, and something else. Something that makes the hair on my neck stand up. Dren's hand suddenly grips my arm, pulling me to a stop. His eyes narrow at the shadows ahead. Before any of us can react, a dark shape launches from an alcove I hadn't noticed. Steel glints in the torchlight as a dark elf springs directly at me, blade aimed for my throat. My body moves before my mind can catch up, muscle memory taking over from years of watching, learning, surviving. The short sword Grash gave me feels alive in my hands as I drive it up and forward. The blade slides through flesh with surprising ease. Hot blood spills over my fingers, coating my hands in crimson warmth that makes my stomach lurch. The dark elf's eyes widen in shock. He expected me to cower, to submit. Instead, he gurgles as his life drains away. My hands shake as his body crumples to the floor. The metallic scent of blood fills my nostrils, but I can't look away from what I just did. "Breathe," Murok says, his voice steady and measured as he approaches. "Just breathe." I gulp in air, realizing I'd been holding my breath. The sword in my hand feels heavier now, weighted with what I've done, what I'm capable of doing. "You had no choice," Grash murmurs. His fingers wrap around my wrist, where I still grip the bloody blade, gentle despite his size. The warmth of his touch anchors me to the present. Dren stands silent, his silver eyes reflecting the torchlight as he watches me. He doesn't speak, but his gaze holds understanding. The weight of first blood, the shock of survival, the horror mixed with savage satisfaction. He sees it all. For the first time since entering these pits, I feel something shift inside me. I'm not just something to be protected anymore. I'm not just a prize to be claimed or a toy to be used. I am dangerous. I am alive. The realization hits me like a physical force. I might actually survive this place, not because 3 orcs decided to protect me, but because I can protect myself now. The moment suddenly shatters as boots thunder through the tunnel. Torchlight floods the passage as guards pour in from both directions, their weapons drawn. We are surrounded.
Chapter 9. Grash. The stench of blood from Era's first kill mingles with the dank sewer air. Pride floods through me at her strength, but there's no time to dwell on it. Bootsteps echo off the stone walls. Torchlight floods both ends of the tunnel, casting long shadows of armed guards rushing toward us. "Behind me!" I growl, pushing Ira into the middle of our tight formation. My muscles coil, preparing to strike. 8 from the north, 6 south. Murok counts. Bad odds. Good. More glory for us. I bare my teeth. The first guard charges with a battle cry. I meet him head on, catching his blade with my stolen axe. The clash of steel rings through the tunnel. His eyes widen as I overpower him, driving him back into his companions. "Dren, keep them away from Era," I command, though I hardly need to. He's already moving like a shadow, his daggers finding gaps in their armor with deadly precision. A guard slips past my defense, his blade singing toward my ribs. I catch his wrist, crushing it in my grip. The sound of breaking bones is lost in the chaos of battle. "Your left!" Ira shouts. I duck, feeling the whoosh of a blade where my head had been. She's still clutching her bloody knife, eyes wild but focused. Murok dances through the fray like this is all choreographed, each movement calculated. "The sewers are just ahead, we need to—" He grunts as a sword grazes his arm. Blood roars in my ears as I slam another guard into the wall. His helmet cracks against the stone, his body going limp. "No one leaves here alive," I snarl. The tunnel fills with the metallic tang of blood and the grunt of combat. A guard's blade finds my shoulder, but I barely feel it. Pain is nothing compared to the need to protect. Suddenly, battle cries echo through the tunnels. Our pit allies pour in like a flood of vengeance, their weapons glinting in the torchlight. The guards' faces shift from confidence to fear. "About time they showed up," I mutter, swinging my battle axe. The weight feels perfect in my hands as I cleave through a guard's armor like it's paper. Blood sprays across my chest, adding to the growing collection of stains. Arrows whistle past my head and find their marks in the guards. Our elf allies are precise and deadly. A guard stumbles back, an arrow protruding from his eye socket, and I finish him with a crushing blow to the chest. "Duck!" Era suddenly shouts. I drop instinctively, and her blade flashes over my head, catching a guard in the neck. The pride in me nearly bursts as I watch her fight. She's magnificent, all grace and fury. Murok appears beside me, keys jingling in his bloody hand. "Got what we need." His braids whip around as he spins, slitting another guard's throat in one fluid motion. A guard's head suddenly separates from his body. Dren's work. He emerges from the shadows like death itself. 3 more guards fall before they even register his presence. "Behind you!" I roar at Ira, but she's already moving. Her knife finds the sweet spot between a guard's ribs, and she twists it. The look in her eyes is pure steel. The tunnel fills with screams and the wet sounds of death. Blood runs in rivulets down the stone walls, turning the floor slick. "That's the last of them," Murok finally announces, wiping his blade clean on a dead guard's cloak. I survey the carnage around us. The dark elf guards lie lifeless at our feet. The scent of copper hangs thick in the air, mixing with the sewage stench from the nearby tunnels. Aura stands among the bodies, her chest heaving, splattered with blood but unharmed. My heart swells at the sight. She's not just surviving anymore. She's becoming a warrior in her own right. "You fight well," I tell her, my voice rough with pride and something deeper. She meets my eyes, a fierce light burning in those green depths. I suddenly grip her wrist, my thumb brushing over her racing pulse. "We need to go now." Her eyes lock with mine, a storm of emotions churning behind them. "They'll hunt us until we're dead." "Then we make sure they never find us," I rumble. I drop her arm and move ahead toward the sewers. The sewage sloshes around our boots as we navigate the winding passages. I keep Era close, my body angled to shield her from whatever might come. Every shadow could hide a guard, every corner could mean death, but the keys Murok lifted will be our salvation. Dren glides ahead like a ghost, checking each intersection before motioning us forward. "Left here," Murok whispers, consulting the mental map he's built. Clever bastard never misses a detail. Era stumbles on the slick stones, and I steady her with an arm around her waist. She's so small against me, but there's steel in her spine. Something stirs deep within me. The tunnel narrows again, forcing us to move single file. I hate having her out of arm's reach. The sound of dripping water echoes off the stone walls, masking any approaching footsteps. "Here," Murok announces, stopping at a heavy iron door. The key slides in with a satisfying click. Fresh air hits us like a punch to the gut. The night sky stretches above us, scattered with stars I haven't seen in days. Freedom tastes sweet, but not as sweet as the knowledge that Era's coming with us. She takes a deep breath of clean air, her shoulders straightening. Even covered in blood and grime, she's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And she's mine to protect now. The scrape of boots on stone makes me whirl around. Our pit allies emerge from the sewer exit, their eyes fixed on Era with hungry intent. My blood turns to molten steel in my veins. "Time to collect on that promise," one of them drawls, reaching for her. A growl rips from my chest, primal and deadly. I step in front of Era, my muscles coiling tight. "Deal's off." "But she said, she's mine." The words come out like thunder. My hand tightens on my axe, still dripping with guard blood. "Anyone who touches her dies screaming." Murok shifts beside me, his stance ready for violence. Dren melts from the shadows, and the sight of all three of us must paint quite the picture because their faces drain of color. "We helped you escape," another protests weakly, "and you'll live to tell about it if you leave. Now..." They look at each other, weighing their odds. Smart ones start backing away first. The rest follow quickly when I bare my teeth in a savage grin. They scatter into the darkness. "We need to move," I urge, guiding her into the shadows of the forest. Every step takes us further from that hell, but I know we're not safe yet. Won't be for a long time, don't care. I'll kill anyone who tries to take her back there.
Chapter 10. Murok. The forest swallows us in shadows as I lead our group through the dense undergrowth. My braids catch on low branches, but I don't slow down. Can't afford to. The cool night air carries the scent of pine and decay, perfect for masking our trail. Keep moving. They'll notice we're gone soon enough. I scan the tree line, mapping our route in my head. Southeast seems safest. The Dark Elves control the northern territories. Behind me, Era's breathing comes in sharp bursts. She's keeping up, but barely. I spot some mud ahead. Through there, the stream will hide our tracks, and the mud will cover our scent further. We wade through the cold water, letting it wash away the blood and sweat from the pits. I notice Grash's cloak is still relatively clean. "Give me that." I snatch it from him, tearing it into strips. We'll lay false trails. Dren, take some north. I'll place some west. but keep moving southeast. And me? Era asks, chin lifted in that defiant way of hers. You stay with Grash. You're still learning. It's not an insult, just fact. She needs more training before she can match our stealth and skills. The moonlight filters through the canopy as we meet back up and push deeper into the forest. Every snap of a twig makes me tense, but I force myself to think clearly. Strategy over panic. Always. There's juniper ahead, I point out. Crush some berries on your skin. The strong scent will help. You seem to know a lot about avoiding capture, Era observes, her green eyes sharp. I'm just using every possible tactic that might keep us alive. I pause, listening to the night sounds. The dark elves are arrogant. They'll expect us to run blindly. Instead, we're going to disappear like we never existed. We continue through the darkness, every step taking us further from the pits. But freedom isn't just about distance. It's about outsmarting those who would drag us back. And I intend to do exactly that. The forest floor soon grows treacherous with exposed roots and fallen branches. Era's breathing comes harder now, each step more labored than the last. Her pale skin gleams with sweat in the scattered moonlight. We need to move quicker, I say, watching her stumble over another root. The dark elves won't stay confused by our false trails forever. Ahead of us, a massive log blocks our path. Before Ira can protest, Grash scoops her up like she weighs nothing. I can handle myself, she snaps, but her fingers linger on his arm even after he sets her down. Interesting. Save your strength, I tell her. Pride won't help if the dark elves catch us because you're too exhausted to run. The night air grows colder as we push southeast. Owl calls echo through the trees, and somewhere in the distance, a wolf howls. Good. The wildlife means we're alone out here. For now. Your legs are shaking, I observe when Era trips again. She shoots me a venomous look. I'm fine. You're not, Dren speaks up from behind us, his voice low. You've never traveled like this before. I said I'm fine. Her voice cracks on the last word. I grab her arm, forcing her to meet my gaze. Listen carefully. Your stubbornness will get us all killed. Accept help when it's offered, or I'll have Grash carry you the rest of the way whether you like it or not. Her eyes flash, but something in my expression must convince her because she gives a sharp nod. Keep moving, I order, releasing her arm. Dawn's only a few hours away, and we need more distance between us and those pits. The undergrowth grows thicker as we press on for several more miles, thorns catching at our clothes. We should rest soon, Dren says quietly. I scan our surroundings, assessing every shadow and sound. The terrain slopes upward, offering decent visibility of approaching threats. A cluster of dense bushes provides cover to our left. My mind automatically catalogs defensive positions, escape routes, choke points, habits burned into me from years of warfare. There's a cave ahead, I say, pointing to a dark opening partially hidden by hanging vines. We'll stop there. Ira pauses for a heartbeat, her eyes darting between the cave entrance and our faces. Then she follows without protest. The trust in that simple action unsettles me. Here she is, walking into a dark cave with 3 male orcs who could easily overpower her. Either she's smarter than I thought, or more foolish. Dren, secure the perimeter. Grash, gather some dry wood for a small fire. We'll need the warmth, but keep it controlled, minimal smoke. They move to their tasks without argument. Good. At least some habits from our military days remain useful. I guide Era deeper into the cave, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. The space opens wider than expected, with a low ceiling that forces me to duck slightly. The rock walls curve inward, creating natural alcoves perfect for defense. Stay here, I tell her, pressing her against the wall with one hand while I check the deeper recesses. The cave narrows to nothing but solid rock. No surprise visitors from behind then. I can help search, she says, that stubborn lift to her chin making another appearance. You can barely stand. I return to her side, noting how she leans against the wall for support. Your legs are shaking. Your breathing is labored, and you've been favoring your right ankle for the past mile. I didn't realize you were watching so closely, she says, glancing up at me. I watch everything. I meet her gaze directly with an intensity that causes her to shiver visibly. The sound of Grash returning with firewood echoes off the cave walls. Smart. He's making noise deliberately, so we know it's him. I guide Era toward where Grash crouches by the small pile of kindling. His massive hands work with surprising delicacy, as he strikes flint against steel, sparks catching in the dry tinder. Within moments, a small flame flickers to life, casting dancing shadows on the cave walls. Keep it low, I remind him unnecessarily. We don't need smoke giving away our position. Era inches closer to the growing warmth, her arms wrapped tight around herself. Her shoulders tremble slightly, from cold or exhaustion, I'm not sure which. Here. I shrug off my cloak and drape it over her shoulders. She starts to protest, but I silence her with a look. Your teeth are chattering. You're no good to us if you freeze. Outside, Dren's shadow passes the cave entrance as he maintains his watch, always vigilant. I settle against the wall, watching as Era's eyelids grow heavy. She fights it at first, but exhaustion wins. Her body curls inward, making herself as small as possible. Something fierce and protective stirs in me at the sight. The urge to gather her close, to wrap myself around her and shield her from everything that's hurt her, hits me with unexpected force. I've never wanted to protect someone like this before. It's unsettling.
Chapter 11. Dren. From my position against the rough cave wall, I watch Era stir from her sleep. Her eyes flutter open, adjusting to the dim light of our makeshift shelter. The dancing flames paint shadows across her face, highlighting the delicate curve of her cheekbone, the subtle tremble of her lip. Murok's cloak drowns her small frame as she pulls it tighter, wrapping her arms around her knees. Her gaze fixes on the fire, lost in thoughts I can only imagine. The weight of our escape, the blood on her hands. I recognize that distant stare. I've worn it myself. So much fight in such a small thing. I whisper to myself, the words barely a breath in the cave's silence. The firelight catches on her pale hair, turning it to molten gold. Something pulls at my chest when she absently tucks a strand behind her ear, her fingers lingering on her neck. Outside, Grash's heavy footsteps mark his patrol route. Inside, Murok's steady breathing joins the crack and pop of burning wood. But it's her silence that speaks loudest to me. The way she holds herself, straight-backed despite her exhaustion, alert despite her vulnerability, tells stories of survival. Dangerous, I murmur, more to myself than anyone. Not because she poses a threat, but because of how she makes me feel. This urge to protect, to shelter, to claim, my fingers flex against my thigh, remembering the satisfaction of breaking that human's wrist when he dared touch her. The fire reflects in her green eyes, and for a moment, I see flames of a different kind. The burning determination that drove her blade into that guard's throat. She's more than what they made her to be. More than a slave. More than a survivor. My muscles tense as a shiver runs through her small frame. The instinct to go to her, to wrap her in my arms instead of just that cloak, is too overwhelming. I suddenly push off the wall and walk across the cave to the fire. I settle beside her by the small fire, close enough to feel the heat radiating from her small frame, but not close enough to touch. My fingers itch to pull her against me, to wrap her in the protection of my arms, but I keep them firmly at my sides for now. You're quieter and calmer than the others, she murmurs, studying me with that penetrating gaze that seems to strip away layers. I give a slight nod, swallowing back the words that threaten to spill out. What could I possibly say? That I've ended more lives than I can count? That watching her kill that guard awakened something primal in me? Not disgust, but pride. That seeing her strength, her survival, makes my chest ache with emotions I don't understand. The firelight catches on a fading bruise along her collarbone, and my jaw clenches. Every mark on her skin is a testament to what she's endured, what she's survived. She shifts slightly, and Murok's cloak slips from her shoulder. My hand twitches with the urge to fix it, to let my fingers brush against her skin, but I remain still. She's not ready for that. Maybe she never will be. Some things don't need words. I finally manage, my voice rough from disuse. The cave falls silent again, filled only with the crack of burning wood and Grash's steady footsteps outside. Her body soon sways, and before I can process what's happening, she's leaning against me, her slight frame pressing into my side. The contact sends a jolt through my system, like lightning striking deep in my core. My arm moves of its own accord, wrapping around her shoulders. She fits perfectly against me. Her head finds the spot between my shoulder and chest, as if it was made just for her. Her breath evens out, warm against my skin. The scent of her, spring rain and something uniquely her, fills my lungs. So small, I whisper into the cave's darkness, marveling at how fragile she feels beneath my touch. Yet so fierce. My thumb traces small circles on her arm through Murok's cloak. Each point of contact burns like a brand, marking me as surely as any battle scar. Her hair spills across my chest, catching the dying firelight. Sleep, little warrior, I murmur, tasting the endearment on my tongue. I have you now. She burrows closer, seeking warmth or comfort or both. My grip tightens instinctively, protectively. The urge to gather her fully into my lap, to wrap her completely in my embrace, nearly overwhelms me. Instead, I remain still, becoming her anchor in sleep as she was mine in waking. My free hand rests on my blade, ready. Nothing will reach her here, not while I draw breath. Mine to protect. I breathe into her hair, the words both a promise and a prayer. Mine to keep safe. She sighs in her sleep, one small hand curling into my shirt. Trust. Raw and pure and completely unconscious. It steals the air from my lungs. The cave's shadows dance across her sleeping face, and I memorize every detail. The slight furrow between her brows that even sleep doesn't completely smooth. The faint scar near her temple. The way her lashes fan across her cheeks. I will keep this vigil. She will not wake alone. Not ever again. Suddenly, my name falls from her lips like a prayer, soft and yearning in her sleep. The sound strikes me harder than any blade, sending a shockwave through my body. My arm tightens around her, pulling her closer against my chest. Dren, she whispers again, her fingers curling tighter into my shirt. Her pale hair spills over my arm like liquid moonlight. Every point where her body touches mine burns with an intensity that threatens to consume me. What are you doing to me, little one? I murmur, trailing my fingertips along her arm. The contact sends electricity through my veins. You should fear me. Run from me. Not whisper my name like that. She shifts in her sleep, pressing even closer. Her breath fans across my chest, warm and sweet. My free hand clenches into a fist. The urge to claim, to mark, to possess crashes over me like a tidal wave. I want to wake her with my touch, to hear her say my name while conscious, to watch those green eyes darken with desire. Mine, I growl softly, the word rumbling deep in my chest. You're already mine, aren't you? Even if you don't know it yet. She moans softly in her sleep, and the sound shoots straight to my core. My body responds instantly, hardening with need. I grit my teeth, fighting for control. Sleep, precious one, I whisper. I'll keep these thoughts to myself, for now. But I know the truth now. I'm lost to her. Completely, irrevocably. This fierce need to protect has transformed into something deeper, something primal and possessive, something that demands I make her mine in every way possible.
Orcs, gargoyles, vampires, ice monsters, demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprathika.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Prothika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 12. Era. Sunlight pierces my eyes, and I blink away the remnants of sleep. The first thing I notice is warmth, not just from the dying embers of our fire, but from the solid presence behind me. Dren's arm drapes across my shoulders, his breath steady against my hair. My head rests against his chest, rising and falling with each breath. My heart pounds. This closeness, this protection, it's foreign, different. No grabbing hands, no demands, no pain. Just safety. I shift slightly and his eyes meet mine. For a moment, we're frozen in this strange intimacy. His gaze holds something I can't decipher, something that makes my chest clench with an unfamiliar ache. Then, as if burned, he drops his arm and stands in one fluid motion. No words, no expectations, no lingering touch. He simply walks away, disappearing into the shadows at the back of the cave. I wrap my arms tightly around myself, missing his warmth even as confusion tangles in my gut. My fingers brush against the spot where his arm had been, and I try to remember the last time someone held me without wanting something in return. Never. You didn't have to, I whisper to his retreating form, though I'm not sure what I'm trying to say. Thank you. Stay. Don't be kind to me because I don't know what to do with kindness. The cave feels colder now, and I draw my knees to my chest. This gentleness is more terrifying than any blade. I know how to handle cruelty, how to survive it. But this softness that expects nothing in return, it leaves me raw, exposed, vulnerable in ways violence never could. I press my palm against my chest, trying to steady my racing heart. The memory of his warmth lingers, and I feel something bloom inside of me, something I thought had died long ago. The scent of fresh meat suddenly hits my nostrils before I see Murok enter the cave, his braids swaying with each step. Blood stains his hands as he carries what looks like a young deer. My stomach cramps at the sight, reminding me how long it's been since I've eaten properly. "Found breakfast," he says, setting the deer down and working to prepare the meat for cooking. I watch his skilled movements as he sets up a makeshift spit over our fire. The flames dance across his face, highlighting the sharp angles of his features. My mouth waters as the first drops of fat sizzle into the fire. Here. He hands me the first piece, still steaming. You need it most. Thank you, I whisper, surprised by the genuine care in his voice. The meat burns my fingers, but I don't care. It's the first real food I've had in days. Grash settles beside me, his massive frame radiating heat in the cool morning air. Southeast is still our best bet, he says between bites. Dark elves rarely patrol those borders. Too many hill tribes, Murok agrees, passing more meat around. They won't risk losing soldiers there. Unless they really want us back, I say, licking the grease from my fingers. Let them try. Grash's voice rumbles with challenge, but then his expression shifts as Murok nearly drops a piece of meat into the fire. Your grace rivals a drunk dwarf, brother. The sound that follows startles me. Grash's laugh, deep and genuine, rolling through the cave like summer thunder. It's nothing like the cruel laughs I'm used to hearing. This sound wraps around me like a warm blanket, settling something inside me I didn't know needed settling. Dren soon emerges from his corner, accepting his portion with a nod. His fingers brush mine as he takes the meat I pass him, and that earlier warmth floods back through me. Before long, I wipe the last traces of grease from my lips, watching as Murok kicks dirt over our fire. The cave feels different in daylight, less threatening, more like a temporary haven we're leaving behind. My muscles protest as we start our journey southeast. The terrain grows rougher with each mile, and my legs shake from the endless walking. My lungs burn, unused to this kind of exertion. After what feels like hours, I stumble over a root, catching myself against a tree trunk. Grash? My voice comes out smaller than I intended. Would you mind? He's already moving before I finish, scooping me up like I'm weightless. His arms cradle me against his chest, and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat drums against my ear. Should have asked sooner, he rumbles, adjusting his grip so my head rests more comfortably against his shoulder. I've been carried before, thrown over shoulders like a sack, dragged by my arms. But this is different. His hold is firm but gentle, protective without being possessive. My body relaxes without my permission, melting into his warmth. As Grash walks, my fingers trace absent patterns on his chest, following the lines of his tribal tattoos. He tenses slightly, then relaxes, his thumb brushing against my arm. When dusk approaches, Dren signals us to stop. He's found a hollow beneath a massive fallen tree, its roots creating a natural shelter. The ground beneath is dry, protected from rain by the thick canopy above. Grash sets me down with surprising gentleness. My body misses his warmth immediately, and I hug myself, trying to hold on to that feeling of safety. Rest, he says, his golden brown eyes soft as he looks at me. We'll keep watch. I settle into the hollow, watching as they move around our makeshift camp with practiced efficiency. This strange comfort terrifies me, how easily they've slipped past my defences, how natural it feels to trust them. I've never known protection without a price, yet here they are, offering it freely. My hand finds the spot where Grash's warmth still lingers on my skin. Is this what it feels like? To be cared for without conditions? To be held without demands? I'm not sure I'm ready to answer those questions. I curl into myself beneath the fallen tree, trying to sort through the chaos in my mind. The ground beneath me is surprisingly soft with moss, but I can't relax. Not when my thoughts keep circling back to them. Grash's laughter echoes in my memory, deep, genuine, warming me from the inside out. The way he carried me, like I was precious rather than property. My fingers traced the spot on my arm where his thumb had brushed against my skin. Then there's Murok, with his calculating blue eyes that see too much. He'd given me the first cut of meat, ensuring I ate before taking his own portion. No one's ever put my needs first like that. And Dren. My chest constricts remembering how he let me sleep against him, asking nothing in return. The memory of his steady heartbeat under my ear makes something flutter in my stomach. Stop it, I whisper to myself, pressing my palms against my eyes. They want something. Everyone wants something. Chapter 13. Error. Morning light filters through the tangled roots above. I blink away sleep, watching Murok stoke the remains of last night's fire. The confusion that's been gnawing at me surges back full force. Grash hands me a makeshift water skin. Drink, he says, his voice low. Not an order, an offer. My fingers brush his as I take it, and that familiar warmth spreads through my chest. I hate how my body betrays me, responding to their kindness like a flower turning toward the sun. These are orcs, monsters. The stories I grew up with painted them as brutal creatures driven by base desires. Yet here they are, treating me with more care than any human or dark elf master ever has. We should reach the river by midday, Murok says, passing me some dried meat from his makeshift pack. Again, making sure I eat first. I chew slowly, studying them through my lashes. Dren catches my gaze and gives me that slight nod, the one that somehow makes me feel seen without feeling exposed. My stomach twists. The forest path stretches ahead as we begin walking. My legs are stronger today. I watch Grash's broad back as he leads the way, remembering how his laugh rumbled through his chest when I was pressed against it. I think about Murok's quiet efficiency in caring for our needs, and Dren's silent vigilance that makes me feel safer than any locked door ever did. What do they want from me? I keep turning that question over in my mind. They haven't demanded anything from me yet, no payment in flesh, no cruel games or power plays, just protection, care. Things I'd forgotten could exist without conditions. Watch your step, Murok warns as we navigate a steep incline. His hand hovers near my elbow, but doesn't grab. My throat tightens. I should run. I should run right now. But I don't. The night soon wraps around us like a thick blanket as we settle into a small clearing. My muscles ache from the endless walking, and exhaustion pulls at my limbs. Dren spreads his cloak on the ground, gesturing for me to lie down. Rest, Murok says, his blue eyes scanning the perimeter. I curl up on my side, pulling my knees to my chest. The fabric of Dren's cloak smells like pine and leather. My eyelids grow heavy, but sleep doesn't come. Instead, I drift in that hazy space between waking and dreaming. She's finally asleep. Grash's voice rumbles low. We really need to get her to Kira soon. My heart stutters. Kira? My sister's name sends ice through my veins. The chief's wife will be pleased we found her, Murok replies, though getting captured wasn't completely part of the plan. Getting thrown in the pits put us right where we needed to be, Grash says. Kira's informants were right about where they'd sold her sister. The world tilts sideways. My sister, married to their chief, the same sister I lost in the raid 10 years ago. My fingers dig into Dren's cloak, but I force my breathing to remain steady. Still, Murok continues, when Kira learned her little sister had been sold to the pits. She nearly burned down half the camp, Grash finishes. Never seen the chief so worried about keeping his wife from charging in herself. My throat closes up. All this time while I was being passed from owner to owner, my sister was alive, free, powerful enough to send warriors to find me. Think we should tell her? Grash asks. Not yet, Murok says. She's been through enough. Let her trust us first. Trust. The word echoes in my head like a mockery. Their kindness wasn't kindness at all, just a mission, a duty to their chief's wife, to my sister. I want to scream, to run, to demand answers. But I lie still, every muscle tense as their words sink into my bones like poison. All this time, they were just following orders. My fingers curl, but I force them to relax, maintaining the illusion of sleep. The warmth of their fire reaches me, but inside, I'm frozen. I was so stupid to think they saw anything in me worth saving. Their gentle touches, their protective gestures, all carefully calculated parts of their mission. She's stronger than Kira described, Murok says, his voice low. Surviving like that. My throat tightens. Even their compliments feel like lies now. The memory of Dren's arm around me burns. Was that planned too? Every shared laugh with Grash, every quiet moment with Murok, all orchestrated to gain my trust. The night air presses against my skin, but the crushing weight on my chest is heavier. I'd started to believe. What? That 3 orc warriors would look at a broken slave and see something worth protecting, worth caring for. The way she killed that guard, Grash rumbles. Quick, clean. She's had to learn to survive, Murok replies. Survive. That's all I've ever done. Survived being sold, survived being used, survived being broken. And now I'm just another mission to complete, another objective to check off their list. A tear slips down my cheek before I can stop it. I turn my face into the cloak, hiding it, hating how the fabric still smells like Dren. Hating how safe that scent makes me feel, even now. The conversation drifts to watch rotations and travel plans, but their words blur together as exhaustion and emotion drag me under. My last conscious thought is of Dren's silver eyes meeting mine, and how real that moment had felt, how real I'd thought it was. I slip into sleep with the taste of betrayal bitter in my mouth. The morning sun does nothing to warm the ice in my chest. I stare into the flames, watching them dance and blur as unshed tears sting my eyes. My fingers trace mindless patterns in the dirt, anything to keep from looking at them. My protectors. The crunch of leaves announces Murok's approach before he settles beside me, close enough that his arm brushes mine. I force myself not to flinch away. "You're thinking too hard," he says, his voice carrying that familiar hint of amusement that once made my stomach flutter. Now it just makes me want to scream. I glance at him sideways, taking in his sharp profile, the way his braids catch the morning light. He's watching me with those piercing blue eyes, like he can see right through me. Maybe he can. Maybe that's why they chose him for this mission, to read me, to manipulate me. "I think I hate you," I mutter, and the words taste like truth on my tongue. Hate is simple, clean, so much safer than the warmth that spreads through my chest when he looks at me like that. "That's a start," he says with a smirk, clearly thinking I'm joking. I'm not. His shoulder presses against mine, casual and intimate, and my heart clenches traitorously. Yes, hate is definitely safer than whatever this is. Hate won't shatter me when they finally complete their mission and hand me over to my sister like a wrapped package.
Chapter 14. Grash. The snap of a branch pierces the pre-dawn silence. My muscles tense as I catch the telltale whisper of steel against leather, a blade being drawn. Dark elves. Finally found us. The forest's shadows stretch long in the dim light, perfect cover for those bastards. "Down!" I growl, keeping my voice low so that only our group can hear. Murok immediately slides behind a thick oak, his braids disappearing into the darkness. Dren melts into the shadows like he was born from them. But Era... My chest compresses as she hesitates, her green eyes meeting mine. "Behind me," I order, gesturing to the dense undergrowth where I can shield her. To my surprise, she shakes her head. "I can fight," she whispers, already gripping the knife I gave her. "Era!" I start, but Murok cuts me off with a sharp gesture. More movement in the trees. I count at least 6 dark elf shapes moving through the pre-dawn gloom. They're trying to surround us. My blood burns hot, wanting to charge in and tear them apart, but I force myself still. Patience. Let them come closer. My fingers flex around my axe handle as I crouch lower, positioning myself between the approaching elves and Era. "Stay close," I breathe to her, not looking back. "When I move, you move with me." She shifts closer, her shoulder brushing my arm. The contact sends an unexpected jolt through me. Even now, with danger closing in, I'm aware of her every movement, every breath. The dark elves are almost in position now. I can smell their leather armor and hear the soft clink of mail. I can see their silvery hair gleaming in the weak, pre-dawn light. They're getting closer. Too close. Any moment now, they'll spring their trap, not realizing we're ready for them. Just a few more seconds. I suddenly charge forward, my axe singing through the air. The first dark elf barely has time to widen his eyes before my blade cleaves through his shoulder, splitting mail and leather like paper. Blood sprays across my face, hot and metallic. "Come on, you bastards!" I snarl, already swinging at the next one. To my right, Murok moves like water, his blade finding the spaces in their armor with surgical precision. One elf drops, then another, their throats open in crimson smiles. The crack of branches above signals Dren's hunt for the archers. A body tumbles from the canopy, followed by a gurgled scream cut mercifully short. Oh, good. Let him handle the cowards who hide in trees. I spin, my axe catching sunlight as it arcs through the air. Another elf tries to parry, but the force of my blow shatters his sword and continues through his chest. The wet crunch of bone breaking fills my ears. "Behind you!" Ara's voice cuts through the chaos. I turn in time to see a dark elf slip past me, reaching for her with long fingers. My heart stops, but Ara doesn't need my help. Her blade slides between his ribs with ease, her expression eerily calm as she watches the life drain from his eyes. She twists the blade before yanking it free, already moving to face the next threat. The sight stirs something primal in me, pride mixed with an edge of fear. This isn't the same woman who trembled in the pits. This is someone forged in blood and steel. Someone dangerous. I shift closer to Era, my back nearly touching hers. Her breathing is steady, controlled. When did she learn to be so calm in battle? Another dark elf rushes at me, but I'm already swinging. My axe catches him in the chest, and the satisfying crunch of bone tells me he won't be getting up again. The metallic scent of his blood fills my nostrils, feeding the battle rage coursing through my veins. Era dances past me, her movements fluid and deadly. Her blade finds the throat of a charging elf, and she doesn't hesitate as she pulls it across his neck. The precision of her strike makes me smile with pride. "Left!" Murok shouts. I spin, catching the last attacker's sword with my axe handle. The clash of steel rings through the forest. One powerful shove sends him stumbling back, and Dren materializes from the shadows to finish him with a quick thrust through the spine. Silence falls over the bloodied clearing. My chest heaves as I scan for more threats, but there are none. Just corpses cooling in the dawn air. Era stands among the dead, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Blood stains her cheek crimson, a stark contrast against her pale skin. Her knife drips steadily onto the forest floor, and her eyes are wild with adrenaline. "You're learning fast," I say, stepping closer. My thumb brushes across her cheek, wiping away the blood. The touch sends electricity through my arm, and I notice how she leans into my hand ever so slightly. Her eyes meet mine, and something shifts in them. Fear, desire, both. My hand slides to cup her jaw, and I feel her pulse racing beneath my fingers. "I have good teachers," she whispers. I should step back, give her space. But the warrior in me, the primal part that claimed her in those pits, wants to pull her closer. Her lips part slightly, and for a second I think she might close that distance between us. Instead, she takes a small step back, breaking contact with my hand. The loss of her warmth hits worse than any blade. We soon push southeast through dense underbrush, leaving the carnage behind. My boots crush fallen leaves with each step, but my attention isn't on our path. It's on Era. She's keeping her distance, walking closer to Dren than to me. The space between us feels wrong. Did I push too far back there? The memory of her skin under my thumb burns like a brand. The way she leaned into my touch, just for a moment before pulling away. "We need to find water soon," Murok says, breaking into my thoughts. "The stream should be close." I grunt in acknowledgement, but my eyes track Era as she navigates around a fallen log. Her movements are more confident now, less hesitant. The way she handled herself in that fight, she was magnificent, deadly and beautiful. "You're staring," Murok mutters, low enough that only I can hear. "Mind your own business," I growl back. But he's right. I am staring. I can't help it. Everything in me wants to close this distance between us, to pull her up against me, and... She glances back, catching my gaze. For a heartbeat, those green eyes hold mine, and I see something there. Confusion, want, fear. Then she looks away, moving closer to Dren's shadow. My hands tighten into fists. She's mine. Has been since I claimed her in those pits. But claiming isn't enough anymore. I want her to choose me, to trust me, to want me the way I want her.
Chapter 15. Murok. The rainstorm hits without warning, a torrent that turns the forest path into treacherous mud. Through sheets of water, I spot the crumbling stone ruins ahead, an ancient outpost. Its walls are still standing despite nature's best efforts to reclaim it. There. I point toward the structure. Lightning splits the sky, illuminating Era's drenched form. Her thin silk dress clings to her body, and something primal stirs in me at the sight. I push the feeling down and focus on survival. We sprint through the downpour, our feet splashing through puddles. The ruins offer a reprieve, barely. Water drips through cracks in the ceiling, but it's better than being exposed to the elements. "We stay here until the rain passes," I announce, shaking water from my braids. Grash paces the perimeter. "Place seems secure enough." Dren melts into the darkest corner, his silver eyes gleaming as he watches the entrance. Water runs in rivulets down his face, but he remains motionless, ever vigilant. I assess our shelter. Stone walls rise 15 feet high, with narrow windows perfect for spotting approaching threats. The roof, though partially collapsed in places, should hold. Thunder booms overhead, making the ruins tremble. Era jumps, though she tries to hide it. Her wet hair hangs in pale ropes down her back, and she wraps her arms around herself, shivering. My cloak is soaked through, offering little warmth, but I find myself wanting to wrap it around her anyway. These protective instincts are becoming dangerous. She's not just a mission anymore, and that realization unsettles me more than I care to admit. "At least the rain will cover our tracks," I say, more to distract myself than anything else. My voice echoes slightly in the empty space, mixing with the steady drum of water on stone. The rain's steady drumming finally peters out, leaving behind a heavy silence broken only by water dripping from stone. Grash shoulders his axe and heads out to gather firewood. I maintain my position by the entrance, scanning the tree line for movement while keeping Era in my peripheral vision. She's huddled in the driest corner, knees drawn to her chest, her sodden dress clinging to her slight frame. Her lips have taken on a concerning blue tinge, and fine tremors rack her body despite her obvious attempts to suppress them. The sight stirs something deep in me, an urge to protect, to warm, to claim. I push it down. She's proven herself more than capable of asking for help if she needs it. But she won't ask. That's what fascinates me most about her. Even now, freezing and miserable, she maintains that iron core of dignity. Most humans would have broken long ago under the weight of what she's endured. Yet here she sits, chin lifted defiantly despite her chattering teeth. "She's going to freeze to death," Dren murmurs from his shadowed corner, voice pitched low enough that only my orc hearing catches it. I grunt in acknowledgement, watching as Era absently wrings water from her hair. She's stronger than she looks. Strong doesn't mean invincible. I arch an eyebrow at him. Since when do you care? His eyes narrow, but he doesn't respond. Typical. I return my attention to the forest, but my thoughts keep going back to our stubborn human charge. Her refusal to show weakness speaks of years of learned survival tactics. But there's something else there too. A core of steel that has nothing to do with training, and everything to do with pure, innate strength. The kind of strength that makes a person dangerous. The kind that makes them survive against impossible odds. The kind that makes them worth claiming. From my position by the entrance, I watch Dren finally break his stoic vigil. He moves like smoke across the room, unfastening his cloak, somehow still fairly dry despite the downpour. His eyes never leave Era as he drapes the heavy fabric around her shoulders, his movements careful and deliberate. "I'm not fragile," she mutters, but there's less bite in her words than usual. Her fingers curl into the fabric, betraying her need for warmth despite her protest. Dren settles beside her without a word, close enough that his body heat reaches her. The way she leans into him, almost imperceptibly, speaks volumes. My jaw clenches at the sight. Water drips steadily from the ceiling, marking time as I study her. Even now, shivering and drenched, she holds herself with that unmistakable pride. Her chin lifts defiantly when she catches my gaze, but I see the minute tremors she's fighting to control. Ever since that day we found her in the pits, she hasn't broken down. She doesn't beg for help or comfort. She just endures, like she's clearly done her entire life. She reminds me of myself. Something fierce and possessive stirs within me. "You're going to survive this escape," I say across the ruins, my voice rougher than intended. The words carry more weight than I meant to reveal. Her green eyes meet mine, searching for the lie, the hidden agenda she's certain exists. But for once, I let her see the truth. That I believe in her strength, her resilience. That I want to be there when she proves everyone wrong about what she's capable of. What I don't say, what I can't say, is how much I want her to choose to stay with us when this is all over. How I want to be the one she turns to, not just for protection, but because she wants to. Because she sees me as more than just another monster. But those are dangerous thoughts for another time. Right now she needs to focus on surviving, and I need to focus on keeping her alive long enough to make that choice. Grash's heavy footfalls announce his return before I see him. He emerges from the rain-soaked forest carrying an armful of relatively dry wood and 2 rabbits slung over his shoulder. The sight of fresh meat makes my stomach growl, reminding me how long it's been since our last real meal. He drops the wood near the center of our stone refuge. His movements are precise as he arranges the kindling, those massive hands surprisingly deft at the delicate work of building a fire. I watch Era watching him, noting how her eyes track his every movement. She's still wrapped in Dren's cloak, but color has returned to her cheeks. The fire catches quickly, casting dancing shadows across her face. "You should eat first," I tell her as Grash prepares the rabbits. "You need it more than we do." She bristles at that. "I don't need your charity." "It's not charity," I counter, letting a hint of steel enter my voice. "It's strategy. You're smaller. We need you strong." The logic seems to appease her pride, though she still hesitates slightly when Grash hands her the first portion. The meat is barely cooked, we can't risk too much smoke, but she tears into it with surprising ferocity. The warmth of the fire soon seeps into my bones as we eat in companionable silence.
From the depths of the darkness of Prathika
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 16. Dren. The flames dance before my eyes, high-casting shadows across the crumbling stone walls. Everyone else is asleep. Their breathing is a steady rhythm against the crackling fire. But sleep eludes me tonight. My thoughts keep fixating on Ira. She lies curled on her side, wrapped in my cloak. Even in sleep, tension lines her face. My fingers itch to smooth away the furrow between her brows, but I keep my hands firmly at my sides. The way she jerked away from me that morning in the cave. It shouldn't bother me this much. I've seen the scars that mark her skin, can only imagine what she endured. Touch has meant pain or demands for her. Never comfort, never protection. The firelight catches on her pale hair, and my chest tightens. She killed those dark elves today, without hesitation, her movements precise and deadly. The warrior she's becoming only makes her more. I can't even finish the thought. My hand clenches at my side. 28 years I've lived, fought, killed, and never once has anyone affected me like this. I never wanted to hold someone just to feel them breathe. Never ached to protect someone not out of duty, but because their pain becomes my own. But she's just a mission. Get her to safety. Deliver her to her sister. Return to the horde. Simple. Clean. Yet nothing about this feels simple or clean anymore. The fire pops, sending sparks into the air. I watch them fade, just like any hope of her staying once she learns the truth. She already distrusts affection. How will she react when she discovers we were sent to save her? That every moment of protection was ordered rather than freely given. A bitter laugh threatens to escape my throat. I've spent years perfecting the art of silence, of staying unseen. Now I'm undone by a human woman who sees too much, even when I wish she wouldn't. I add another log to the fire, watching the flames consume it. Just like she's consuming me, bit by bit. Whether she knows it or not, I soon move closer to Era, careful to keep enough distance between us. The stone floor digs into my side as I settle down, positioning myself where I can protect her if danger comes. Her breathing has evened out, but occasionally she shivers despite my cloak wrapped around her small frame. Sleep comes in fits and starts, my warrior's instincts keeping me alert even in rest. A slight movement stirs me, and my eyes snap open. The realization hits me like a physical blow. Era has shifted in her sleep, pressing herself against me. Her face is tucked into my neck, her warm breath ghosting across my skin with each exhale. My body betrays me instantly. Heat pools in my groin, and my heart pounds so hard, I worry it might wake her. Her scent fills my nose, rain and something uniquely her. One of her hands rests against my chest, her delicate fingers splayed over my heart. I don't dare move, Don't dare breathe too deeply. The slightest shift and she might wake, might realize how her closeness affects me. My manhood strains against my pants, and I grit my teeth, fighting for control. She makes a small sound in her sleep, nuzzling closer, and it takes every ounce of willpower not to groan. Her leg slides between mine, innocent in sleep, but maddening to my awakened body. Her hair tickles my chin, soft as silk against my skin. The fire has burned low, casting just enough light to illuminate her face. In sleep, the sharp edges of distrust smooth away, leaving her looking young and vulnerable. My arm aches to wrap around her, to pull her closer still, but I remain motionless, my breath shallow, my body rigid with need. This torture is sweeter than any pleasure I've known, and more dangerous than any battle I've fought, because in this moment, with her trusting sleep-warm body pressed against mine, I realize just how deeply she's worked her way under my skin. Every muscle in my body is locked tight as Era shifts against me again, her soft curves molding to my harder frame. Her scent fills my lungs with each careful breath, making my blood run hot. The thin fabric of her dress does nothing to hide the warmth of her skin seeping into mine. "You're warm," she murmurs, her voice thick with sleep. Her fingers curl against my chest, and something inside me shatters. Without thinking, I thread my fingers through her damp hair. The silken strands slip between my fingers like water, so delicate, so precious. I wrap my other arm around her waist, drawing her closer until there's no space left between us. She sighs, a sound of pure contentment that shoots straight to my groin. Her leg slides higher between mine, and I have to bite back another groan. My manhood throbs, demanding more, but I won't take. Won't hurt her like others have. Instead, I keep my touch feather-light as I stroke her hair, even as every instinct screams to claim her. Mark her. Make her mine. Her breath tickles my neck, sending shivers down my spine. Each tiny movement of her body against mine is exquisite torture. I know I should push her away. This isn't part of the mission. She's meant for safety, for her sister's protection, not for a scarred warrior's desires. But as she nuzzles closer, making those small sounds in her throat, I know I'm gone. I'll never be able to let her go. I've killed for her without hesitation. I'd do it again. I'd tear apart anyone who tried to harm her. But this gentle touch, this unconscious trust, terrifies me more than any battle will, because I know when she learns the truth, she'll hate me. And still, I'll want her. Still, I'll protect her. Her fingers flex against my chest again, but she doesn't fully wake, just settles deeper into my embrace, fitting against me like she was made to be there. Like this is where she belongs. The fire pops, sending shadows dancing across her face. I memorize every detail, knowing this moment can't last. But for now, she's in my arms. For now, I can pretend she's mine. Sleep claims me like a gentle tide. My warrior's instincts finally yield to exhaustion. Era's warmth seeps into my bones, and my arms tighten around her unconsciously, pulling her closer. In my dreams, she's mine. Not a mission, not a duty, but mine by choice. Those green eyes look at me with trust instead of wariness. Those clever hands reach for me without hesitation. I imagine teaching her to fight properly, watching her grow stronger under my protection. I dream of her laughter, free and unguarded. The stone floor beneath us might as well be the softest bed. Her steady heartbeat against my chest lulls me deeper into sleep. For the first time since I was a child, I don't dream of battle or blood. I dream of her smile, of a future that can never be mine.
Chapter 17. Era. The morning light filters through the crumbling stone walls, casting long shadows across the ruin's floor. I sit by the fire, my fingers absently tracing the rough texture of Dren's cloak wrapped around my shoulders. My body still remembers Dren's touch from last night, the gentle way his fingers threaded through my hair, how perfectly I fit against the broad expanse of his chest. The memory makes my skin tingle, and I hate myself for it. The ghost of his warmth lingers on my skin, a cruel reminder of what I can't have. A mission, that's all I am. A package to be delivered to my sister, wrapped in pretty lies and false protection. The thought twists in my gut like a knife. The fire pops and sends sparks dancing into the air. I watch them fade, each one a reminder of how easily things can disappear. How foolish I was to think their touches meant something more, to believe that when Dren held me, it was because he wanted to. My fingers clench in the fabric of his cloak. I should take it off, throw it back at him, but I can't make myself let it go. The scent of leather and pine clings to it, his scent. It makes my chest ache with a longing I shouldn't feel. From across the ruins, I hear the low murmur of their voices. I don't look up. I can't bear to see Dren's eyes, knowing now that every gentle touch, every moment of protection, was just part of their duty, my sister's orders. The fire blurs before me, and I blink hard, refusing to let the tears fall. I've survived worse than this, survived being property, being nothing. I can survive being their mission. But I can't deny how Dren's touch last night felt like coming home, how his arms seemed to promise something I've never had before. Safety, belonging, things I was stupid enough to believe I could have someday. The morning light grows stronger, and with it, my resolve. I won't be their mission anymore. I won't be anyone's anything. I watch through narrowed eyes as Murok returns from hunting, a brace of rabbits in his hands. The way he prepares them, careful and methodical, makes my stomach twist. Everything they do seems calculated, measured, a performance for my benefit. "Eat," Grash says, holding out a portion of the cooked meat. His golden brown eyes are soft, concerned. I take it without meeting his gaze, my fingers barely brushing his. The food tastes bitter in my mouth. Every bite is a reminder of their deception. Why pretend to care? Why touch me with such gentleness when I'm nothing but a mission objective? Dren shifts closer, his shoulder nearly touching mine. The heat from his body makes my skin prickle, and I hold back from leaning into him. His eyes catch mine for a moment before I look away. "You need to regain your strength," Murok says, his voice carrying that edge of authority that makes me want to refuse just to spite him. I force myself to chew, to swallow, while my mind races. There has to be an angle here. No one gives without expecting something in return. Yet Grash's hands are gentle when he passes me a water skin. Murok's eyes track my movements with something that looks like genuine concern. And Dren stays close enough that I can feel his presence like a physical touch, protective without being possessive. It just doesn't make any sense. If I'm just a package to be delivered, why do they look at me like I matter? Why did Dren hold me last night like I was something precious? The rain starts again, drumming against the stone ruins, and I wrap Dren's cloak tighter around myself. Each kindness they show feels like a knife twisting deeper. Each touch, each look, each moment of protection. It has to be some kind of manipulation. Has to be. Because if it's not, if they actually care... No, I can't afford to believe that. I can't let myself trust the way Dren's fingers felt in my hair, or how Grash's laugh makes something warm unfurl in my chest. or how Murok's strength makes me feel safe. They're just very good actors. They have to be. Murok's footsteps are silent behind me, but I sense his presence before he speaks. The heat of his body radiates against my back, making my muscles tense up. "You look nervous," he says, his voice low and rich. I turn to face him, studying the sharp planes of his face in the firelight. "I am." His usual smirk fades, replaced by something more intense, more dangerous. He settles beside me, close enough that our shoulders brush. The contact sends electricity dancing across my skin. "You don't have to be," he murmurs, leaning in until his breath fans hot against my ear. His braids brush my shoulder, and his scent, earth and something uniquely him, makes my head spin. I should pull away, should remember that I'm nothing to him. But my body betrays me, swaying toward his heat like a flower-seeking sun. His presence overwhelms my senses, and for a minute, I forget why I'm supposed to resist. Then I remember. I was trained for this, taught how to make men want, how to use their desire as a weapon. My lips curve into a practiced smile as I lean closer, letting my breath ghost across his neck. Two can play this game. "What if I want to be nervous?" I whisper, watching his pupils dilate. Years of training taught me exactly how to pitch my voice, how to make it sound like silk and sin. His blue eyes darken, and I feel a flutter of triumph. Let him think he's winning. Let him believe I'm falling for their act. I can turn their manipulation back on them, use what I know best, my body, my touch, my carefully crafted facade of vulnerability. I lean in and press my lips against Murok's, expecting to feel nothing but the cold satisfaction of manipulation. Instead, his mouth meets mine with a gentleness that steals my breath. His hand cups my face, his thumb brushing my cheek with tenderness. This isn't how it's supposed to go. I know how to use kisses as weapons, but Murok kisses me like I'm something precious, something worth savouring. His braids brush against my skin as he deepens the kiss, and I find myself melting into him despite every screaming instinct to pull away. I should stop this. But when his tongue traces my bottom lip, asking rather than demanding, I part my lips with a soft sigh. His other hand finds my waist, steady and warm through the fabric of my dress. The kiss turns hungry, desperate, but there's still that underlying gentleness that makes my heart race. No expectations, no demands, just the pure heat of desire and something else, something that feels dangerously like caring. His mouth moves against mine with a passion that makes me forget why I started this in the first place.
Chapter 18. Grash. The firewood in my arms falls to the ground, forgotten as I stand frozen in the entrance of the ruins. The scene before me burns into my mind like a brand. Era's pale fingers thread through Murok's dark braids as she kisses him, her body leaning into his like she belongs there. The firelight plays across their skin, making shadows dance, turning the moment into something intimate that claws at my chest. My hands clench into fists, my muscles coiling tight beneath my tattoos. Each heartbeat pounds in my ears like a war drum. The beast inside me, the one I've kept caged since claiming her in the pits, roars to life. Murok's hand slides up her back, and something primal snaps inside of me. The blood in my veins turns to liquid fire. I felt jealousy before, watching other warriors claim glory in battle, seeing others earn our chief's favor. But this is different. This is rage and possession and need all twisted together into something dangerous. The stone wall beneath my fingers cracks. I don't remember reaching for it, but I feel the rough edges bite into my palm. The pain grounds me, keeps me from charging forward like the beast I am. But only barely. She was mine first. I claimed her, protected her, carried her when she couldn't walk. And now Murok, with his clever words and calculating mind, claims her like he has the right. The firelight catches her face as she pulls back slightly from the kiss. Her eyes are closed, lips parted, and seeing her looking so vulnerable makes my chest constrict. She looks peaceful. It should please me to see her finally trusting, finally letting her guard down. Instead, it makes me want to tear these ruins apart, stone by stone. My boots thunder against the stone floor as I charge toward them, each step fueled by primal rage. The scattered firewood crunches beneath my feet. Thunder crashes outside, matching the storm in my blood. What is this? The words tear from my throat, guttural and raw. They break apart, startled. Ira's lips are still parted, flushed from Murok's kiss. Her green eyes meet mine, wide with surprise. Then something else. Regret? Fear? The sight of her looking at me like that tears at something deep within me. My hands shake as I tower over them both. Rain pounds against the ruins outside, but all I hear is my own ragged breathing. The tribal tattoos across my chest seem to burn as my muscles coil tight with barely contained fury. Era's blonde hair falls across her face as she looks down, her fingers twisting in her lap. The firelight catches the curve of her neck where Murok's hand had been moments ago. Mine. The word pounds through my head with each heartbeat. I drop to my knees before her, close enough to feel the heat radiating from her body. My hand moves of its own accord, my fingers brushing her chin, tilting her face up to mine. Her pulse flutters beneath my touch like a trapped bird. Look at me, I growl, softer now, desperate. The anger melts into something else, something that makes my chest ache. Her eyes finally meet mine, and I see confusion there, vulnerability, and something that makes my breath catch. The rain continues its steady drumming against stone outside, but here in this moment, time seems to stop. My thumb traces her bottom lip, still warm from another's kiss. The beast in me roars, demanding I claim what's mine. I grasp her waist and pull her up against me, my large hands spanning her ribs. The firelight dances across her face, catching the gold in her pale hair, making her green eyes shimmer like precious stones. My blood thunders through my veins as I crush my mouth to hers. Her lips part beneath mine, soft and yielding, and something primal inside me roars in triumph. This is what I've wanted since I first saw her in those cursed pits, not just to protect her, but to claim her, to make her mine. My fingers tangle in her hair, tilting her head back as I deepen the kiss. She makes a soft sound in the back of her throat that sets my blood on fire. Her hands slide up my chest, tracing the tribal tattoos there, and I growl against her mouth. Every touch brands me, marks me as hers just as surely as I'm marking her as mine. To my surprise and fierce pleasure, she presses closer, her body molding against mine like she was meant to fit there. Her fingers dig into my shoulders as she matches my intensity, claiming me right back. The beast in me purrs with satisfaction. I break the kiss, only to trail my lips down her throat, tasting the thunder of her pulse beneath her skin. My hands tighten on her waist, probably leaving a mark, but I can't seem to let go. Won't let go. Not ever again. The rain beats against stone outside, but all I hear is her rapid breathing. All I feel is the way she trembles against me. Not with fear. No, this is something else entirely. Something that makes my chest tighten with an emotion I'm not ready to name. I capture her mouth again, pouring everything I can't say right now into the kiss. Every protective instinct, every possessive urge, every moment I've wanted to touch her like this. She responds with equal fervor, her fingers sliding into my hair, pulling me closer. Murok's low chuckle breaks through the haze of my desire. The sound should infuriate me, but there's something in it. Understanding, acceptance, even approval, that makes my grip on Era's waist loosen slightly. The firelight catches the knowing glint in his blue eyes as he watches us, and for once, his calculated gaze doesn't make me want to break things. Era's breath comes in short gasps against my mouth, her fingers still tangled in my hair, when a low, dangerous growl cuts through the air. The sound raises the hair on the back of my neck. Primal, possessive, threatening. Dren. I break the kiss, but keep Ira pressed against me, my large hands spanning her ribcage. She trembles slightly as I turn my head toward the entrance. Dren stands in the shadows, his silver eyes gleaming like deadly stars in the darkness. Rain drips from his long, dark hair, running down his brown-green skin in rivulets that catch the firelight. His muscles are coiled tight, with his hands clenched into fists at his sides. The way he looks at Ira makes something primitive stir in me, recognition of another predator eyeing what's mine. But there's more than just one in his gaze. There's pain there, raw and deep, that makes my possessive grip on Ira falter. The beast within me wars with itself, wanting to protect what's mine, but understanding the hunger in his eyes all too well. Thunder crashes outside, matching the tension crackling through the air between us. None of us move, none of us speak. The only sounds are the rain, the crackling fire, and Ira's quickened breathing against my chest.
Chapter 19. Era. A deep growl echoes through the ruins, and I turn my head to see Dren, water dripping from his dark hair. His eyes lock onto mine, and something dangerous flashes across his face. My heart pounds as he approaches. He says nothing, but his presence fills the space between us all. His hand reaches out, touching my shoulder from behind. A shudder runs through me at the contact. The realization hits me like lightning. I want them, all of them, right now. The raw desire coursing through my veins is overwhelming and unfamiliar. The thought of being with all three of them should terrify me, but instead, it fills me with a wild sort of power. I won't choose, I declare, my voice steady despite the thunder of my heart. This isn't a game, Ira, Murok warns, but his eyes betray his hunger. I lift my chin. No, it's not. For once, I'm making my own choice. We don't share, Grash growls, his fingers tightening on my waist. I laugh, sharp and clear. You don't get to decide that. I turn my head to meet Dren's intense gaze. None of you do. This is dangerous, Dren murmurs, his first words since entering, but his hand doesn't leave my shoulder. I've lived in danger my whole life. I step back from Grash's grip and Dren's touch, facing all three of them. I'm done being owned. My chin lifts. If you want me, it's on my terms. Murok leans forward, his blue eyes glinting. And what are your terms? All or nothing, I say, watching their faces. I won't be a prize to fight over. The air grows thick with tension as they exchange glances, a silent conversation passing between them. For once, I'm not the one being controlled. I'm the one in control. You think you can handle 3 orcs? Murok asks, his tone challenging. I smile, feeling the power coursing through me. I think you're the ones who need to worry about handling me. My heart hammers as I turn to Dren first. His eyes widen the faintest fraction. I step forward, my fingers brushing his chest, feeling the heat of his skin through the thin fabric of his tunic. His breath hitches, a rare sound from the quiet orc. On your back, I command softly. For a moment, he doesn't move, his gaze searching mine. Then, without a word, he lowers himself to the stone floor, his dark hair splaying out around him. I remove my silk dress, letting it pool to the floor, and then I kneel over him. My hands brace against his chest. His eyes never leave mine, intense and unblinking, and I feel the tension in his body, coiled but restrained.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, Countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 20. Murok. I notice dried leaves and disturbed earth beneath the dense canopy. My fingers trace the subtle indentations. Dark elf boots, at least a dozen sets, no more than half a day old. My jaw tightens as I piece together their movement patterns. They're methodically sweeping the forest, closing in on us. Clever bastards, I mutter, noting how they've split into smaller groups to cover more ground. The tracks show they're being careful, professional. Not the usual bounty hunters or mercenaries. I scan the surrounding forest. The late afternoon sun filters through the leaves, casting dancing shadows that could hide an entire patrol. The rabbit I caught earlier hangs forgotten at my belt as I study the ground again. Something doesn't add up. We've taken every precaution, traveling at night, using streams to mask our scent, laying false trails. Yet somehow they keep finding us. We've left ourselves exposed somehow, given them an opening to track us. But how? A bitter taste fills my mouth. We'll need to change course, take the longer route through the mountain passes. It'll add weeks to our journey back to the settlement, but better that than walking into an ambush. My thoughts suddenly drift back to the ruins, to Era. The way she trembled beneath my touch, how she claimed each of us in turn. Something in my chest aches at the memory. She's mine now, whether she realizes it or not. The thought of those dark elf bastards laying hands on her again makes my blood boil. They won't have her, I growl softly, standing to my full height. I gather some herbs to mask our scent as I plot our new route in my head. The others won't like it, but they'll understand. Strategy before speed. That's how you survive. That's how you protect what's yours. I need to get back to camp. Need to move our group before the Dark Elves decide to close the distance. They want us alive. Want her alive. But I won't give them the chance. I soon stride back into camp, the weight of what I've discovered pressing on my shoulders. The others look up as I approach, their expressions shifting from casual to alert. Grash is sharpening his axe, the rhythmic scrape of metal on stone stopping mid-motion. Dren sits silently by the fire, his eyes flicking to me, already reading my tension. Era is crouched near the edge of the camp, her back to me as she fidgets with something on the ground. She doesn't turn, but I see her shoulders stiffen. "We've got trouble," I announce, my voice low and controlled despite the rage simmering beneath. Fresh tracks, a dozen dark elves, maybe more. They're getting closer. Grash moves closer, his golden eyes narrowing. How close? Half a day behind us. I grab a stick, sketching a quick map in the dirt. They've split into smaller groups, sweeping the forest in a pattern. Professional. Organized. "We've been careful," Grash growls, his massive hands clenching into fists. Too careful for them to keep finding us this easily. I rake my fingers through my braids, frustration building in me. Something's not right. Dren emerges from the shadows, his eyes gleaming with understanding. He studies my crude map before speaking. The tracks suggest they know exactly where to look. Exactly, I say, my frustration boiling over. No wasted movement, no hesitation. They're not guessing. They know. Era still hasn't turned, but her hands have stopped moving. She's listening, but something about the way she's holding herself feels different. "We need to change course," I say, forcing myself to focus. "The direct route's compromised. We'll take the mountain pass east, it's longer. Adds a couple of weeks to the journey, but it's the only way to shake them." "Weeks?" Grash barks, his golden brown eyes flashing. "Era can't handle that kind of climb, and you know it. She's not built for it." "She doesn't have a choice," I snap back, my voice cutting through the air, "and neither do we. Unless you want to hand her over to the Dark Elves, we're taking the pass." Dren steps between us, his presence calm but commanding. "Murok's right," he says, his tone leaving no room for argument. "The mountains are our best chance. Era will manage." I glance at her again, my chest tightening. She's still silent, still turned away. I want to ask her what's wrong, but now's not the time. We need to move, and we need to move fast. "Pack up," I order, my voice brittle with tension. "Grash, take point. Dren, cover our backs. And Era." She finally turns to look at me, her green eyes wide but unreadable. "Stay close, no wandering off." She nods, but there's a flicker of something in her expression. Guilt? Fear? I can't place it, and I don't have time to figure it out. The dark elves are closing in, and I'll be damned if I let them take her. As the others start moving, I crouch by the fire, smothering it with dirt. My mind races, trying to piece together how they're tracking us. Something's wrong, and I'm missing it. The mountain path soon winds before us. Each step takes us higher into terrain that will test even my endurance. My braids whip in the cold wind as I scan our surroundings, mapping escape routes and defensive positions out of habit. Dren catches my eye, his silver gaze holding mine for a moment too long. A chill runs down my spine that has nothing to do with the altitude. He's noticed it too. Something's definitely off. I glance back at Ira, watching her pick her way carefully over the rocky ground. Since that night in the ruins, she's been different. Distant. The way she startles at sudden movements, how her eyes dart away when I catch her watching us. At first, I attributed it to confusion over her feelings, the natural aftermath of giving herself to 3 warriors in one night. But now... "Keep up," I call back to her, my voice gruff. She jumps slightly, then hurries to close the gap between us. "I'm fine," she snaps, but there's a tremor in her voice that wasn't there before. Grash grunts from the front of our group. "We need to move. This exposed ridge is asking for trouble." I watch Era's reaction carefully. Her shoulders tense at the mention of trouble. But is it fear of the dark elves, or something else? The tactician in me can't ignore the patterns anymore. The dark elves finding us too easily. Her changed behavior. The way she's been disappearing for short periods, claiming she needs privacy. "It doesn't make sense," I mutter to myself, shaking my head. Why would she betray us to the dark elves? She'd be risking her own freedom, her own life, after everything they did to her. But doubt gnaws at me like a hungry wolf. I've seen too many battles, too many betrayals to ignore my instincts. And right now, they're screaming at me that something is terribly amiss.
Chapter 21. Era. The mountain path cuts into my feet as we trek higher, but that's not what bothers me. It's the whispers, the way they stop talking when I approach, the sudden distance in their eyes when they look at me. The mountain wind whips around us, but it's their coldness that chills me to the bone. 3 days now since everything changed. 3 days of suffocating silence and suspicious stares. The worst part isn't the physical distance, it's the emotional void where their warmth used to be. No more gentle touches, no shared smiles, no protective gestures. They treat me like a prisoner they're escorting, not someone they once held close. "Keep up," Murok snaps, his voice lacking its usual playful edge. "We can't afford delays." My lungs burn as I force myself to match their relentless pace. When I stumble on loose rocks, no one reaches to steady me anymore. Dren, who used to stay close enough to catch me if I fell, now drifts like a ghost at the edges of our group, his eyes never meeting mine. Grash, who once carried me without hesitation, now marches ahead, his broad back a wall between us. "Move," Grash grunts when I pause to catch my breath. His golden brown eyes, once full of affection, now hold only suspicion. "I need water," I gasp, my throat raw from the thin mountain air. "Should have filled your water skin at the last stream," Grash replies coldly. This grueling pace and treatment continue for several more miles along the winding mountain path. Finally, Murok stops up ahead, We should rest here, Murok says, his voice clipped. Gone is the casual banter, replaced by cold efficiency. The wind whips through the sparse trees, and I pull my cloak tighter. Grash drops his axe nearby but keeps his distance. Just days ago, he would have wrapped his arms around me, sharing his warmth without hesitation. I'll take first watch, Dren murmurs, melting into the shadows before I can catch his eye. My chest tenses as I watch them set up camp. They move like a coordinated unit, but I'm no longer part of their rhythm. When Murok passes me some dried meat, his fingers don't linger like they used to. Something wrong? I ask, trying to keep my voice light. Nothing that concerns you, Grash mutters, and the dismissal stings worse than the cold. We need to move faster tomorrow, Murok rumbles, his blue eyes scanning the horizon rather than meeting mine. The distance grows with each passing hour, like a chasm I can't bridge. The warmth of their touch, the safety of their presence, it's all slipping away. And the worst part, I feel like I deserve it. Nobody could ever really care for a pleasure slave. I'm just damaged goods, plain and simple. Later that night, the flames sizzle between us, but the warmth doesn't reach my skin. Their silence has become a physical thing, pressing against my chest until I can barely breathe. I watch as Grash methodically sharpens his axe, the rhythmic scraping setting my teeth on edge. Dren lurks at the edge of the firelight, a shadow among shadows, while Murok studies a crude dirt map with unnecessary intensity. My fingers dig into my arms as I cross them. What is it? The words burst from me, sharp and desperate. Why are you all acting like this? The scraping stops. The map vanishes. Even the shadows seem to still. Murok's blue eyes finally meet mine across the flames, cold and calculating in a way I haven't seen since the pits. The dark elves have been tracking us too well. His voice cuts through the night air. There's only one logical explanation. I frown, my mind racing to piece together what he's implying. The way they've been avoiding me, the whispered conversations, the suspicious glances. The realization suddenly hits me like a punch to the gut, stealing my breath. They think I'm betraying them. After everything we've shared, everything we've been through, they believe I'm leading the dark elves to us. The silence stretches between us, heavy with accusation. My throat closes up as I look at each of them in turn. Grash's stony expression, Dren's averted gaze, Murok's clinical assessment. The same males who held me, protected me, made me feel truly safe, now look at me like I'm a stranger. Or worse, an enemy. The fire snaps, sending sparks into the night sky. Still, none of them speak. They're waiting for me to defend myself, to prove my innocence. But how do you prove loyalty to those who've already decided you're guilty? My chest aches with a pain I've never experienced before. The dark elves must be getting tipped off. Grash's voice cuts through the night air, his golden brown eyes pinning me in place. Those same eyes that once burned with passion now freeze me to my core. His massive frame towers over me as he stands, and for the first time since the pits, I feel small again. Something inside me withers and dies. The fragile hope I'd been nurturing, the foolish belief that I could belong somewhere, with someone, with them. My throat tightens as tears build behind my eyes, but I blink them back. Years of training taught me how to swallow pain, how to wear a mask of indifference. I won't cry. Not now. Not for them. I didn't shed tears when masters beat me, when they sold me, when they used me. I won't break for these orcs who clearly think so little of me. Murok's calculating gaze dissects my every movement, searching for signs of guilt. Dren remains in the shadows, but I feel his eyes on me. The same eyes that watched over me while I slept, that softened when I touched him. Well? Murok prompts, his voice carrying that edge of authority I once found compelling. What do you have to say for yourself? I lift my chin, meeting their accusations with steel in my spine. Let them think what they want. They've already decided my guilt. Just like everyone else in my life, they see only what they expect to see. A broken slave, a betrayer, a thing to be used and discarded. Nothing, I say, my voice steady despite the storm raging in me. Nothing at all. Grash's jaw clenches, his massive hands curling into fists. Even Dren shifts in his shadows, the movement betraying his tension. They don't know that I know about their mission, about my sister. They don't realise I understand exactly what I am to them. Just another objective to complete. The irony of them accusing me of betrayal when they've been lying to me all along tastes bitter on my tongue.
Chapter 22. Dren. From the shadows near the fire, I watch the confrontation unfold. The flames cast dancing shadows across Era's face, highlighting the tension in her jaw. I track every minute shift in her expression, every subtle tell that could reveal truth or deception. Well? Murok's voice cuts through the crackling fire. What do you have to say for yourself? The mountain wind whistles through the camp, stirring Ira's pale hair. She lifts her chin. That familiar defiant gesture I've seen countless times before. Her green eyes flash with something I can't quite read. Nothing, she says, her voice unwavering. Nothing at all. Murok narrows his eyes at her response, his braids shifting as he tilts his head. The tactician in him is clearly dissecting her words, searching for hidden meanings, but for once he remains silent. Beside him, Grash turns and walks away, his massive shoulders rigid with barely contained fury. His fingers flex around his axe handle, a gesture I recognize as his attempt to control his temper. I notice the way Era's throat works as she swallows, how her chest rises and falls in quick, shallow breaths. The color drains from her face, leaving her pale as moonlight. Her fingers tremble slightly before she curls them into fists. The fire pops loudly, sending sparks into the night air. None of us flinch. The tension remains thick enough to cut with a blade. From my position in the shadows, I catch every nuance of her reaction. If she's deceiving us, she's mastered the art of appearing genuine. My years of reading targets, of hunting in silence, have taught me to spot a liar. But Era presents a puzzle I cannot solve. The wind gusts again, colder now, and Era wraps her arms around herself. Her eyes dart between the three of us, lingering for a moment on where I stand in the darkness. I remain in the shadows, letting darkness cloak me as I watch Ira by the fire. The flames paint her skin gold, reminding me of that night in the ruins when she first came to me. Her touch had been electric yet gentle, as if she saw past the monster everyone else feared. For the first time, I had felt wanted. My chest constricts at the memory, the way she screamed my name, her fingers tracing the scars on my skin. I had given her everything that night. My body, my trust, my heart, like a fool. The evidence Murok presented can't be ignored. The Dark Elf patrols finding us too easily, always one step behind. The tracks that shouldn't exist, the coincidences that aren't coincidences at all. Era shifts, and the firelight catches her golden hair where I had pressed my lips that night. My fingers curl into fists. I want to cross the distance between us, demand answers, make her look me in the eyes and tell me it isn't true. But I remain still, silent, watching. She hugs her knees to her chest, making herself smaller. A gesture I've seen before, when she's afraid. But afraid of what? Discovery? Or something else? The memory of her surrender haunts me. How she melted into me, trusted me with her vulnerability. Was it all an act? Another manipulation from a woman trained to please? My jaw clenches as Murok's words echo in my head. The dark elves always know where we are. The tactical part of me knows he's right. The part that still feels her wrapped around me wants him to be wrong. The fire crackles again. Era's green eyes reflect the flames, and for a moment, they seem to look right through my shadows, right through me. I force myself to stay still, to remember that trust, like silence, can be a weapon. I watch Murok suddenly turn and face Era. The flames dance across his features, hardening them into something dangerous. If it's not you, then how do they keep finding us? His words slice through the night air. Before Era can respond, he pushes himself up and stalks away, his footsteps heavy with accusation. The silence that follows weighs on my chest like a physical thing. Era doesn't move, doesn't speak, just stares into the flames, as if they hold answers none of us can see. But I see the tremor in her lower lip, the way her fingers dig into her palms, even in the flickering light. I see the hurt flash across her face before she buries it beneath that mask of indifference she wears so well. My muscles ache with the need to go to her, to wrap her in my arms and shield her from these accusations, to press my lips against her temple and promise her that everything will be fine, that I'll protect her, even from my brother's suspicions. But the doubt gnaws at my gut like a hungry beast. The fire snaps, sending sparks spiraling into the night sky. Era flinches slightly, and my hands curl into fists. Every instinct screams at me to comfort her, but I remain rooted in place, torn between duty and desire, between suspicion and trust. This uncertainty, this confusion, it's foreign to me. In battle, everything is clear. Kill or be killed. But this twisting in my chest whenever I look at her, it's something I can't name, can't fight, can't control. I watch as Era curls into herself by the fire, her golden hair spilling across her shoulders. My fingers itch to brush through those strands again, to feel their silk against my skin. The memory of her naked body on top of me, of her touch, burns through me like wildfire. Screw this, I growl under my breath, pushing away from the tree I've been leaning against. I need distance, space, air that doesn't smell like her. Each breath near her is torture. The mountain forest welcomes me into its shadows as I stride away from camp. Branches crack under my boots, but I don't care about stealth right now. Let the night creatures hear me coming. Let them run. I need something to chase that isn't her. My fist connects with a tree trunk, bark splintering beneath my knuckles. The pain grounds me, but it's nothing compared to the ache within me. I've killed without hesitation, faced death without fear. But this rips me apart. You're a fool, I mutter to myself, pressing my forehead against the rough bark. She's either innocent and you're hurting her, or she's guilty and you're a bigger fool for wanting her anyway. The wind whispers through the leaves. Even here, surrounded by darkness and solitude, all I can think about is going back, laying beside her, pulling her into my arms where she fits like she was made for me. I punch the tree again, harder this time, feeling my skin split. Blood trickles down my fingers. It's easier to focus on this pain than the one tearing my heart to shreds.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 23. Era. The flames blur through my tears as I stare into the dying fire. My chest feels like it's being crushed by an invisible weight. After everything, the pits, the escape, the nights spent trusting them with my life, they think I would betray them. Stupid, I whisper, wiping furiously at my cheeks. Stupid to think anyone would ever... The words catch in my throat. The mountain wind whips around me, biting through my thin dress, but I barely feel it. The physical cold is no match to the ice spreading through my chest. I glance at Grash's pack lying nearby. Inside are supplies, enough to survive for a while. My fingers brush the hilt of my short sword, then trace one of my daggers. I should have known better. My voice cracks. Should have known it would end like this. The accusation in Murok's eyes, the way Grash turned away, how even Dren, gentle, quiet Dren, looked at me with doubt. It shouldn't hurt this much. I never fully trusted them either, did I? But somehow they made me believe. A sob tears from my throat. I press my fist against my mouth to stifle it, but the dam has broken. Tears stream down my face as my shoulders shake. I can't stay here. The words come out between gasps. I can't watch them look at me like that anymore. My hands tremble as I grab Grash's pack, securing it over my shoulder. I check my weapons. The familiar routine helps steady my breathing. They were just following orders anyway, I tell myself, but my voice wavers. Just another broken thing to deliver. They won't really miss me. I take one last look at the camp, memorizing the empty spaces where they should be, where they chose not to be anymore. Goodbye, I whisper to no one, and then I run. My feet pound against the mountain path as branches whip past my face. The moon casts silver shadows through the trees, but I barely notice the beauty. My mind keeps dragging me back to that night in the ruins when everything felt possible. The way Dren's silver eyes had darkened with desire, how his usual silence had broken into soft groans under my body. His gentleness as his lips brushed the top of my head afterwards. Then Murok, with his clever hands and that knowing smirk that melted into something raw and real. He'd whispered things that made me believe I was more than just a mission, more than just a broken thing to be saved. And Grash. My heart beats faster remembering how he'd held me after, like I was precious. His fierce protectiveness had turned to such tenderness. That night, I'd let myself imagine a future, waking up between them, belonging somewhere, to someone, to three someones who might actually want me for me, not as a possession or a mission, but as myself. Love isn't for people like me, I whisper to the darkness. The word feels foreign on my tongue. Love. Is that what this ache in my chest is? This feeling like my heart is being torn apart? I've never known real love. How can I recognize its loss? But I remember Dren's quiet devotion, Murok's challenging faith in me, Grash's fierce care. If that wasn't love, It was the closest I've ever come. I forced myself to keep moving. I thought maybe they saw me, really saw me. But they saw a traitor instead. And maybe they're right. The mountain wind carries away my sobs as I run faster, trying to outpace the memory of their touch, their protection, and everything I'd foolishly begun to hope for. The mountain forest closes in around me. Branches snag my hair and scratch my face as I run deeper into the darkness. My lungs burn, but I can't stop, won't stop. The night wraps around me, but even its darkness can't hide the truth I've always known. Worthless, I whisper, the word tasting like bile. Nothing but a body to be used. My foot catches on a root and I stumble, catching my shoulder hard against a rough tree trunk. The bark bites into my shoulder blade, and I welcome the pain. It's familiar at least, unlike the pang in my chest that threatens to tear me apart. Stupid girl. My voice cracks, thinking they actually wanted you, thinking anyone could. The wind whips through the trees, carrying the scent of pine and earth. It reminds me of Dren, how his silver eyes would soften when he looked at me. But it was all a lie, wasn't it? I push myself forward, though my legs shake with exhaustion. The shadows between the trees grow thicker, but they're nothing compared to the darkness inside me. Every step takes me further from them, from their warmth, their protection, from the foolish dream that I could be more than what I am. Just my plaything, I choke out, tears streaming down my face. That's all you'll ever be. That's all anyone will ever see. The forest seems to mock me with its silence. Even the wind dies down, leaving me alone with my thoughts, my worthlessness, my shame. I've never been anything but a body to be bought and sold, used and discarded. Why did I let myself believe I could be anything more? The darkness grows deeper, matching the void in my chest. I keep running, though I have no destination. There's nowhere for someone like me to go. No place where I belong. You'll always be nothing, I tell myself, voice raw with truth. Always be no one. My lungs burn as I push through the thick mountain forest. The moon barely penetrates the dense canopy, leaving me stumbling through shadows. Pine needles crunch beneath my feet, too loud in the oppressive silence. Just keep moving, I gasp between ragged breaths. My legs tremble with exhaustion, but I won't stop. Every step takes me further from their betrayal, from their accusation. A twig snaps somewhere to my left. I freeze, my hand instinctively reaching for my dagger, but my fingers fumble on the hilt. My heart pounds so hard, I can barely hear anything else. Another snap, closer this time. The shadows seem to shift and writhe around me. Who's... The word dies in my throat as something hard strikes the side of my head. Pain explodes through my skull like lightning. My knees buckle as the forest tilts sideways. Dark shapes emerge from the shadows, their armour gleaming dully in what little moonlight filters through the trees. Dark elves. How did they... The little slave thought she could run, a cold voice sneers. I try to reach for my weapons, but my arms won't cooperate. The ground rushes up to meet me as darkness creeps in at the edges of my vision. No, I manage to whisper, but it's too late. The last thing I see is moonlight before consciousness slips away entirely.
Chapter 24. Grash. The mountain air bites at my skin as I approach our camp, my earlier rage cooled by the night wind. Something's wrong. The silence hits me first. Too thick, too empty. The dying embers cast weak shadows across the stone ground where Era should be sleeping. Era! My voice echoes off the rocks. No response. I scan the area, my heart pounding against my ribs. Her scent still lingers, mixed with pine and smoke, but it's growing cold. Damn it. I slam my fist into a nearby boulder. The pain barely registers through the storm of emotions churning in me. Anger at myself, fear for her safety, guilt over my harsh words earlier. I circle the camp again, searching for any sign of her. There's nothing here except the mocking silence and the dying fire. The same fire where hours ago I stood towering over her, accusing her of betrayal. The memory of her face in that moment, the hurt in those green eyes, makes me want to roar at the sky. I should have trusted her. Instead, I let suspicion poison everything we'd built. You're better than this, I muttered to myself. Think. But thinking has never been my strength. That's Murok's domain. I'm built for action, for fighting, for protecting. And I failed at the one thing that matters most. My chest feels too tight, like I'm being crushed under a mountain of regret. I've faced countless enemies, felt the bite of steel and the burn of magic. But this helpless anger mixed with fear, it's something I don't know how to fight. Hera, I roar into the darkness, not caring who might hear. The sound of boots pounding against stone echoes through the night as Murok and Dren rush back to camp, weapons drawn. What happened? Murok demands, his braids swinging as he scans the area. I can barely look at them, my fists clenching and unclenching at my sides. She's gone. Dren moves silently through our camp, his eyes catching details I missed in my rage. He crouches near where she slept, fingers brushing the ground. Her scent is fresh, not more than an hour old. Here, Murok calls from the edge of camp. Footprints. They're uneven, rushed. His jaw tightens as he studies the ground. She was running. The word hits me like a warhammer to the chest. Running. From us. From me. Damn! I slam my fist into another boulder, feeling the skin split across my knuckles. We drove her away. I drove her away. We all had a part in this, Murok says. But I cut him off with a snarl. I was supposed to protect her! My voice cracks, revealing more than I want. I promised her she was safe with us, then treated her like an enemy. Dren's quiet voice carries across the camp. Your pack is gone. She took supplies. Of course she did. She's not stupid. She survived worse than us. The thought makes me want to tear something apart, preferably myself. The way we looked at her, I run my hand over my face, like she was nothing. After everything. After the pits. After the nights she trusted us enough to sleep beside us. After she gave herself to us. After I swore to myself I'd never let anyone hurt her again. Murok approaches, his expression grim. Grash! Don't. I turn away from both of them, staring into the darkness that swallowed her. My chest feels hollow, like something vital has been ripped out. Just don't. The mountain wind howls through our camp, carrying away her scent, and with it, any hope I had of keeping my heart intact. I charge at the nearest tree, my fist connecting with the bark. The impact sends splinters flying, but I barely feel it through the rage coursing through my veins. Damn it all to hell! I'm an idiot! I yell. Blood trickles down my knuckles as I slam my other fist into another tree, watching the trunk crack under my strength. She thinks we don't trust her now, Murok mutters behind me. I whirl on him, my chest heaving. You really think I give a damn about our suspicions right now? My voice drops to a dangerous growl. I'm bringing her back. She's mine. Ours, Dren corrects quietly from the shadows. Fine. Ours. I flex my bloodied fingers. I'm not letting her disappear into the night because we were too blind to see what was right in front of us. Murok steps closer, his braids swaying. And if she doesn't want to come back? A low rumble builds in me. Then I'll convince her. I grab my axe from where it leans against a boulder. I claimed her in those pits. I'll claim her again if I have to. You can't force, Murok starts, but I cut him off with a snarl. I'm not forcing anything. But I'm not giving up on her either. The memory of her pressed against me, trusting me, floods my mind. She's ours. She belongs with us, and I'll spend every breath proving it to her if that's what it takes. I stalked toward the trail she left, my blood singing with determination. Let her run. Let her hide. I'll find her. I'll always find her. I'll check the other path with Dren, just in case she switched directions. Murok calls after me as I stalk toward the mountain trail. Dren's quiet voice carries through the darkness. We'll meet up with you near the river. I grunt in acknowledgement, my focus locked on the faint impressions in the dirt. Her footprints are light, barely visible in the weak moonlight, but I can track them. I can track her anywhere. The mountain air carries her scent, fear, anger, and beneath it all, that sweetness that's uniquely her. My chest clenches. She's out here alone, vulnerable. The thought of what could happen to her makes my blood boil. Damn it, little one, I mutter, ducking under a low-hanging branch. You're mine to protect. You don't get to run from that. A wolf howls in the distance, and my grip tightens on my axe. These mountains aren't safe, especially not for a human woman alone at night. Every shadow could hide a threat. Dark elf patrols, bandits, wild beasts. The possibilities tear at my mind like claws. I pick up my pace, following her trail as it winds through the rocky terrain. She's smart, moving through areas where the ground is harder, trying to hide her tracks. But she forgets. I'm a hunter. I was born for this. The trail leads upward, and my muscles burn with the effort of climbing. But I won't stop. I won't rest. Not until she's back where she belongs, safe, protected, with me. A branch snaps somewhere ahead, and my heart jumps. Ira! I call out, my voice echoing off the rocks. Only silence answers, and that nagging feeling of dread grows stronger with each passing moment.
Chapter 25. Murok. The mountain forest looms dark and threatening as we converge near the rushing river. My boots crunch over dead leaves as I scan the ground, looking for any sign of her trail. An hour of searching has left us with nothing but frustration and growing dread. Anything. Grash's voice carries a dangerous edge I've rarely heard before. I shake my head, crouching to examine a broken branch. The moonlight filters through the canopy, casting strange shadows that play tricks on my eyes. But then something catches my attention. A glint of metal in the underbrush. My heart stops when I recognize what it is. Here. My voice comes out rough as I reach down and lift Ira's dagger from the leaves. Dren moves silently beside me, his eyes scanning the area with deadly focus. That's when I see it. Dark stains on the leaves a few feet away. My experienced eyes know exactly what it is before I even touch it. Blood. Still tacky. Fresh. Damn. The curse tears from my throat as I grab the hilt of my blade, my knuckles straining white against my dark green skin. The three of us stand frozen, the implications of what we've found hitting us like a physical force. The rushing river seems to mock us with its constant motion while we remain paralyzed. Grash's massive form is rigid with tension beside me. Dren has gone completely still, the way he does before a kill. And I can't move, can't think past the sight of her blood staining the forest floor. We were supposed to protect her. I was supposed to see this coming. That's what I do. I plan, I strategize. I see the threats before they manifest. But I failed. We all failed her. I stare at the blood-stained leaves, my mind racing through every possible scenario. Each one is worse than the last. Images of Era bound, bleeding, broken. They tear through my thoughts like shards of glass. She's in trouble. Dren breaks the silence, already moving ahead, his voice carrying the weight of a death sentence. Beside me, Grash trembles with rage. His massive frame vibrates with it, his eyes wild with a fury I've never seen before. The small boulder nearest to him crumbles under his fist. This is all our fault, I admit. We drove her to this. My throat constricts as I remember the look in her eyes when we accused her. The hurt, the betrayal. How could I have been so blind? I'm supposed to be the strategist, the one who sees all angles. Instead, I let paranoia cloud my judgment. Grash lets out a sound between a growl and a roar. If they've hurt her... They have, I cut him off, gesturing to the blood. My voice comes out harder than steel. And they'll pay for every drop. The sticky crimson on the leaves mocks me. Each spatter represents a failure. My failure. To protect her. To believe in her. To keep her safe. I've led armies, planned battles, and outsmarted enemies. But right now, watching that blood dry on dead leaves, I feel like a green recruit facing his first fight. This isn't strategy anymore. This is primal, visceral fear for someone I need. The confession sits heavy on my chest. I've never felt this depth of anger, this consuming fear. Not in all my years of warfare. Not even when I watched my closest brothers fall in battle. This is different. She is different. And I hate myself for letting my cynicism blind me to what was right in front of my face. We need to think this through, I force myself to say, even as my instincts scream to charge after her now. One wrong move and... I can't finish the sentence. Can't voice the possibility that haunts us all. Dren's eyes meet mine, and I see my own fear reflected there. They took her alive, he says softly. They want something. They want us, I realize, the pieces clicking into place. We need to get her back, Grash growls. We will. My tone is deadly calm despite the rage burning within me. The dark elves are smart, they're drawing us in, but they don't know what they've awakened. Dren melts from the shadows beside me, his eyes gleaming with deadly intent. They'll die screaming. Something still doesn't add up, I growl, pacing the forest floor. The elves shouldn't be able to track us this precisely. There's a piece we're missing. Grash whirls on me, his eyes blazing. Does it matter right now? It matters because I won't lose her twice. The words rip from my throat before I can stop them. The admission hangs in the air, heavy with implications I'm not ready to face. I've spent my life analyzing threats, calculating odds, and staying 3 steps ahead. But right now, all I can think about is her, the way she fits against me. The future I suddenly realize I want, need, with her in it. The cold calculation I usually pride myself on wars with something deeper, more primal. But I know one thing with absolute certainty. I will burn their world to ash to get her back. We move now, I command, already striding forward. They'll expect us to charge in blind with rage. So we'll give them exactly what they're waiting for, and then show them what happens when you take what belongs to us. My brothers fall in beside me as we leave the blood-stained clearing behind. The dark elves are about to learn why you don't steal from orcs who've claimed something as their own. The mountain path twists before us, the rushing river masking our footsteps as we track our prey. My braids whip against my face in the chill wind as I crouch to examine fresh tracks in the mud. These aren't just any tracks. They're dark elf boots, and they're carrying something, someone. Era's scent lingers in the air, faint but unmistakable, like spring rain and fear. My blood boils. They're close, I murmur, rising to my full height. The trail leads us deeper into the forest until we catch the flicker of firelight through the trees. I signal for us to stop, dropping into a crouch behind a fallen log. Below us, in a small clearing, sits their camp. 4 tents, 8 guards that I can see, and 1 larger tent where they're likely keeping her. I count 12 total, Dren whispers, materializing beside me like a shadow. 2 in the main tent with her. My jaw clenches as I study the layout, already formulating our strategy. Dren, you'll move in first. Create chaos in their ranks. When they're scattered... We strike! Grash finishes, his voice promising violence.
Chapter 26. Dren. I glide through the shadows like a ghost. My every move is calculated and silent. The dark elves' camp sprawls below, their torches casting dancing shadows that become my allies. The night air carries their voices to me. Rough laughter, casual conversation, the sound of men who think themselves safe. Fools. The largest tent pulses with soft lamplight. Through a gap in the canvas, I catch a glimpse of movement. Era. My fingers tighten around my blade. Getting sloppy, I mutter, noting how the guards cluster together rather than maintaining proper perimeter positions. Their overconfidence will be their undoing. I press myself against a tree, becoming one with the darkness as two guards pass within arm's reach. Their weapons gleam dully in the firelight, standard issue for Dex's pit guards. The familiar insignia on their armor confirms it. "Did you hear what the pitmaster's planning for the girl?" one whispers. My jaw clenches, but I remain still. Patience. Information is power. Dex wants her back in the pits. Says she's worth more now that she's run with orcs. The rage that floods through me is liquid fire. These men talk about her like she's property, like she's nothing. A twig snaps somewhere to my left. The guards pause, heads turning toward the sound. I don't move, don't breathe. Let the shadows wrap around me like a cloak as I edge closer to the camp's perimeter. Years of practice have taught me how to become invisible, how to move without disturbing a single leaf. From my new position, I can see inside the main tent more clearly. Era sits bound to a post, her head high despite everything. Pride surges through my chest. Even now, she shows no fear. 2 guards flank her with their weapons ready. 12 total in the camp, just as I counted. The odds don't concern me. I've killed more for less. I wait, watching patterns, noting rotations. Soon, chaos will erupt. Soon, these men will learn why they should fear the dark. I catch Murok's eye through the darkness and give the signal. 2 fingers pressed against my chest, then a sharp downward slash. His slight nod is all I need. Grash's massive form tenses beside him, ready for the chaos I'm about to unleash. The guards in the tent laugh again, the sound grating against my nerves like steel on stone. Their voices carry through the canvas. Pretty little thing, ain't she? Even with those marks. Dex will make a fortune putting her back in the pits. My blood runs cold, then hot again. The rage inside me boils over. I slip through the tent's back entrance, my movements fluid and silent like smoke. The first guard never sees me coming. My blade opens his throat in one clean stroke, and his arterial blood sprays the canvas behind him. He drops without a sound, his eyes wide with surprise. The second guard turns. His mouth opens in shock. Before he can draw breath to shout, my hands are around his neck. The crack of his spine breaking is oddly satisfying. "Dren?" Era's voice is but a whisper, her green eyes wide in the lamplight. I move to her instantly and cut through her bonds with precise movements. Her wrists are raw and bleeding, along with a bump on the back of her head. Something primal stirs within me at the sight. "Hold on to me," I murmur, gathering her into my arms. "The others?" She breathes against my neck. Soon, I cradle her closer, moving through the shadows like they're part of me. Behind us, I can feel Grash and Murok's presence, waiting to unleash hell. But first, I need to get her safe. Her breath hitches, and I tighten my hold as I carry her through the night, away from the camp that will soon become a graveyard. I hold Era against my chest as Grash and Murok burst into the Dark Elves' camp like lightning breaking across the sky. From our position at the edge of the clearing, I watch my brothers unleash their fury. Grash's axe cleaves through the first guard, splitting him from shoulder to sternum. Murok moves like liquid death, his blade finding the gaps in their armor with precision. Era trembles in my arms, but not from fear. Her fingers claw into my bicep as she tries to see past me to the battle. I shift, attempting to block her view of the carnage. "Don't look," I murmur against her hair. She ignores me, craning her neck. "But they'll be fine." My voice brooks no argument. Still, I feel her tension, her need to know they're safe. The sound of breaking bones echoes across the clearing as Grash catches a dark elf's sword arm and snaps it like kindling. The elf's scream cuts off abruptly when Murok's blade finds his throat. They move in perfect synchronization, years of fighting together, evident in every deadly dance step. 3 dark elves rush Grash. He meets them with a roar, his massive form becoming a whirlwind of violence. Blood sprays in an arc as his axe finds its mark again and again. Era flinches at a particularly wet crunch. "The dark elves chose this fight," I tell her, my arms tightening possessively around her smaller frame. Now they pay the price. Murok dispatches 2 more with efficient brutality, his braids whipping through the air as he spins. The remaining dark elves realize too late they're outmatched. One tries to flee. Grash's thrown axe takes him in the back. The last 2 fall to Murok's blade, their blood soaking into the earth. The clearing falls silent except for my brother's heavy breathing. "See?" I whisper to Era. "Nothing to worry about." She relaxes slightly in my grip, but her eyes remain fixed on our blood-covered companions. I understand her concern, but I won't let her go. Not yet. I pull her closer, her slight frame trembling against my chest. "I thought you wouldn't come for me," she chokes out, her fingers digging into my arms. The raw desperation in her voice ignites something deep within me. How could she think I would ever abandon her? I tilt her chin up with one finger, forcing her to meet my gaze. Her eyes are wide, vulnerable, still carrying shadows of doubt. Something inside me breaks. "I'll always come for you," I say, my voice rough with emotion. The words feel inadequate compared to the fierce protectiveness surging through my veins. I would tear apart armies, burn cities to ash, wade through oceans of blood to reach her. She is mine to protect, mine to cherish, mine to worship. She draws in a shaky breath, and I brush away a tear from her cheek with my thumb. My touch lingers on her skin, memorizing its softness. The urge to eliminate any threat to her happiness burns through me like wildfire. Behind us, Grash and Murok move through the carnage, checking bodies, but I keep my focus on Era. Nothing else matters but the woman in my arms, alive and whole. I press my forehead to hers, breathing her in, letting her presence calm the killing rage still simmering beneath my skin. I will paint the world red before I let anyone harm her again.
Chapter 27. Era. The night air chills my skin as I cling to Dren, my wrists burning from where the ropes cut deep. Blood cakes the side of my face where I was struck, making my hair stick uncomfortably. My whole body trembles, though I try to stop it. Grash and Murok emerge from the shadows, their massive forms illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the forest canopy. Around us, 12 dark elf bodies litter the ground, their blood seeping into the earth. The metallic scent mingles with pine needles and the night air. "I'm sorry," I whisper, my voice cracking. "I shouldn't have run." Dren's arms tighten around me. His eyes scan my injuries. His jaw clenches when he sees the raw flesh of my wrists and the gash on my temple. "You're hurt." Grash's voice rumbles as he approaches, his eyes blazing with rage. He reaches for my face, his touch surprisingly gentle as he examines the wound on my temple. I want to look away but can't. "I'm fine," I whisper, though my voice cracks. Stupid. Weak. I hate how small I sound. "You're not fine," Murok says as he crouches beside us pulling out a water skin. "Hold still." He begins cleaning the blood from my face, his movements precise and careful. I wince at his touch but lean into it all the same. I thought... The words die in my throat. I thought they wouldn't come. I thought I meant nothing to them. I thought wrong. "We need to move," Dren says quietly, standing with me still in his arms. "More patrols will come." Dren's arms tighten around me for a moment before he shifts, preparing to pass me to Grash. I don't resist when Grash reaches for me, his massive hands surprisingly gentle as he lifts me against his chest. The familiar scent of earth and steel wraps around me, and something inside me breaks. They came for me. They shouldn't have. I ran from them, doubted them, and still they came. My fingers curl into Grash's shirt as tears threaten to fall. I blink them back, refusing to cry, but my body won't stop shaking. "Never again," Murok says, his blue eyes intense as they meet mine. "You don't run from us. Ever." I nod, not trusting my voice. Shame burns within me. Shame for running, for getting caught, for needing rescue. But beneath that shame is something else, something that feels dangerously like hope again. They killed to save me from being dragged back to the pits. They risked everything. "Let's go," Grash rumbles as he carries me away from the carnage they created. I don't deserve this care and protection. But as Grash holds me close, as Murok glances back with concern in his eyes, as Dren stays close enough to touch, I realise I want to earn it. Dawn breaks over the mountain peaks, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. We've been moving through dense forest for several hours, taking paths that seem to wind unnecessarily through the roughest terrain. My body aches from the night's ordeal, but Grash's arms remain steady as he carries me, though his touch lacks its usual warmth. "We should rest soon," Murok says as he scans the terrain ahead. "There's a clearing just beyond those rocks." I notice how they keep their distance now, even as they protect me. Dren shadows our steps like a ghost, his eyes alert for danger, but he hasn't met my gaze since the rescue. Something hangs in the air around us. Grash's chest rises and falls against my cheek as we climb higher. His eyes remain fixed ahead, none of his usual teasing or gruff affection present. When we reach the clearing, he sets me down with mechanical precision, careful not to let his hands linger. "I'll take first watch," Dren murmurs, melting into the shadows of a nearby pine. My wrists throb where the ropes cut deep, and Murok approaches with fresh water and fabric scraps. His movements are efficient as he tends my wounds, but gone is the playful banter, replaced by tense silence. "Rest while you can," Murok finally says. "We move in an hour." I cross my arms, fighting the urge to demand answers. The way they look at me, it's like they're trying to solve a puzzle they're not sure they want to complete. Grash settles nearby, close enough to protect, but far enough that I feel the distance. He begins sharpening his blade. The familiar motion should be comforting, but something about his rigid posture sets my nerves on edge. I should be grateful. I am grateful. But as the sun climbs higher and their silence grows heavier, I can't shake the feeling that they're holding something back. I curl into myself further, watching them move around me like I'm made of glass, or perhaps poison. The morning air bites at my skin, but it's their distance that makes me shiver. Why save someone you don't trust? Why kill for someone you suspect of betrayal? Do you trust me? The words slip out before I can stop them, barely a whisper in the clearing. My eyes find each of them in turn, searching for something, anything. Grash's hands still on his axe. His golden brown eyes meet mine, then drop away. The hesitation in his face shatters something inside me. This massive orc who carried me through forests, who killed for me without hesitation, can't even answer a simple question. My throat tightens. Grash. He runs a hand over his face, the tribal tattoos on his arm shifting with the movement. Error. I want to. Murok cuts in, his voice measured as he adjusts his braids. His blue eyes pierce mine with that tactical assessment I've come to know. But the evidence... What evidence? My voice cracks. That I ran? Of course I ran. You all looked at me like I was... I can't finish. Like I was nothing. Like I was a traitor. Dren remains in the shadows of the pines, his eyes unreadable. His silence crushes me more than any words could. He who held me through the night, who touched me with such gentleness. Now he won't even speak. I fight back tears. I should hate you, I whisper. I should hate you for doubting me after everything. But I don't move. I don't run. Instead, I stay rooted in this spot, watching these three impossible orcs who've turned my world upside down, who rescued me twice now, once from the pits, once from my own foolishness, who look at me with doubt but still killed to keep me safe. The contradiction tears at me. I hate them for their suspicion, for the way they guard their words around me now. But I love them for coming after me anyway, for wanting to believe in me despite their doubts.
Chapter 28. Grash. The mountain path twists ahead like a serpent, forcing us to take yet another detour. My muscles burn with frustration. We could reach the settlement in half the time if we took the direct route, but the Dark Elves' pursuit leaves us no choice. I can walk, Ira says, her voice carrying that edge of pride I've come to know. You don't need to keep offering to carry me. My hands itch to lift her anyway, to feel her warmth against my chest. The memory of her scent, wild earth and rain, makes my throat tight, but I grunt in acknowledgement, keeping my distance, even as my instinct screams to hold her close. Murok leads the way, his braids swaying as he picks our route. Dren brings up the rear, silent as always. The doubt between us still hangs thick as mountain fog. Did she really betray us to the Dark Elves? My mind says maybe, but my blood says she's mine to protect regardless. She stumbles, catching herself on a boulder. I reach for her automatically, but she flinches away. The gesture cuts deeply. I said I can manage, she snaps, but her voice breaks on the last word. I watch her straighten her shoulders, noticing how she keeps her gaze fixed on the ground. She hasn't met my eyes since dawn, and each averted glance feels like another crack in whatever we were building between us. Something's breaking inside her. I can see it in the tight line of her jaw, the way her fingers tremble before she clenches them into fists. Era! I start, but she quickens her pace, putting more distance between us. My muscles tighten. I want to grab her, make her look at me, tell her... What? That I trust her when I'm not completely sure myself? That I want her even with this shadow between us? Instead, I follow in silence, watching her pale hair catch the sunlight, remembering how it felt twisted in my fingers during our passionate kiss in the ruins. The fire burns low, casting flickering shadows across the camp. Era lies on her side, her back to me, her breathing steady but shallow. Murok and Dren are already asleep, their deep breaths blending with the night sounds. I should sleep too, but the ache in my groin won't let me. It's been building since the ruins, since I first tasted her, since I felt her body arch into mine. I've tried to keep my distance, tried to respect the tension between us, but tonight, the primal part of me wins. I shift closer, my body pressing against hers, my chest against her back. She doesn't move, doesn't pull away. Her warmth seeps into me, and I can't stop myself from sliding an arm around her waist. She's so small, so soft, and yet there's a strength in her that drives me wild. My hand trails up her side, feeling the curve of her ribs, the swell of her bosom. She doesn't stop me, doesn't say a word, but I hear her breath hitch, feel her body tense ever so slightly. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 29. Dren. The mountain path winds down before us. Each step carries us closer to our settlement, closer to the end. My eyes track Era's movements as she walks ahead, her shoulders stiff, her steps measured. 7 days of silence stretch between us like an endless chasm. My fingers itch to reach for her, but I keep them clenched at my sides. The descent will be treacherous, Murok warns, as loose rocks scatter down the slope. Era doesn't respond. She hasn't spoken more than necessary since that night. The night we broke something precious with our doubts. I instinctively move closer as she navigates a particularly steep section, ready to catch her if she slips. She tenses, sensing my presence, but doesn't acknowledge me. The rejection stings worse than any blade that's cut me. "Let me help you," I say, my voice rough from disuse. "I can manage." Her words are ice, her eyes fixed blankly ahead. I remember how those eyes used to soften when they met mine, how she would lean into my touch as naturally as breathing. Now she maintains a careful distance, building walls I don't know how to scale. "We should rest," Murok calls from behind. The descent's getting steeper. At our evening camp, she sits alone, just close enough to be part of the group, but far enough to make her isolation clear. The firelight catches the hollows of her cheeks and the shadows under her eyes. She's not sleeping well. Neither am I. "Eat?" I say softly, offering her a portion of the rabbit Grash caught. She takes it without looking at me, her fingers careful not to brush mine. "Thank you," she whispers, the words hollow. I crouch beside her, close enough to catch her scent, but not so near that she'll flee. "Era." "Don't." She shakes her head, pale hair falling forward to shield her face. "Just don't." My chest aches. I want to let her know that I was wrong. That doubt is a poison I wish I could purge from my blood. But words have never been my strength, and now they feel more useless than ever. Later that night, I take the first watch, pretending not to notice how she relaxes slightly when she's sleeping. "I miss you," I whisper in her direction. Words I can't say when she's awake. The wind carries my confession away, leaving only silence in its wake. The settlement lies just days ahead, but with each step closer, she drifts further away. I've fought in wars, survived countless battles, but nothing has prepared me for this. The slow torture of watching someone you love and want to be with shut you out completely. The flames soon dance before my eyes, casting shadows across our small camp. Era sleeps alone on the far side, curled into herself like a wounded animal. My chest squeezes at the distance she's placed between us. Not just physical space, but something deeper, more painful. Era just needs space, Murok mutters, poking at the fire with a stick. The sparks rise into the night air, matching the frustration in his eyes. Grash's massive form shifts restlessly beside me. We gave her plenty of space this past week. Look where it got us. His voice rumbles with barely contained anger, but I hear the hurt beneath it. I remain silent, watching her. The mountain wind picks up, and she shivers in her sleep, her blonde hair catching the firelight. Without conscious thought, I'm already moving, my cloak in hand. Each step toward her is measured, careful, like approaching a spooked deer. My shadow falls across her sleeping form as I drape the cloak over her shoulders. The fabric settles, and for a brief moment, I fear she'll wake and reject even this small offering. Instead, her fingers curl into the material, pulling it closer. Something in my chest loosens at the sight. You're too soft with her. Grash grumbles behind me. I turn my head slightly, fixing him with a stare that silences him immediately. There's nothing soft about the way I feel for her. It's as sharp as any blade, as unyielding as mountain stone. When I return to the fire, Murok gives me a knowing look. The wall she's built won't come down easily. Then we break it down, I say, my voice certain. It's the most I've spoken all evening, but these words need saying. Stone by stone if we must. The fire crackles between us, and across the camp, Era sighs in her sleep, still clutching my cloak. That small sound draws my attention like a beacon. She may have built walls to keep us out, but I've scaled higher barriers than this. I've killed for her. I'll wait for her. And when she's ready, I'll be here. The mountain path curves beside a rushing river the following day, its waters as turbulent as the emotions churning inside me. I watch Ira drift between us like smoke, present but untouchable. Her steps are precise, calculated to maintain distance while staying within sight. A branch snaps under Grash's heavy boot, and I catch the slight flinch in Era's shoulders before she forces herself still again. My fingers curl into fists at my sides. I want to reach for her, to pull her close, and prove our devotion with action since words have failed us. But I know better. She's like a wild thing now. Approach too fast and she'll bolt. The rushing water drowns out most sounds, but not Murok's frustrated exhale as he quickens his pace to intercept her. I hang back, watching, my eyes tracking every micro-expression that crosses her face. We really need to talk, Murok says, planting himself directly in her path. His voice carries that tone he uses when trying to negotiate, smooth and reasonable. No, we really don't. Her voice hits me like ice water. Flat, empty, stripped of all the warmth that used to color her words when she spoke to us. She sidesteps him with fluid grace, but I notice the tremor in her hands before she clenches them. Beside me, Grash's massive frame radiates tension. His fists open and close rhythmically, desperate for action, but finding no enemy to fight. This isn't a battle that can be won with brute force, and it's killing him. Era, let us fix this. Murok tries again, his voice dropping lower, gentler. It's the voice that used to make her smile, used to draw her closer. She turns, and the sight of her face takes the breath out of me. Those green eyes that once looked at us with such light and life now blaze with an inferno of hurt and grief so deep it makes my heart clench. Her hair whips around her face in the mountain wind as she fixes us all with that devastating gaze. You can't fix what's completely shattered. Her words are like daggers to the chest. I take an involuntary step forward, my body moving on instinct to comfort her. But she's already turning away, putting distance between us again, and I force myself to stay still. Every muscle in my body screams to go after her, to prove her wrong, but I know that would only drive her even further away.
Chapter 30. Era. I wake in the darkness. My body yearns for the warmth I've denied myself. The night breeze carries their scents, Grash's earthy musk, Murok's spice, Dren's rain-kissed forest. They sleep mere feet away, yet the distance feels like leagues. My fingers trace the edge of Dren's cloak that he draped over me earlier. The fabric still holds his warmth, and I hate how much comfort it brings. I hate how my heart leaps when Grash's eyes find mine across the fire, or how Murok's voice makes my skin tingle. Can't sleep? Murok's whisper cuts through the silence. I keep my eyes fixed on the stars above. I'm fine. The white lie falls from my lips. Liar, he says, but there's no bite to it, just sadness. He always could see right through me. I am a liar indeed. Grash shifts in his sleep, reaching out unconsciously to the empty space beside him where I used to lay. My heart clenches at the sight. I remember how safe I felt between them, how Grash's arms would shield me from the world, how Murok's clever fingers would trace patterns on my skin, how Dren's quiet strength anchored me. We miss you, Murok says softly. I curl tighter into myself, clutching Dren's cloak. You miss what you thought I was. No. Dren's voice startles me. I hadn't realized he was awake. We miss who you are. I squeeze my eyes shut, fighting the burning sensation behind them. Their warmth, their touch, their fierce protection. It had felt real. So real that sometimes I forget it started as just a mission to them. Grash stirs, his eyes finding mine in the darkness. The longing in his gaze mirrors the pain in my chest. Come back to us, he rumbles. I turn away, but I can't stop my body from trembling at the memory of their touch, their warmth, their everything. The stars blur as tears threaten to spill. I blink them away, refusing to show weakness. My sister. They're here because of my sister. The truth burns in me like poison, making each breath harder than the last. Come back to us, Grash repeats, his voice rough with emotion. I want to laugh at the irony. Come back? I was never truly there. I was only a mission, a task to be completed. Every touch, every kiss, every moment I thought was real. It was all orchestrated. They knew exactly what they were doing when they saved me in the pits. They knew how desperate, how broken I was. Why haven't you told me? The words slip out. About my sister? The silence that follows is deafening. I hear Murok's sharp intake of breath, see Dren's shoulders tense, watch Grash's eyes widen in the firelight. How long have you known? Murok asks carefully. Long enough. I wrap Dren's cloak tighter around myself, hating how much I crave its comfort. I heard you talking, about how she sent you, about how I was just a mission. Era, Grash starts, but I cut him off. Don't. My voice cracks. Don't pretend it was anything else. You found a broken slave girl and played your parts perfectly. The protector. I look at Grash. The strategist. My eyes find Murok. And the silent guardian. Finally, I meet Dren's silver gaze. Was any of it real? Or was I just that easy to manipulate? It became real, Dren whispers, and the raw honesty in his voice makes me flinch. When? I demand. When did it stop being a mission and start being real? When you held me while I slept? When you killed for me? When you screwed me? That word makes Grash growl, but I don't care. Let them feel a fraction of the pain I'm feeling. The mission stopped mattering the moment I saw you in those pits, Murok says softly. Everything after that was real. I close my eyes, remembering every gentle touch, every fierce protection, every moment I let myself believe I was more than just a task to be completed. How can I believe anything you say? Let me explain, Grash says, his golden brown eyes burning with intensity. I turn away, but his massive form blocks me. There's nothing to explain. My voice wavers despite my attempt to keep it steady. I was a mission. Simple as that. No. Grash's hand reaches for me, then drops. Your sister told us where to find you, yes. But the moment I saw you in those pits... He exhales sharply. The way you held yourself, even when being restrained. The fire in your eyes when those bastards hurt you. Stop, I whisper, but Murok cuts in. You weren't broken, he says, his braids catching the firelight. Despite everything they did to you, you remained unbroken. Do you know how rare that is? I was trained to survive, I say softly. No. Dren's quiet voice makes me jump. You were trained to submit. Instead, you fought with us. I killed that guard, I say, remembering the warm blood on my hands. You made me into a killer. You were always a fighter, Grash growls. We just gave you the chance to prove it. Your sister chose us specifically, Murok adds, his blue eyes intense. But she didn't tell us to protect you the way we did, to kill for you, to dot. He trails off, and I remember his lips on mine, his hands gentle despite their strength. The mission was to get you out, Dren says softly. Everything else, that was real. You should have told me, I whisper. Would you have trusted us if we had? Murok asks. A slave girl being told her sister sent 3 orcs to save her. The truth of his words stings. I wouldn't have believed them. I would have assumed it was another trick, another trap. Your determination called to something in us, Grash says roughly. Something that made us want to be worthy of your trust. A tear slips down my cheek before I can stop it. And now? Now. Dren moves closer, his eyes holding mine. We want to be worthy of your love. The tears come, hot and endless. My throat closes up as Dren's words echo in my head. Worthy of my love. Love. The word itself is foreign, dangerous. I curl into myself, Dren's cloak a shield between us. My shoulders shake with silent sobs I can't contain. Their presence surrounds me. Grash's worried rumble, Murok's sharp intake of breath, Dren's careful stillness. Error. Grash's voice breaks on my name. I press my face into my knees, unable to look at them, unable to see the truth, or lies, in their eyes. My chest feels like it's being crushed. The worst part is how much I want to believe them. How desperately I want their words to be true. Please, Murok whispers, and I've never heard him beg before. Say something. But I can't. Because if I speak, I might believe them. If I look up, I might see truth in their eyes. And then what? Then I'd have to admit that I want them, have always wanted them, mission or not. The fire fizzles between us, and my tears fall silently into the dirt. I've never felt more alone than in this moment, surrounded by the three beings I want most in this world. They wait for words I cannot give, for trust I cannot offer, for love I cannot admit. And so I stay silent, letting the night swallow my tears.
Chapter 31. Murok. I watch Grash pace back and forth. His massive form casts shifting shadows in the morning light. The mountain air bites at my skin, but his frustration radiates enough heat to warm the entire clearing. I can't take this silence anymore, he growls, running a hand over his scarred face. Look at her, Murok, just sitting there, pretending we don't exist. My gaze drifts to where Era perches on a fallen log, her pale hair catching in the sunlight. She's sharpening a dagger with practiced strokes. The way she holds herself speaks volumes. Spine too straight, shoulders too tense. Patience, I say, though the word tastes bitter. She needs time. Time? Grash spits the word like poison. We told her everything last night. About her sister. About how we... He trails off, his eyes darkening with emotion. How we fell for her from the start, I finish. And now you want to charge over there like a bull in heat and demand she believe us? At least it would be something. He slams his fist into a nearby tree, making the branches shudder. This waiting, this distance, it's killing me. I understand his pain. Every time she flinches away from us, every meal eaten in silence, every night she sleeps alone, it cuts straight to my core. But I've learned that some battles can't be won through force. If we push her now, we'll lose her completely, I say, gripping his shoulder. Think, brother. She's spent her whole life being used, being lied to. We need to prove our words with actions. I watch Grash's muscles bunch beneath his tattooed skin, as my words fall on deaf ears. Typical. The fool's always led with his emotions instead of his head. I'm not letting this go on another moment, Grash snaps, shrugging off my hand. My fingers twitch toward my blade as he storms toward Era, but I hold back. Sometimes a warrior needs to learn from his own mistakes. Era doesn't look up from her methodical blade sharpening, but I notice her shoulders tighten. The sound of steel against stone grows sharper, more aggressive. You're acting ridiculous, Grash growls, looming over her like an angry storm cloud. The sharpening stone freezes mid-stroke. Her head snaps up, those green eyes blazing with a fierce intensity that makes even my blood run hot. Excuse me? The words drip like venom from her lips. You're angry at us. Fine. You want to hurt me? Do it. Grash spreads his arms wide, leaving himself completely exposed. The tactical error makes me grind my teeth. One quick thrust of that dagger she's been sharpening and... Her fingers curl into a white-knuckled fist around the blade's handle, but she doesn't strike. Instead, something in her expression cracks, like ice breaking over deep water. I just want it to be real, she says, her voice raw. I want to believe you, but I'm not sure I can. The sight of tears gathering in those fierce eyes hits me like a punch. My heart aches as she continues. I'm really scared. Maybe for the first time. The words seem to shatter something in Grash. Hell, they shatter something in me too. All my carefully constructed walls, my strategic distance, they crumble at the sight of her raw vulnerability. From my short distance away, I watch Grash gently touch her arm. I'm sorry for not telling you how I felt sooner, he says softly, his voice carrying on the wind. She freezes under his touch, silent as stone, and I realize some wounds run deeper than any blade can reach. My heart stops when Era suddenly rises from the log, the movement sharp and decisive. The dagger gleams in her hand, and for a millisecond I'm certain she'll either attack or flee. My muscles coil, ready to chase her through the forest again if necessary. But she surprises me. She always does. Instead of running, she sheaths the blade at her hip with deliberate slowness. Grash's hand falls away from her arm, and I catch the flash of pain in his eyes. She takes 3 steps away from him, then stops, her back to us both. "We should keep moving," she says, her voice carefully neutral. Relief floods through me, though I keep my expression measured. This is what I do best: read the battlefield, anticipate moves before they're made. And this is progress. "Take point," I order Grash, who looks ready to argue. I silence him with a sharp look. "I'll watch our backs." As we resume our journey through the dense forest, I maintain my position at the rear, studying Era's movements. She walks alone, but closer than she has in days. When we cross a stream, she accepts Grash's hand for balance without hesitation, though she drops it immediately after. "The trail splits ahead," Dren murmurs as we approach a fork in the path. Era pauses, considering both options. "Left," she says firmly. "The right path shows too many signs of recent travel." I smile despite myself. She's learning, adapting, thinking like a warrior. "Good catch," I say, and for just a moment her eyes meet mine. There's still hurt there, still anger, but also something else, a willingness to try. The silence that follows isn't comfortable. Not yet. But it's no longer charged with the bitter sting of betrayal. It's thoughtful, cautious. The mountain air grows colder as night settles in. I watch Era from across our makeshift camp. She's been tracing patterns in the dirt for the past hour. Battle formations, I realize, with a mix of pride and concern. Always planning, always preparing for the worst. I move to sit beside her, close enough to feel her warmth, but not so near that she'll bolt. "We're not letting you go," I murmur, studying her profile. "That's not your choice," she mutters, her finger never pausing in its dance through the dirt. The patterns shift from battle lines to intricate swirls, the kind of meaningless designs that betray a troubled mind. "No, it's yours," I admit reluctantly, softening my voice in a way I rarely allow myself. Being vulnerable has never come easily to me, but for her, I'll try. "It's always been yours." She finally meets my gaze, and what I see in those green depths makes my chest ache. There's a war raging behind those eyes, fury at our deception wrestling with a desperate need to believe in the truth we're offering. I recognize that look. I've seen it in the eyes of warriors torn between duty and desire. But this isn't just about trust or betrayal. I've spent enough time studying her to understand the deeper wound. She's never given her heart to anyone. How could she, when it was the only thing she truly owned? She's clearly guarded it through years of abuse and ownership, kept it safe when everything else was taken from her. And now we're asking her to hand it over, just like that. "We shouldn't expect you to give yourself to us so easily," I say, voicing my realization. "You've never had the luxury of choice before." Her fingers still in the dirt, and I catch the slight tremor in them before she clenches them into fists. "How can you possibly understand that?" she whispers, and there's both accusation and wonder in her voice. "Because I see you," I reply simply. "I've always seen you."
Chapter 32. Dren. The dying fire casts shadows across Era's sleeping form. I track every rise and fall of her chest, memorizing the way her pale hair catches the firelight. My fingers tingle, wanting to brush that errant strand from her face. But I remain still, a sentinel in the darkness. The night wind whips around me, but all I can focus on is her. The soft curve of her neck where it meets her shoulder. The slight furrow between her brows, even in sleep. The way her fingers curl into the fabric of my cloak. The one I draped over her 3 nights ago, that she hasn't returned. I shift my weight, silent as death, moving closer without disturbing the quiet. The settlement lies ahead, perhaps 2 days' journey now. 2 days until everything changes again. 2 days until she could walk away forever. My chest constricts at the thought. I've survived torture, battle, the pits themselves, but losing her would break something in me I'm not sure could ever be fixed. She stirs in her sleep, a small sound escaping her lips. My body moves before my mind can stop it, inching closer, ready to wake her from whatever dream haunts her. But she settles, and I freeze, caught between the need to protect her and the knowledge that my touch isn't welcome right now. I curl my fingers into fists, fighting the urge to gather her into my arms like I once did while she slept, to bury my face in her hair and breathe in her scent until the world makes sense again. Instead, I watch and wait and break a little more with each passing moment. The morning sun filters through the trees as we break camp, casting dappled shadows across Ira's body. She's gathering her dagger and my cloak, her movements precise and controlled. A breeze lifts her hair, and she turns, meeting my gaze. The hardness in her green eyes softens for just a moment, but it's enough. My heart races at the flash of longing I catch there before she looks away. That glimpse tells me everything I need to know. She feels it too. This pull between us that refuses to die. As we set out, I hang back, watching her walk ahead with Murok. Every step she takes draws my eyes like a moth to flame. The way she moves, graceful despite her weariness, the slight tilt of her head as she listens to Murok speak. I memorize it all. Grash brings up the rear, his massive form casting long shadows across the forest floor. I fall into step beside him, my movements silent as always. She loves us, I murmur, the words carrying the weight of absolute truth. I know it as surely as I know how to kill, as deeply as I know the shadows I move through. Grash's jaw tightens. You sure? His voice is rough, with hope and doubt. She wouldn't still be here if she didn't. The words come without hesitation. I've watched her every move since she discovered our mission's truth. She's had countless chances to slip away in the night, to disappear into the wilderness. But she stays. The tension in Grash's broad shoulders eases slightly at my words. He knows I don't speak unless I'm certain, and I've never been more certain of anything. I move ahead without another word, closing the distance between myself and Ira. My place is here, just behind her left shoulder, where I can watch for threats and protect her from whatever comes. It's where I've always belonged since the moment I first saw her in the pits. She doesn't acknowledge my closer presence, but I catch the slight change in her breathing, the way her steps falter for just a heartbeat. She knows I'm here. She always knows. The forest path narrows, and I adjust my stride to match Ira's pace. My eyes track every movement around us, the rustle of leaves, the snap of twigs, the shifting shadows. Nothing will touch her, not while I draw breath. She stumbles slightly on a root, and my hand shoots out, steadying her elbow. The contact sends electricity through my fingers, but I force myself to let go when she regains her balance. Her sharp intake of breath tells me she felt it too. I don't need your help, she mutters, but there's less bite in her words than before. I say nothing, but I don't move from my position at her left shoulder. Let her protest. Let her push me away. I'll still be here, watching, protecting, loving her with every silent breath. Murok glances back, his eyes knowing. There's a stream ahead. We should stop for a moment. Ira's shoulders tense at his words. She hates stopping, hates being reminded of her human limitations, but I can see the tremor in her legs, the way her breathing has grown heavier. No, Her voice is steel wrapped in silk. I step closer, close enough that my chest nearly brushes her back. "You need water," I say, my voice low enough that only she can hear. "Let me take care of you." She whirls to face me, green eyes blazing. "I don't need—" "You do." I hold her gaze, unflinching. "And I need to give it." Something flickers in her expression. Confusion, longing, fear. She looks away first, but not before I catch the slight softening around her mouth. "Fine," she says, "but only for a moment." It's not submission. Era never submits to us, not truly. But it's acceptance, however small. And for now, that's enough. I'll earn the rest, day by day, action by action, until she understands that my devotion isn't a mission or a duty. It's as essential as breathing. She is my purpose now, my reason, my everything. And I will prove it with every breath I take. The stream gurgles over smooth stones as I guide Era toward the water's edge. Her feet slip slightly on the wet rocks, and my hand instinctively catches her arm, steadying her. "I can manage," she mutters, but doesn't pull away. The sunlight catches in her pale hair, making it gleam like spun gold. I want to pull her next into me until she stops fighting this thing between us. Instead, I crouch beside her at the water's edge, one hand hovering near her elbow as she cups water in her palms. The stream is clear enough to see the pebbles at the bottom, the small fish darting between shadows. Grash and Murok fill their water skins upstream, giving us space while staying close enough to watch over her. Always watching, always protecting, even when she doesn't want it. A breeze rustles through the trees, carrying the scent of pine and something else. My nostrils flare, catching a whiff of leather and oil. My muscles lock. There, in the shadows, between the trees, movement, silent, practiced, the glint of dark armor. My fingers dig into Era's arm, halting her motion as she reaches for more water. She looks up, ready to protest, but must see something in my face because she goes still. "Dren?" Her voice is barely a whisper. I don't answer, can't answer. My eyes track the shadows, counting. 1, 3, 5, more. Murok notices next, his body tensing like a drawn bow. Grash's hand moves to his axe. Dark elves. They've found us. The forest goes quiet, like it's holding its breath. We're surrounded.
Chapter 33. Era. Dren's fingers bite into my arm as I reach for more water. I look up, ready to snap at him, but the intensity in his silver eyes stops the words in my throat. "Dren?" My voice barely carries over the sound of the rushing stream. He doesn't answer, his gaze scanning the tree line. I follow his eyes and count the shadows that shouldn't be there. 1, 3, 5. More lurking beyond my sight. The forest has gone unnaturally quiet, like nature itself is holding its breath. Murok tenses upstream, his hand already on his blade. Grash's fingers curl around his axe handle, the metal catching what little sunlight filters through the canopy. "How many?" I whisper to Dren. 10, he breathes against my ear. Maybe more. Dark elves. They've found us again. The thought sends ice through my veins, but I refuse to freeze. Not this time. Not ever again. My fingers find my dagger. Dren pushes me behind him, but I resist. I can fight. Era! He starts, but the dark elves charge. Grash and Murok sprint toward us. A dark elf leaps from the shadows, blade flashing. Murok parries the strike, but 2 more attackers emerge behind him. Down! Grash roars, swinging his axe in a deadly arc that catches one of the dark elves in the chest. Blood sprays across my face, hot and sticky. I duck under a blade, driving my dagger up into an attacker's ribs. The sound of steel sliding between bones turns my stomach, but I don't hesitate. I can't. Behind you! Murok shouts. I spin, but I'm too slow. A dark elf's sword slices toward my neck. Grash throws himself between us, taking the hit across his chest. He staggers, his eyes wide with shock. No! The scream tears from my throat as he crumples to the ground, blood soaking through his tunic. Grash! Murok's voice cracks with rage as he cuts down another attacker. Dren appears next to me and Grash, his blade opening throats with terrifying precision. Blood runs down Grash's chest, pooling beneath him, and my heart threatens to shatter. I press my hands against his wound, my fingers slick with his blood. Stay with me, I beg. Please, Grash, stay with me. His eyes flutter. Not leaving you. He manages through gritted teeth. The battle rages around us, steel clashing against steel, but all I can see is the way Grash's blood seeps between my fingers. All I can hear is his laboured breathing. Something inside me snaps. The world narrows to pinpoints of rage and blood as I launch myself at the nearest dark elf. My dagger finds his throat before he can raise his sword. The warm spray of blood across my face feels like victory. You want me? I snarl at another who charges. Come get me. He hesitates. That split second of surprise at my ferocity costs him his life. My blade slides between his ribs. I don't stop to watch him fall. Through the red haze, I see Dren moving like death itself. His eyes cold as he dispatches 2 more with brutal efficiency. Murok's braids whip through the air as he spins, his sword claiming another life. But I'm already moving to my next target. The dark elf raises his shield, but I drop and slide beneath it, driving my dagger up through his jaw. Era left, Murok shouts. I roll, narrowly avoiding a blade that would have taken my head. Rising to my feet, I throw my dagger. It catches the attacker in the eye. He screams, dropping his weapon. I don't give him time to suffer. I grab his fallen sword and drive it straight into his heart. The last dark elf turns to flee. Dren's thrown blade takes him in the back. Silence falls, broken only by our heavy breathing and the drip of blood from our weapons. Bodies litter the ground around us. My legs give out as I crawl back to Grash. His chest still rises and falls, but each breath is a battle. Blood soaks the ground beneath him. My hands shake profusely as I press them against his wound again, trying to stem the flow. The same hands that just dealt so much death for him, now desperate to preserve his life. Because the thought of losing him, of losing any of them, makes my chest cave in on itself. My throat closes around words I want to say, need to say. His golden brown eyes flutter, fighting to stay open, to stay with me. My hands press as hard as I can muster against his wound, his blood seeping between my fingers. The metallic scent fills my nose, making my stomach lurch. I've been telling myself that I could keep my distance, that I could lock away these feelings until they withered and died. But watching him bleed out because he stepped between me and death, it shatters every wall I've built, every doubt I've had. And I realise with startling clarity that I don't care anymore about betrayals, doubt, or fear. I just need him to live, need all of them to live. You stupid bastard, I whisper, gripping his face between my bloodied palms. My thumb traces the scar on his jaw, memorising the texture, terrified this might be the last time I touch him. Still here, Grash rasps, the corner of his mouth twitching up despite the agony etched into his features. His attempt at a smirk breaks something inside me. Tears spill down my cheeks, dropping onto his chest where they mix with his blood. I can't stop them, can't fight them back. They fall faster as his breathing grows more laboured, as his skin pales beneath its natural green-grey tone. Each tear carries the weight of every moment I pushed him away, every time I pretended not to care. The forest around us fades away. There's only Grash, only the weak pulse beneath my fingers, only the desperate prayer repeating in my head. Don't leave me. I lean down, pressing my lips against his with desperate intensity. His mouth is hot with fever, tasting of copper and salt. But I don't care. I pour everything I've been holding back into that kiss. My fear, my anger, my love. His hand weakly cups my face, his thumb brushing away my tears. About time, he whispers against my lips, his voice rough with pain. A choked laugh escapes me. Movement draws my attention. Murok and Dren kneel beside us, their faces etched with concern. And something else. Something I've been too scared to name. Murok's blue eyes hold mine, filled with that familiar intensity that makes my breath catch. Dren's silver gaze burns with quiet devotion that speaks louder than any words could. We need to stop the bleeding, Murok says, his hand covering mine where it presses against Grash's wound. Dren silently tears strips from his shirt, working quickly to bind Grash's chest. His movements are gentle, at odds with the deadly grace I just witnessed in battle. Looking at them, these 3 orcs who've killed for me, bled for me, waited for me, I finally understand. This is what love really is. Not the false affection I was trained to give, not the calculated exchanges I learned to survive, but this: protection, sacrifice, choice. I love you, I whisper, all of you. Grash grips my hand. Murok inhales sharply. Dren goes still. We know, Murok says simply, his voice thick with emotion. From the depths of the darkness of Prothika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 34. Grash. The pain in my chest burns like hellfire, but I barely notice it. All I can focus on is the lingering warmth of Era's lips on mine, the salt of her tears still fresh on my tongue. She loves us. She actually loves us, even after everything. Dren's fingers work methodically, wrapping strips of his torn shirt around my wound. The fabric pulls tight against my skin with each pass, but I welcome the sting. It grounds me, keeps me from floating away on this surge of joy that threatens to overwhelm me. Hold still, Dren mutters as I shift to watch Era. She's hovering nearby, her green eyes never leaving my face. The worry in them makes my chest tighten with something fiercer than pain. I'm fine, I growl, reaching for her hand. When she takes it, her fingers intertwine with mine without hesitation. and my heart pounds harder than it did during the fight. Takes more than a dark elf's blade to keep me down. "Stupid, reckless male," she whispers. But there's no bite in her words anymore. Just that softness that makes me want to pull her closer to me. Wound be damned. The forest air feels electric around us, charged with everything that's changed in these past moments. Her kiss wasn't just a kiss. It was forgiveness, acceptance, love. Everything I've wanted, everything I thought we'd lost. "There," Dren says, securing the bandage. His eyes meet mine, and I see my own relief mirrored there. I squeeze Era's hand, relishing how she squeezes back. She's not running anymore. She's not building walls. She's ours, and I'll make sure she never doubts us again. Dren and Murok's hands grip under my arms, lifting me from the blood-soaked earth. My muscles protest, but I refuse to show weakness. The wound in my chest throbs with each heartbeat. "I can walk," I growl, though my legs shake as they steady me. "Shut up and let us help you," Murok mutters, adjusting his grip. "Your stubbornness won't heal that wound faster." Ira hovers close, her fingers still intertwined with mine, refusing to let go even as we stumble through the forest. Her touch anchors me, keeping me focused through the haze of pain and fever. We find shelter beneath an outcropping of rock, its weathered face creating a natural alcove. The moment they lower me to the ground, Ira's hands are on my face, checking my temperature. "You're burning up," she whispers, fear making her voice tremble. "I'll find herbs," Murok says, already turning to leave. "Keep him still." "I don't need..." I start to protest, but Era's finger presses against my lips. "Don't you dare finish that sentence," she says, her eyes fierce. "You almost died protecting me. Let me protect you now." The raw emotion in her voice silences any argument I might have made. Dren takes up position at the entrance, his eyes scanning the forest, but I catch the way he keeps glancing back at us. "I'm not going anywhere," I tell her, grabbing her hand and pressing it against my chest, right over my heart. She makes a sound between a laugh and a sob. "Promise me." "I promise." I pull her closer, ignoring the pain that shoots through me. "I finally got you back. Death himself couldn't drag me away now." Her fingers tighten around mine, and I see tears gathering in her eyes again. But this time, when she looks at me, there's something else there too, something that makes my heart pound harder. "Rest," she commands softly. "I'm not leaving your side." And despite my pride telling me to stay alert and to show strength, I let my eyes close, secure in the knowledge that she's here and she's mine. The fire's warmth wraps around me later that night. My chest still throbs where the blade struck, but I barely notice it now. How can I focus on pain when Era's small hand is wrapped in mine, her body pressed against my side? "Drink," Murok commands, holding a cup of steaming liquid to my lips. The herbs taste like trash, but I swallow without complaint. I'm not about to show weakness, not even now. "Your fever's breaking," Aura murmurs, her free hand pressed against my forehead. The gentle touch sends sparks through my blood that have nothing to do with healing herbs. "Told you it would take more than this to kill me," I growl, pulling her closer. She comes willingly, fitting perfectly against my side like she was always supposed to be there. Murok shakes his head, but I catch his smile as he approaches Era from behind. "You finally came back to us," he says, pressing a kiss against her temple. His hand strokes through her hair, and seeing her leaning into his touch makes my chest tight with something fiercer than possessiveness. It's completion. "I never really left," she admits softly, fresh tears spilling down her cheeks. "I just didn't trust my heart until now." The words hit me hard. I grip her hand tighter, wanting to pull her even closer, to show her she'll never have reason to doubt again. Before I can, Dren appears beside her, silent as always. He kneels and brushes away her tears. Era's lips then find mine, soft yet demanding, and my blood ignites despite the wound in my chest. Her fingers trace my arms as she pulls back. The firelight dances across her face, making her look otherworldly precious. "My warrior," she whispers, and pride swells within me at the possessiveness in her voice. She turns to Murok next, who's been watching us with those calculating eyes of his. When she kisses him, it's different, challenging, playful, and I feel no jealousy, only satisfaction. She's claiming us all, marking us as hers, just as we've marked her as ours. Dren waits silently, but I see the hunger in his eyes as she approaches him. Their kiss is gentle, almost reverent, and something in my chest aches at the sight. The way she fits against each of us differently, perfectly, well, it's right. She settles back against me, careful of my wound, and I wrap my arm around her waist. "Rest," she commands, her small hand splayed across my chest. "We move at dawn." I grunt in agreement, though rest is the last thing on my mind with her pressed against me like this. The next morning my body aches as I stand. The wound throbs with each movement, but it's shallow. More of an annoyance than a true threat. Era hovers nearby as I test my strength, her concern visible in every line of her body. "I can walk," I rumble before she can protest. "We're close to home." "One day's journey," Murok confirms, already scanning the path ahead. I cup Ira's face in my hand, tilting it up to meet my gaze. "I won't break." She scowls, but I see the smile she tries to hide. "You better not. I just got you back." The possessiveness in her voice makes me want to kiss her senseless, but there will be time for that later. Right now, we need to move. Anyone who tries to stop us, to take her from us again, will meet my axe, wound or no wound. I take point as we begin our journey, every sense alert for danger. Era walks behind me, protected by Murok and Dren, exactly as it should be. Let the dark elves try to take her. I'll paint the forest red with their blood before I let that happen.
Chapter 35. Murok. The morning sun barely breaks through the dense canopy as we begin our trek back to the settlement. Grash takes point, his massive form cutting through the undergrowth. My eyes scan our surroundings, catching every shadow, every movement. Era walks between us, protected as she should be. The way she moves now, confident yet cautious, makes my chest tighten with pride. A breeze carries the distinct scent of leather oil and steel. Dark elf scouts. My nostrils flare as I catch Dren's eye. He's noticed it too. "Something's wrong," I mutter, placing my hand on Era's shoulder to slow her pace. "I smell them," Grash growls from ahead. The forest goes quiet. Too quiet. My fingers tighten around my blade as 5 dark elf scouts emerge from the trees, their armor gleaming dully in the filtered sunlight. "Down!" I shove Ira behind a fallen log as arrows whistle past. One scout raises a horn to his lips. Before I can reach him, the sharp blast echoes through the trees, signaling our position to the main force. "Damn!" I snarl, driving my blade into his throat. Blood sprays across my chest as I spin to face another. Grash roars, his axe cleaving through 2 scouts at once. Dren appears like smoke behind the 5th, ending him with skilled precision. "They'll be coming," Grash says, wiping blood from his axe. "All of them." "Then we run," I say, already moving to lift Era. "I can keep up," she protests, but I cut her off. "Not fast enough. Let me carry you. We need speed now." Her green eyes flash with defiance, but she nods, allowing me to lift her. Smart girl. We push hard through the forest, covering ground quickly, but not quick enough. The sounds of pursuit grow closer. Boots crushing leaves, branches snapping, orders being shouted. "Half a day's run to the settlement," I call out between breaths. "We need to move faster." "They're gaining," Dren warns from behind us. An arrow thunks into a tree beside my head. I curse, changing direction sharply. "This way!" We've covered maybe half the distance to safety when I hear the horns again. Closer now. Too close. They're hurting us, the clever bastards. I scan our surroundings, calculating distances and angles. The settlement's too far. We'll never make it without engaging them. They're boxing us in, I say, my braids whipping as I turn to face the others. 2 squadrons moving in formation. Grash spits blood, his earlier wound still fresh. Then we end this. His massive knuckles crack as he flexes his hands. The sound reminds me of breaking bones, a promise of what's to come. I unsheath my blade. Your wound won't slow me down, he cuts me off with a growl. Dren appears beside us, silent as death itself. His blade catches the filtered sunlight, and his silver eyes hold that cold focus I've seen countless times before. He's already mapping out kill zones in his head. Formation Delta, I command, falling naturally into strategy. Dren, take the flanks, Grash. I know my job, he rumbles, hefting his axe. My eyes fall on Era as she steps forward, her blade gripped with purpose. The sight of her makes my heart clench, not with worry, but with pride. Her eyes burn with a warrior's fire now, nothing like the broken slave we found in the pits. You don't have to fight, I tell her, though I already know her answer. She meets my gaze, chin lifted. Yes, I do. Something fierce and protective surges through me. She's not just surviving anymore. She's choosing to stand with us, to fight with us. The woman before me has been forged in pain and emerged stronger than steel. Then you stay between Grash and me, I order. We move as one unit. The horns sound again, and boots thunder through the underbrush. Let them come. They'll learn what happens when you corner 4 warriors who have vowed to protect each other. The first arrow cuts through the air like a whisper of death. Dren's hand snaps up, plucking it from its path as if catching a falling leaf. My lips curl into a savage grin. These dark elves have no idea what they're facing. The second archer doesn't even get to knock his next shot. Grash's axe cleaves through him in a spray of crimson, the wet thud of metal meeting flesh echoing through the trees. Formation! I bark, my blade already singing as I parry a strike meant for Era's throat. Keep them from circling! The forest erupts in chaos. Steel rings against steel and war cries pierce the morning air. A dark elf lunges at me with a spear, amateur move. I sidestep, grabbing the shaft and yanking him forward onto my blade. Behind you! Era's warning cuts through the din. I spin, watching as she ducks under a sword swing, her movements fluid as water. She's beautiful in battle, all grace and deadly precision. Her blade finds the gap in her attacker's armor, and he drops with a gurgle. Not bad, I call out, dispatching another enemy with a quick thrust. But watch your left side. I've got her left, Dren says, his daggers claiming 2 lives in the space of a heartbeat. Grash roars somewhere to my right, the sound of splintering armor telling me he's found his rhythm. Come on, you pointy-eared bastards, show me what you've got. A dark elf captain steps forward, his armor more ornate than the others. His blade whirls in an impressive display as he advances on me. Finally, I laugh, rolling my shoulders. Someone who might actually be worth killing. Our blades meet in a shower of sparks. He's good, but I'm better. Each strike is calculated, each parry precise. I can see the frustration building in his eyes as I match him, move for move. He snarls exactly as I predicted. His next strike comes wild, uncontrolled. I slide under it, my blade finding his heart. The battle rages on around us, but I can't help but notice how Era moves between us like she was born to it. She's no longer a broken slave. She's become something magnificent and deadly. Keep them contained, I shout, already moving to engage my next opponent. Don't let them regroup. The morning sun catches on our blades as we dance this deadly waltz. 4 warriors against an army. I direct our movements with sharp hand signals, keeping us fluid and lethal. These dark elf bastards think they can trap us? I've fought wars before they could hold a blade. Circle formation, I bark, watching as Grash smashes his fist through a scout's face. Blood sprays across his teeth as he laughs, the sound echoing through the trees. I parry a blade aimed at my throat, spinning to catch another with my elbow. Keep them off balance, Don't let them surround us. Dren moves like death itself, appearing and vanishing between the trees. His daggers flash, and bodies drop in his wake. No sound, no warning, just the wet gurgle of dying men. A dark elf lieutenant charges at me, blade raised. Amateur. I step inside his guard, my knife finding the gap beneath his ribs. Too slow, I growl, already moving to my next target. Behind you! Era's scream cuts through the chaos. I whirl to see a dark elf reaching for her with a garrote. Before I can move, Dren comes over from the shadows, his blade opening the bastard's throat in one clean sweep. Stay close, I order Era, cutting down another attacker. We move as one unit. She nods, her blade dripping red. The way she fights now, it stirs something primal in me. She's learned well, moving between us like she was born to battle. More coming from the east, Grash calls out, his massive form already turning to meet them. Good, I snarl, rolling my shoulders. Let them come. Show these elf bastards what happens when they hunt orcs. I assess the battlefield in seconds. 24 more approaching, trying to flank us. They think numbers will win this fight. They're wrong.
Chapter 36. Era. Blood and steel flash in the morning light as Grash's warning rings out across the battlefield. More coming from the east. My blade drips crimson as I spin to see his massive form already turning to meet the new threat. The familiar weight of my knife steadies my racing heart. Murok's braids whip through the air as he assesses the battlefield with those piercing blue eyes. 24 more dark elves emerge from the tree line, trying to flank our position. The metallic tang of blood fills my nostrils as I duck under a wild swing, my blade finding home in an attacker's throat. They think their numbers will win this fight. They're wrong. We're winning this. We're actually... The world stops. Steel pierces into Dren's side in a spray of dark blood. The scream tears from my throat, raw and primal. But Dren, my quiet, lethal Dren, doesn't fall. His eyes flash with cold fury as he grips the protruding blade and rips it from his own flesh. Blood pours from the wound, but he keeps fighting, keeps killing, like death itself cannot touch him. Dren, stop! My feet are already moving toward him, heart threatening to burst from my chest. I have to reach him, have to help him before... Murok's iron grip closes around my wrist, yanking me back. His face is set in stone as he meets my desperate gaze. We finish this, he says, voice brooking no argument. He's bleeding out. I try to wrench free, but Murok holds firm. And he'll keep fighting until his last breath, Murok says, just like we all will. Tears blur my vision as I watch Dren cut down another elf, his movements slower but no less deadly. I can't lose him, I whisper. I can't lose any of you. Then fight, Murok growls. Fight with us, not for us. I turn toward the advancing dark elves when a familiar laugh freezes the blood in my veins. Through the chaos of battle, I spot him, Dex, the pitmaster, his silver-white hair gleaming as he emerges from the group. The same cruel smile twists his lips as when he bought me, when he threw me to the warriors like meat to dogs. My fingers go numb around my blade. The little human! Dex calls out, his voice carrying across the battlefield. Still spreading your legs for monsters, I see. Before I can move, before I can even breathe, Grash charges past me with a roar that shakes the very ground. His massive form barrels through 2 dark elf guards without even flinching. The look in his eyes promises death. Grash, wait! The words catch in my throat. Part of me wants to see Dex suffer, wants him to know the fear he inflicted on so many others. But Grash doesn't hesitate. His blade flashes once, precise and brutal. Dex's eyes go wide as steel opens his throat. The pitmaster's hands clutch uselessly at the wound, dark blood spilling between his fingers. He tries to speak, but only manages a wet gurgle before collapsing. Grash stands over him, watching with grim satisfaction as Dex drowns in his own blood. That was for her, he growls. The remaining dark elves surge forward, but we meet them as one. Murok's blade dances through the air, finding gaps in armour with lethal precision. Dren moves like a shadow despite his wound, each strike stealing another life, and I fight with renewed strength because the man who once owned me lies dead at our feet. When the last enemy falls, silence descends. The ground is soaked crimson and littered with dead bodies. My arms ache, my chest heaves with each breath, but we're alive. We've won. It's over, Murok says, wiping blood from his blade and sheathing it. I look at Dex's corpse, at the fear forever frozen on his face, and feel a sense of peace in this moment. Yes, I whisper. It's finally over. I turn back to Dren and my heart stops. He's on his knees, dark blood seeping between his fingers where they press against the wound in his side. The metallic scent fills my nostrils as I drop beside him, adding my hands over his to stem the flow. Stay with me, I beg, my voice cracking. His silver eyes meet mine, usually so sharp and alert, now clouded with pain. We won, he rasps, trying to smile, but the effort makes him wince. His skin feels colder under my touch, his breathing shallow and uneven. Pack the wound tight, Grash barks from behind me. We need to stop the bleeding now. Murok works silently beside me, his hands steady as he presses cloth against the gash. But I can see the fear in his eyes, the slight tremor in his usually confident movements. I press my lips to Dren's forehead, tasting salt and copper. His skin burns beneath my touch even as his body grows colder. I kiss his cheeks, his nose, anywhere I can reach, as if I could pour my own life force into him through these desperate touches. When my lips find his, they're already turning blue. You can't die, I whisper against them, tears falling freely now. We're supposed to share our future together. His hand finds mine, weak but present. Through blood-stained lips he says softly, "Guess I better live then." I feel completely helpless as I watch his breathing become more laboured, his eyes fluttering. "Don't you dare leave me," I say, my voice stronger now despite the tears streaming down my face. I clutch Dren's hand tighter as Murok disappears into the forest, his braids whipping behind him as he searches for healing herbs. Dren's skin feels cold and clammy beneath my touch, his breathing shallow but steady after Murok's careful bandaging. Grash's heavy footsteps echo behind me as he paces, his concern radiating off him in waves. "He's strong," he growls, more to himself than to me. "He'll make it." I press my lips to Dren's knuckles, tasting copper. "Please stay with me," I whisper against his skin. His eyes flutter open at my touch, clouded with pain but still alert enough to find mine. "Not going anywhere," he manages, his voice rough but determined. My heart clenches at the weakness in his usually steady tone. I've never seen him this vulnerable. The mighty shadow warrior reduced to laboured breaths and trembling fingers. "You better not," I say, trying to keep my voice light despite the fear crushing my chest. "We have too much left to do together." His lips twitch. "Like what?" "Like showing me how you move so silently, like teaching me all your secrets." I stroke his face, memorising every line and shadow. "Like loving me for the rest of our lives." His hand tightens around mine, strength returning to his grip. Colour slowly seeps back into his face, his breathing growing stronger with each passing moment. When Murok returns with his herbs, Dren is already sitting up straighter, his eyes clearer. The wound still looks angry and red, but the bleeding has stopped completely. "Impossible," Murok breathes, dropping to his knees beside us to check the bandages. But I don't care about possible or impossible. I only care that Dren's skin is warming beneath my touch, that his pulse beats steady and strong against my fingers. I capture Dren's lips with mine, feeling the warmth returning to his skin. His hand cups the back of my neck with that familiar gentleness that always makes my heart flutter. Even wounded, he touches me like I'm precious, like I'm something worth protecting. I thought I was losing you, I whisper against his mouth, my fingers tracing the strong line of his jaw. His eyes lock with mine, usually so guarded, now brimming with emotion. When I saw you hurting and scared, he says, voice rough but steady, I knew I had to stay. I couldn't bear seeing you in pain. His thumb brushes away a tear I didn't know had fallen. You give me something to live for, Era, and I want to prove my love to you every day of our lives.
Chapter 37. Grash. The morning sun casts long shadows across the bloodstained ground as I watch the flames consume what's left of our enemies. My muscles ache from the battle, but I keep working, dragging more bodies onto the pyre. Murok works beside me in silence, his braids still matted with blood. We don't need to speak. We both know what needs to be done. Every dark elf body burned is another thread connecting Era to this place and to her past being severed. That's the last of them, Murok says, wiping sweat from his brow. I glance over at Era, who sits beside Dren. Her fingers trace the fresh bandage at his side, her touch gentle but hesitant. Something twists in my chest at the sight. She says she loves us, shows it even, but I catch the way her eyes dart to the horizon sometimes. She's not going anywhere, Murok murmurs, reading my thoughts as usual. I grunt, rolling my shoulders. You don't know that. The smoke rises thick and black against the morning sky. The haze stings my eyes, but I don't look away from Era. Not when every moment feels like it could be the last. Not when I'm still unsure if she'll want to stay once we reach the settlement. Era looks up then, catching my gaze. There's still pain in those green eyes, still scars that might never fade. But there's something else too. Something that makes my blood run hot and my heart beat faster. You two planning to stare at that fire all day? She calls out, a hint of her old spark in her voice. We're finishing up burning the evidence, just to be on the safe side. But with Dex dead, they won't waste resources hunting us, Murok replies, his tactical mind already 3 steps ahead. The flames leap higher, consuming our enemies, erasing all traces of the battle. But they can't erase what happened here. Can't erase the way Ira's hands shake when she thinks no one's watching, or how Dren's breath still catches with pain. We did what had to be done, I say, more to myself than anyone else. Era looks up at me again, those green eyes piercing straight through my soul. Yes, she whispers. We did. The word we catches in my chest like a blade, because despite everything, the lies, the betrayal, the blood, she's still here. Still choosing us. For now, at least. The wind carries the scent of smoke and charred flesh, but my focus remains on her delicate fingers as they trace patterns across Dren's bandaged side. She hasn't moved from his spot since the battle ended, her hair falling forward like a curtain as she leans over him. Each time his breath hitches, her hand tightens on his, anchoring him here. My muscles coil with tension as I watch them. The choice ahead burns in my gut like molten steel. Return to the settlement, to our horde, deliver Era to her sister like good warriors following orders, or take what's mine and disappear into the wild lands where no one could find us. Murok hasn't said a word in a long while, but I know that calculating look in his eyes. He's weighing the same options, probably already mapping out escape routes in his head. Always the strategist, even now. The tribal tattoos across my chest seem to burn as I consider betraying our chief, abandoning our mission. But watching Era whisper something that makes even stoic Dren crack a smile, my chest tenses with a different kind of pain. The thought of losing her, of watching her walk away with her sister, makes my blood boil. She belongs with us. With me. The way she fights beside us, the fire in those green eyes when she faces down death, how she fits perfectly against my chest at night. These aren't things you just let go, but forcing her to choose between her sister and us, that could break whatever fragile trust we've rebuilt. And a broken Ira is much worse than no Era at all. I flex my fingers, remembering how it felt to sink my blade into Dex's throat, to watch the life drain from the bastard who dared cage her. I'd do it again. I'd kill anyone who tried to take her from us now. The settlement lies less than half a day's journey ahead. Soon, I'll have to decide. Be the good warrior or become the monster they always said orcs were. Claim what's mine or let her choose her own path. Era looks up then, catching my stare. Something flashes in those green eyes. Understanding, maybe. Or fear. As if reading my mind, Murok turns to Era and blurts out, "What do you want now, Era? Now that you're completely free?" My muscles tense as I wait for her answer, every fiber of my being ready to spring into action if she even hints at leaving us. My focus narrows to her face, watching every micro-expression. Her green eyes catch the sunlight, burning with a new kind of fire, not the desperate flame of survival I'd seen in the pits, but something deeper, steadier. She lifts her chin, her golden hair catching the light as she looks at each of us in turn. "I want to go home," she says, and my heart threatens to stop until she continues, "With all of you." The tension drains from my body so fast I nearly stagger. My chest expands with a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The urge to grab her, to crush her against me and never let go, nearly overwhelms me. But I hold back, watching as Dren's eyes soften and Murok's calculating expression melts into something warmer. "You're sure?" I ask, my voice rougher than intended. "Your sister—" "My sister has her life," Era cuts me off, her fingers still intertwined with Dren's. "I want mine, with you, all of you." Relief floods through me. I don't need to whisk her away into the wildlands after all. I can return to my horde with my head high and with Era by my side. Because she wants it. Because she chooses us. "Then it's settled," I growl, finally giving in to the urge to move closer, to rest my hand on her shoulder. Her skin is warm beneath my palm, and she leans into my touch like she's been craving it as much as I have. "You're ours for good." I brace myself as Murok and I carefully lift Dren to his feet. His jaw clenches, but he doesn't make a sound. Typical Dren, stubborn as ever. My muscles flex under his weight as we give him a moment to find his balance. "I can walk," Dren mutters, but I tighten my grip when he sways. "Just let us help you," I growl. The wound in his side is still fresh, and I'm not risking him falling and making it worse. Not when we're so close to home. Era hovers nearby, her eyes sharp with concern. Don't let him push himself too hard. The morning sun beats down on my back as we start moving. The settlement lies southeast, through the terrain I know like my own scars. Half a day's journey if we pace ourselves. My blood thrums with anticipation. Soon we'll be home, with real beds and proper medical supplies for Dren. "The terrain slopes down ahead," I say, scanning the path. "Watch your footing." Dren grunts in acknowledgement, his eyes focused straight ahead. His skin feels cooler than it should, but his steps are steady enough. Still, I keep my arm firmly around him. I've dragged him through too many battles to let him fall now. Era walks ahead of us, scouting the path, her pale hair catching the sunlight. My chest swells with pride watching her move, confident, alert, every bit the true warrior she's become. And somehow, miraculously, she's chosen to stay with us.
Chapter 38. Dren. The wound in my side burns with each step, but I don't show weakness. Grash and Murok's arms around my waist steady me as we approach the wooden gates of our settlement. The familiar scent of pine smoke and roasting meat fills my nostrils. Home. Ira walks closer now, her small frame tense. Her eyes dart between the guard towers, taking in the sheer size of our fortress walls. My brave little human looks ready to bolt at any moment. "The healers will see to him immediately," Murok says to her, his voice unusually gentle. The gates creak open. The half-day journey has drained what little strength I had left, but I keep my spine straight. Warriors don't show pain. Era's fingers brush against my arm. That small touch sends warmth through my body, dulling the agony in my side. She saved me. Her love kept me breathing when death tried to claim me. Now, she stands beside me, preparing to face her past. "Looks different than you expected?" Grash asks her. Yes. I didn't think it would be so." She trails off, staring at the neat rows of houses, the gardens, the children playing. I want to let her know she's safe here, that this is her home now too, but speaking requires energy I can't spare. Instead, I catch her gaze and hold it, letting her see the promise in my eyes. No one will ever hurt her again. The settlement's main square opens before us. Torches flicker in the gathering dusk, casting dancing shadows on the packed dirt. Our people stop and stare, 3 of their finest warriors supporting each other, covered in blood and victory, with a small human woman in tow. "The healer's hall is just ahead," Murok murmurs. My vision blurs at the edges. The wound throbs in time with my heartbeat. But I am home. We made it. And Era is with us, where she belongs. The healer's hall smells of crushed herbs and bitter tinctures. Grash and Murok lower me onto a cot, their hands steady, but their faces tight with concern. I don't need their worry. I've survived worse. But the weakness in my limbs betrays me. I hate this. I hate the way my body feels heavy, the way my breaths come shallow and labored. I'm not supposed to be weak, not in front of her. Era rushes to my side, and her small hand grips mine. Her touch is warm and grounding. "You're okay," she says, her voice steady, but with an undercurrent of worry. "Everything's okay now." I nod, just once, because speaking takes too much effort. She doesn't need my words to know I'm here, that I'll stay here for her. I'd carve out my own heart before I let her face this world alone again. But damn it, I hate that she's seeing me like this. Broken, bleeding, dependent on others. The healer, an older orc with weathered hands, kneels beside the cot. Her eyes are sharp as she assesses the wound. She doesn't speak, just gets to work, her movements methodical. The sting of her salve bites deep, but I don't flinch. Weakness has no place here. Not in front of Era, not in front of my brothers. Grash looms nearby, his massive frame casting a shadow over the cot. "He'll live," he growls, though it sounds more like a question than a statement. "Of course he will," Murok replies, his voice dry but with an edge I recognize. He's worried, though he'll never admit it. Dren's too stubborn to die. I almost smile at that. Almost. Instead, I focus on Era, on the way her fingers tighten around mine. Her face is pale, her hair tangled and streaked with dirt. She's been through hell, and yet she's here, by my side, refusing to leave. I want to tell her to rest, to let Grash and Murok take care of her, but the words won't come. The healer works in silence, as her hands move with precision. She stitches the wound, applies more salve, then wraps it tightly with clean bandages. The pain dulls to a throbbing ache, my body responding to her remedies. I've seen her heal warriors from the brink of death. I trust her skills, but it's Era's presence that keeps me tethered, her touch a reminder of what I'm fighting for. He'll need rest, the healer finally says, her voice low and steady. But he'll recover. Told you, Murok mutters, though there's relief in his tone. Grash grunts, his eyes flicking to Era. You should eat. Rest. Era shakes her head, her grip on my hand tightening. Not yet. I'm staying here. She doesn't look at him, her focus entirely on me. I want to tell her to listen to Grash, to take care of herself. But I know she won't. She's as stubborn as I am, and for the first time, that thought doesn't frustrate me. It fills me with a quiet pride. As the minutes blur together, my strength returns slowly. Era stays by my side, and her hand never leaves mine. She talks to me in soft tones, her voice a soothing balm against the remnants of pain. She tells me about the settlement, about the gardens she saw, about the children playing in the square. Her words paint a picture of a life I want to give her, a life free of fear, of pain. Murok lingers nearby, his sharp eyes watching everything. Grash paces the small length of the room, his impatience palpable. But neither of them try to pull her away. They know better. They know she belongs here, with me, with us. My breaths are coming easier now, and my body no longer fights against itself. Era looks at me, her eyes searching mine. You're going to be just fine, she says, her voice firm now, like she's convincing herself as much as me. With you, always, I manage. The words rough, but clear. She smiles, a small, fragile thing that lights up her face. At that moment, I know I'd bleed all over again just to see it. Her love, her presence, her fierceness, they've worked miracles. I'll never let her go. Not now. Not ever. The door suddenly bursts open, and Kira rushes in, her eyes wild with hope. I watch Era stiffen beside me, and her hand tightens around mine. The sisters stare at each other across the room, time stretching between them, like a thread about to snap. Era? Kira's voice breaks on the name. Era trembles, and I fight the urge to pull her closer. But this isn't my moment. This is her healing. Kira, Era whispers, and then they collide in the middle of the room, arms wrapping around each other, tears flowing freely. The scent of their grief and joy mingles in the air, sharp and sweet. I shift on the cot, ignoring the pull of stitches in my side. My eyes never leave Era's face, watching for any sign of distress, but there's only wonder there, and a kind of peace I've never seen before. I thought... Kira starts, her words choked with emotion. When they took you... I know, Era says, pressing her forehead against her sister's. I know. Grash and Murok move back, giving the sisters space, but I see the pride in their stance. We did this. We brought her home, not just to us, but to the family she lost. You found her, Kira says, turning to look at us with gratitude shining in her eyes. Era pulls back slightly, her gaze meeting mine, before sweeping over Grash and Murok. No, they just didn't find me. They saved me and made me whole again, she says, and my chest clenches at the depth of emotion in her voice. The words settle in my bones. She is ours, as we are hers, and now she has her sister too. My warrior's heart swells with fierce pride. This is what we fought for, bled for, killed for her happiness, her freedom, her chance to be whole again.
Chapter 39. Aira. Steam rises from the bath and curls around me like a warm caress. The water burns my skin in the most delicious way, washing away weeks of grime, blood, and memories. I sink deeper, letting my hair float around me like pale seaweed. I had the servants add lavender oil, Kira says from where she sits on a cushioned stool near the copper tub. You always loved lavender. My throat tightens. After 10 years, she still remembers such a small detail. Thank you. The bathroom in her home is larger than any cell I've lived in, with marble floors and gossamer curtains that flutter in the breeze. It feels surreal to be here, to be safe, to be clean. I scrub my skin until it's pink, watching dirt and dried blood swirl away in the water. Each pass of the cloth reveals another scar, another memory, another story I'm not ready to tell. Here, Kira says, holding out a soft towel. I've laid out some clothes for you. I step out of the bath and wrap myself in the plush fabric. It's so different from the tattered dress I've worn for weeks. The dress she's chosen is a deep blue, simple but made of fine cotton that feels like clouds against my skin. The shoes are soft leather, fitting perfectly. You look beautiful, Kira says, her eyes shining with tears she won't let fall. I touch the fabric, marvelling at how something so simple can feel so foreign. It's strange, I admit, to wear something that isn't... I can't finish the sentence, isn't meant to display me, isn't meant to mark me as property. Kira brushes my damp hair, her touch gentle. You're home now, she whispers. But home feels different than I remember. I'm different. The girl who loved lavender and pretty dresses died long ago in a dark elf's dungeon. The woman who emerged is harder, sharper, marked by more than just physical scars. My thoughts drift to Dren in the healer's hall, to Grash and Murok in their own home. Strange how I feel more complete in this moment, and yet more lost without them near. Would you like some tea? Kira asks, breaking into my thoughts. I nod, grateful for the distraction. Yes, please. The dress swishes around my ankles as I follow her, the fabric a constant reminder that I'm no longer running, no longer fighting, no longer surviving. Now I just have to learn how to live. The tea warms my hands through the delicate porcelain cup as I sit across from Kira in her parlour. Silk cushions cradle me, so different from the hard ground I've grown accustomed to. Everything here speaks of comfort, of safety. The gleaming wooden floors, the gossamer curtains dancing in the breeze, the subtle scent of jasmine hanging in the air. But it feels wrong, like wearing someone else's skin. You seem distant, Kira says, setting down her cup with a gentle clink. I trace the rim of my cup, watching ripples form in the amber liquid. Everything's changed. Of course it has. 10 years is a long time. She reaches across the table, her fingers brushing mine. But you're home now. You can start over. Be who you were meant to be. The words stick to me like thorns. Who I was meant to be died in those dark elf dungeons years ago. That innocent girl who dreamed of pretty dresses and spring flowers was carved away, replaced by someone who knows how to kill, how to survive, how to love 3 orc warriors who saw past my scars. You don't have to go back with them, Kira tells me gently, misreading my silence. My chest aches at the mere thought of leaving them. Images flash through my mind. Dren's silver eyes watching me in the darkness. Murok's knowing smirk when I challenge him. Grash's massive hands so gentle when they touch me. I do. The words come out raw, honest. I do have to go back to them. Why? She leans forward, confusion etching lines between her brows. You're safe here with me, protected. You could have a normal life. A laugh bubbles up, bitter as the tea cooling in my cup. Normal? I stopped being normal the day they took me. I set the cup down before my trembling hands can betray me. The Orcs. They didn't just save me, Kira. They saw me, all of me, the broken parts, the sharp edges, everything I became to survive. And they didn't try to fix me or change me. They made me stronger. But they're mine, I cut her off. They're mine, and I'm theirs. My fingers brushed the faded scar on my wrist, remembering how they had accepted every mark on my skin as part of who I am. I love them. The words hang in the air, simple and true and terrifying in their power. Kira's eyes widen, understanding finally dawning in their depths. They're my home now, I whisper, and ever since entering this beautiful house, I feel my shoulders relax. Because home isn't about silk cushions or jasmine-scented air, it's about belonging, and I belong with them. Kira soon stands up and leads me to the next room. The dining hall gleams with candlelight, casting warm shadows across polished wood and crystal glasses. Kira guides me to a table laden with dishes I haven't seen in years. Roasted pheasant, honeyed vegetables, fresh bread still steaming. Let's celebrate, Kira says, pouring wine into delicate goblets. To unexpected love. I smile, but my mind drifts to Dren in the healer's hall, wondering if he's eaten, if his wound pains him. The wine tastes rich on my tongue, but I find myself missing the sharp bite of Murok's banter. You're thinking about them again, Kira observes, cutting into her pheasant. Is it that obvious? Your eyes get distant. She sets down her knife. You know, when I learned you'd been sold to the pits, I chose them specifically. This catches my attention. What do you mean? Grash reminded me of how protective you always were of me when we were young, fierce, willing to fight anyone who threatened what you loved. She smiles softly. Murok has your wit, your sharp mind, and Dren. She pauses, swirling her wine. Dren has that quiet depth you always had as a child, the way you'd observe everything, understood more than you let on. My eyes widen slightly, understanding starting to dawn on me. She reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. I chose them because I knew you'd trust them eventually. They each represent a fundamental part of who you are. She pauses for a moment. I just didn't expect you to fall in love with all three of them. I think of Grash's protective growl, Murok's challenging remarks, and Dren's quiet understanding. Neither did I. But it makes sense, she continues. They're not just pieces of who you were. They're who you've become as a whole. Strong, strategic, silent when needed. The candles flicker, casting dancing shadows across the fine china. Everything here speaks of luxury, of safety, but my thoughts keep drifting to rough hands and warriors' hearts. Tell me about them, Kira says. Really tell me. I trace the rim of my wine glass, thinking of how to describe something that feels bigger than words. Grash makes me feel safe without making me feel weak. Murok challenges me to be stronger and smarter. And Dren, my voice catches. Dren sees every broken piece of me and loves them all. Kira's eyes shine with understanding. You want to go to them now, don't you? Yes, I admit, but I don't want to leave you either. We have time, she assures me. I smile, grateful for her understanding as my heart beats in time with 3 names. There isn't much left of the world after the Orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 40. Grash. I pace across the wooden floor of our modest living space. The fire crackles in the hearth, casting shadows across the walls of the home we three warriors share. My fists clench and unclench as I imagine Era in her sister's grand hall, surrounded by luxury and comfort we could never provide. "She won't come," I growl to myself, running a hand over my face. Why would she choose this? A gesture at our simple furnishings, the worn chairs, the basic wooden table, the weapons rack against the wall. The door creaks open and my heart leaps, but it's just Murok supporting Dren. The disappointment tastes bitter in my mouth. "Stop wearing a hole in the floor," Murok says, helping Dren to his favorite chair by the fire. The healer says he's recovering nicely, though he'll have an impressive scar to show for it. I grunt, resuming my pacing. She's with her sister, in the great hall, with its silk cushions and golden plates and servants to attend to her every need. "And you think that matters to her?" Murok's voice carries that edge of superiority that makes me want to punch him sometimes. "Of course it matters." I slam my fist against the wall, making the weapons rattle. We offer her what? A warrior's life in a humble home, shared with 3 scarred orcs? "You're an idiot," Dren mumbles from his chair, his silver eyes glazed with lingering pain but still sharp. "What did you say?" I turn on him, my temper flaring. "She doesn't want silk cushions," Dren continues, his quiet voice somehow filling the room. "She wants us. Her home is with us." "You don't know that," I snarl, but my voice cracks. "Her sister can give her everything she deserves, everything we can't." Murok sighs heavily. "For someone so fierce in battle, you can be remarkably dense about matters of the heart." I open my mouth to argue, but the sound of footsteps outside stops me cold. My heart races as I stare at the door. The door creaks open with agonizing slowness. My breath hitches as Ira steps inside, her pale blonde hair catching the firelight from the hearth. My muscles tense, ready for her disappointment, for the moment she realizes what a downgrade this is from her sister's grand hall. She takes in our living space, the worn but sturdy furniture, the weapons displayed on rough wooden racks, the simple cooking area. Her green eyes drift over everything, lingering on the fresh herbs hanging from the rafters, the stack of firewood I just chopped, the thick furs draped over our chairs. My jaw clenches as I wait for the verdict. Surely she'll see how inadequate this is. How inadequate we are. But then she smiles, that real smile that makes her eyes crinkle at the corners. "It's perfect," she breathes. "Perfect," I growl, taking a step toward her. "This isn't some fancy noble's mansion. There's no servants, no silk sheets." "I don't want silk sheets," she cuts me off, crossing the room to stand before me. Even with her head tilted back to meet my gaze, there's nothing submissive in her posture. "I want this. I want our home." "Our home," I repeat, the words rough in my throat. "Yes, you stubborn orc." She reaches up to trace the scar on my jaw. "I want our weapons on the walls and herb bundles in the kitchen and furs on the bed we share. I want to wake up between you 3 every morning. You deserve better than—" Don't you dare finish that sentence. Her fingers press against my lips. "I deserve exactly what I choose. And I choose this. I choose you. All of you." I catch her wrist in my hand, marveling at how delicate her bones feel beneath my fingers. But there's nothing delicate about the determination in her eyes. She knows exactly what she wants. And somehow impossibly, she wants us. I can't help the grin that spreads across my face as I watch Era suddenly turn and cross our modest living space. The firelight dances across her pale hair, making it glow like molten gold. My chest swells with joy. She's ours, choosing us, choosing this simple life we can offer. Murok's knowing smirk catches my eye. Bastard's always right, much as I hate to admit it. Dren remains silent in his chair by the hearth, but his eyes track Ira's every movement with that intense focus that's uniquely his. My breath catches as Era approaches Dren. Despite his healing wound, she settles into his lap with grace, curling against his chest. His arms wrap around her instantly, protective and gentle, though I know the movement must pull at his injury. "Careful of his wound," I growl, unable to help myself. The memory of his blood spilling across the battlefield is still too fresh. "I won't break him," Ira says, but her hand drifts to rest carefully above the bandaged area. "Though I appreciate your concern, my overprotective warrior." Dren's lips quirk up slightly as he presses a kiss to her temple. The gesture is so tender it makes my chest ache. The fire crackles, sending sparks up the chimney, and Ira's eyes drift over each of us. There's something in her gaze, a mix of wonder and contentment that makes my heart pound harder. "What are you thinking about?" Murok asks, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. "How far we've come," she murmurs, her fingers absently tracing the tattoos on Dren's forearm. "From the pits to here, from captivity to freedom, from strangers to—" She trails off, but her meaning is clear. "To family," I finish for her, my voice rough with emotion. She nods, and the smile she gives me is worth every battle scar, every hardship, every moment of doubt. This is what victory truly feels like. Not the clash of steel or the roar of battle, but the quiet certainty of belonging. I watch as Ira then leans into Dren, her hair cascading over his broad chest. My muscles tense instinctively, but not from jealousy. From the sheer intensity of emotion coursing through me at the sight. She cups his face with those delicate hands that have killed to protect us, and when their lips meet, something primal and possessive inside me purrs with satisfaction. Dren's eyes drift closed as she deepens the kiss, his massive hands gentle on her waist despite the raw power I know lies in them. The firelight plays across their skin, her pale flesh against his deep brown green, creating a picture more beautiful than any battle victory I've ever witnessed. "Finally stopped brooding about her leaving, did you?" Murok's voice carries that hint of amusement that usually makes me want to throw something at him. But right now I can't tear my eyes away from our woman choosing us. All of us. "Shut up!" I growl, but there's no heat in it. My chest swells with pride and possession as Ira breaks the kiss to smile at Dren with tenderness. "This is what we fought for. What we bled for. Not just to protect her, but to earn her trust, her love. To be worthy of moments like this where she gives herself freely, knowing we would die before letting anyone harm her again." "You're thinking too loud," Era murmurs, her eyes finding mine across the room. The heat in her gaze makes my blood surge. "Come here." I move without hesitation, drawn to her like a weapon to its target. This is our victory. Not just mine, but ours. And by all the gods, we've earned it. I reach them and scoop her up. Her legs wrap around my waist instantly, the heat of her body pressing against mine through our clothes. "Mine!" I growl against her lips before claiming them in a fierce kiss. Her fingers tangle in my hair, pulling me closer as she matches my intensity. The firelight shines across her pale skin, making her glow like something ethereal, but the way she moves against me is pure, earthly desire. "Yours," she breathes when we break for air. "All of yours." My hands tighten on her thighs, supporting her weight easily as I stand in the middle of our living space. The heat from the hearth warms my back, but it's nothing compared to the fire burning through my veins at her touch. "Careful of her," Murok drawls from his corner. "Some of us would like a turn later." I bare my teeth at him over Era's shoulder, but she just laughs. That bright, genuine sound that makes my chest ache with emotion. "Don't worry," she says, trailing kisses along my jaw. "I have plenty of love for all my warriors."
Chapter 41. Murok. Grash's hands tighten on Era's thighs. His massive frame effortlessly supports her weight as he stands in our living area, her legs wrapped around his waist and her arms clinging around his neck. The firelight from the hearth at his back flickers, casting shadows that dance across her pale skin. He's possessive, always has been, and the way he handles her, like she's something precious, and yet entirely his, makes something primal stir in me. She doesn't fight it, doesn't even tense.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 42. Error. The hearth fire bathes our naked bodies in a golden glow as I lay between my 3 orcs. Grash's massive arm drapes across my waist, while Dren's fingers trace patterns on my shoulder. Murok's braids tickle my cheek as he nuzzles closer. The guilt that's been eating at me suddenly surges, sharp and cold despite their warmth. "What's wrong?" Murok asks, his piercing eyes studying my face. Of course he notices. He always notices everything. I swallow hard. "I need to tell you something." My voice comes out smaller than intended. Grash's arm tightens slightly around me. "Tell us what?" The words stick in my throat. How do I explain that when they accused me of betraying them, they were right? That I'd been so hurt learning I was simply a mission that I wanted them to suffer too? "Remember when you thought I was tipping off the dark elves?" My fingers twist in the fur beneath us. "You were right." Dren goes still beside me. Grash's breath catches. But Murok just watches me with those knowing eyes. "You knew," I whisper, meeting his gaze. "You knew the whole time, didn't you?" "Yes." His voice holds no judgment. Tears burn behind my eyes. I was so stupid. When I found out I was simply a mission, I thought... I take a shaky breath. I thought everything between us was a lie, that you were just using me like everyone else had. "Never," Grash growls, his voice rough with emotion. I know that now. I turn to face them fully. "When you were wounded, Grash, I realized how foolish I'd been, how real this was, how real it had always been." Dren's hand finds mine, squeezing gently. His eyes say what his voice doesn't, that he understands, that he forgives me. "I'm sorry," I whisper. "I should have told you sooner." My confession hangs in the air, but there's more truth that needs to come out. The fire crackles, sending shadows dancing across our intertwined bodies as I gather my courage. "When you accused me that night of betraying you to the dark elves," my voice catches. "I acted so hurt, so angry. But the truth is, I was terrified because you'd figured me out. I wasn't mad at you at all. I was disgusted with myself." Murok's fingers trace along my spine. "I know. You let me push you away. Let me act like the wounded party when I was the one who..." The words taste bitter in my mouth. "When I was the one who betrayed you first." "You needed time," Murok says simply. A bitter laugh escapes me. "Time to what? Pretend I was the victim when I was the villain? I created this whole charade of being hurt by you when really..." My fingers dig into the fur. When really I just couldn't stand myself. A worthless slave who betrayed the only ones who ever truly cared for her. Grash's grip tightens. "You're not worthless." "Why did you let me keep up that act?" I ask, looking at Murok, my voice small. You knew I was lying about being angry with you. You knew it was all just self-hatred. Because, Murok says, tilting my chin up, sometimes people need to find their own way back to the truth. Dren's hand finds mine in the darkness, his touch gentle, a silent reminder that I'm not alone anymore. I don't deserve your forgiveness, I whisper. Good thing it's not about deserving, Murok replies. It's about love. The word makes my heart ache. Love. The very thing I'd been so afraid to believe in, I'd nearly destroyed it trying to prove it couldn't be real. The tears flow freely now, hot against my cheeks, as I lay wrapped in their warmth. Grash's massive chest rises and falls against my back. Dren's fingers brush away each tear as it falls, his silver eyes holding mine with such tenderness it makes my heart tighten. Murok's breath tickles my shoulder as he leans closer, his presence steady and sure. I don't understand, I whisper, my voice catching. How can you forgive me so easily? Nothing about this was easy, Murok says, his thumb tracing my jawline. For any of us. A sob escapes me. But I betrayed you. I wanted to hurt you because I thought... The words get stuck in my throat. I thought what we had couldn't be real. And now... Grash rumbles against my ear, his arm tightening around my waist. Now I know what real love is. My fingers find his, intertwining. It's this. It's understanding. It's forgiveness. Dren shifts closer, pressing his forehead to mine. His silence speaks volumes, of acceptance, of devotion, of a love so deep it transcends betrayal. You changed everything, I continue, looking at each of them through my tears. You showed me that love isn't about power or control or ownership. It's about choice, and I would choose you every time. All of you. As we would choose you, Murok says softly, his usual sharp wit softened by emotion. The firelight dances across our intertwined bodies, casting shadows that seem to bind us together. In this moment, I finally understand what I've been fighting against for so long, the simple, overwhelming truth that love, real love, is about being accepted, flaws and all. I love you, I whisper, the words feeling like freedom on my tongue. Even when I was angry, even when I was scared, I loved you. Their touches, gentle yet possessive, tell me everything I need to know. This is what coming home feels like. This is what healing feels like. This is what love truly is. I turn and face Grash, my heart pounding with newfound certainty. My fingers trace his jaw, feeling the rough texture of his scars beneath my touch. His eyes lock with mine, making my breath hitch. I wholeheartedly choose you, I whisper, pressing my lips to his. He tastes like wilderness and thunder, his kiss fierce yet tender. His massive hands cut my face with a gentleness that still surprises me. Turning to Murok, I see the knowing glint in his piercing blue eyes. A smirk plays at the corner of his mouth, but there's vulnerability there too, hidden beneath his usual confidence. And you, I breathe, capturing his lips. He kisses like he fights, precise, calculated, yet passionate. His braids brush against my cheeks as he deepens the kiss, making me shiver. Finally, I face Dren. His eyes hold mine, speaking volumes in his silence. My fingers thread through his dark hair as I draw him close. Always you, I murmur against his mouth. His kiss is different, soft, reverent, like a prayer. His hands tremble slightly as they rest on my waist, and I feel the depth of his devotion in every gentle touch. You're stuck with us now, Murok says, his voice husky. No taking it back. Good. I smile through my tears, because I'm never letting any of you go. Grash pulls me against his chest, his heartbeat strong and steady under my palm. Dren's fingers find mine, squeezing gently. The firelight catches the silver in his eyes, and for once, I see everything he never says aloud, written plainly on his face. Love, devotion, promise. My heart feels too full, expanding with a joy I never thought possible. These three impossible, beautiful souls have become my home, my future, my everything. And for the first time in my life, I'm not afraid of what tomorrow brings, because I'll face it with them. The hearth's warmth seeps into me as I lay nestled between my three orcs. Comfortable? Grash rumbles, pulling me closer. I murmur, my fingers still intertwined with Dren's, his thumb tracing gentle circles on my palm. Murok nuzzles the back of my neck, pressing a soft kiss behind my ear. The fire pops and crackles, casting dancing shadows across our intertwined bodies. The weight of Grash's arm, the gentle press of Murok's chest against my back, the tender way Dren's fingers remain laced with mine. It creates a cocoon of safety I never thought possible. My eyelids grow heavy as sleep begins to claim me. Rest, Grash murmurs, his voice thick with his own exhaustion. I let myself drift off, surrounded by their warmth, their love, their protection.
Chapter 43. Dren. The dawn light seeps through the gaps in our wooden walls, painting stripes across Era's sleeping form. My side still aches, but the pain is nothing compared to the warmth spreading through my chest at the sight of her curled against me. Mine. Ours. Finally. I ease myself up, careful not to wake her or my brothers. Grash's snores rumble softly, while Murok sleeps like a predator, ready to spring even in rest. The furs beneath us still hold our combined warmth. The wound pulls as I stand, but I ignore it. Nothing will stop me from providing for Ira this morning. Our humble kitchen waits, and I know exactly what to make. The hearty stew my mother taught me before I became a warrior. My fingers trace the wooden counter as I gather ingredients. The simple act of chopping vegetables grounds me in this new reality, where Era chose us, chose me. The knife moves steadily through carrots and potatoes as I remember her words from yesterday. You can't die. We were supposed to share our future together. The memory makes my hands pause. I'd faced death before, but never had I fought so hard to live as I did in that moment, seeing the tears in her fierce green eyes. I stoke the hearth fire, letting the flames lick higher. The iron pot settles with a satisfying weight as I add meat and vegetables. The scent of cooking food fills our home, not just a shelter or hiding place. You're up early. Era's sleepy voice comes from behind me. I turn to find her wrapped in one of our furs, her hair tangled from sleep. The sight steals my breath. She could have had anything, her sister's wealth, a normal life. Instead, she chose this, chose us. Go back to sleep, I murmur, but she's already padding toward me, bare feet silent on the wooden floor. Smells good, she says, peeking into the pot. Her presence next to me feels right, like a missing piece slotting into place. I pull her close, careful of my healing wound, and press my face into her hair. She fits so perfectly against me. The stew can wait for a moment. Right now, I just want to hold what I never thought I'd have. A future, a home, a woman who sees past the monster to the heart beneath. Era soon slips one of my shirts over her head, the fabric draping to her mid-thigh. My possessive nature flares seeing her in my clothing. She catches my stare, and a slight blush colors her cheeks as she moves to join me at the cooking pot. "What can I do?" she asks, reaching for a knife to help cut the remaining vegetables. I guide her hands, showing her how to slice the carrots just right. The simple domesticity of teaching her my mother's recipe fills me with a peace I've never known. Her small frame fits just right against my chest as I stand behind her, my hands covering hers. "Like this," I murmur against her ear, guiding the blade. She shivers at my touch, and I have to resist the urge to forget about breakfast entirely. A loud yawn announces Grash's awakening. "Something smells good," he rumbles, stretching his massive frame. Murok sits up more gracefully, his braids perfectly intact even after sleep. "Well, well, our silent brother cooks." "My mother's recipe," I say simply, adding the vegetables to the pot while keeping one hand on Era's waist. She's mine to touch now, and I won't waste a moment of it. We gather around our rough-hewn table, the morning light streaming through the windows. Era ladles the stew into wooden bowls, and something within me tightens watching her serve my brothers. This is what I fought for, what I nearly died for. This simple moment of family. "This is actually good," Murok says, surprise evident in his voice. Grash just grunts in approval, already on his second helping. Era sits between us, her leg pressed against mine. "Thank you," she whispers, and I know she means more than just the meal. I squeeze her thigh under the table, watching my brothers banter over breakfast, watching her smile more freely than she ever has. I don't deserve this happiness, this peace after all the blood on my hands, but I'll hurt anyone who tries to take it from us. My fingers trace the delicate bones of Era's wrist as she sits beside me, her skin warm under my touch. The morning light catches in her pale hair, turning it to molten gold. Every breath she takes, every subtle movement, draws my attention like a moth to flame. Mine, ours. The wooden bowl before her still holds traces of the stew, and the domesticity of sharing this meal with her, with my brothers, fills my chest with an unfamiliar warmth. Her pulse quickens under my fingers. She feels it too, this connection that needs no words. Grash reaches across our rough-hewn table, his massive hand engulfing hers. "We're never leaving you, Era." His voice carries the weight of an oath. "You belong to us, and we belong to you, forever." The sunlight streaming through our window catches the moisture in her eyes. "I don't deserve you," she whispers, her voice breaking on the words. The guilt in her tone makes my grip tighten possessively on her wrist. She's wrong. So wrong. Grash's snort breaks the tension. "That's the dumbest thing you've ever said." I watch Murok's familiar smirk play across his face, but his blue eyes hold an intensity that matches my own feelings. "You deserve more than we ever gave you, Era." Words crowd my throat, threatening to spill out, but they're not needed. Instead, I release her wrist, letting my fingers drift up to brush her cheek. Her skin is silk beneath my touch, our eyes lock, silver meeting green, and I pour everything I can't say into that gaze, the way she changed my world, the depth of my devotion, the promise that I'll kill anyone who tries to harm her again. She leans into my touch, understanding everything I'm not saying. That's why she's mine. Ours. She reads the silence, as clearly as Murok reads his battle maps. The heat of her body calls to me, makes me want to drag her back to our furs and show her exactly how much she deserves. But for now, this quiet moment is enough. Ira is safe and loved, surrounded by the warriors who would die to protect her. My eyes never leave Era as we move back into our living area, the wooden floorboards creaking beneath our feet. She could have chosen differently, could have stayed with her sister in luxury instead of battle-hardened orcs with blood on their hands. My fingers twitch with the need to touch her, to remind myself she's real. Kira told me something interesting, Era says suddenly, perching on the edge of our shared bed. Her green eyes dance with an emotion I can't quite read. About why she chose each of you specifically for the mission. Grash settles beside her, his massive frame making the bed creak. What do you mean? She said. Ira's voice softens. She said she hand-selected each of you because you represent pieces of me. Her fingers trace patterns on the fur beneath her. Dren's knowing silence, Grash's protective nature, and Murok's strategic mind. My breath catches. The connection I've felt to her since the pits, the pull that made me want to protect her, possess her, worship her, suddenly makes sense. The universe has a sick sense of humor, Murok says, but his eyes are thoughtful. I move to Era, unable to resist any longer. My fingers thread through her hair as I tilt her face up to mine. You were always meant to be ours, I growl softly. She leans into my touch, her pulse quickening under my fingers. I think I knew, even in the pits. That's why I couldn't stay away, even when I wanted to hate you. The universe brought us together. Grash rumbles, his hand spanning her lower back. But we chose to keep you. I pull her closer, needing to feel her warmth against me. Everything about her calls to something primal in my soul. Her strength, her vulnerability, the way she fits against me like she was crafted for us alone. No wonder we feel so connected, she whispers, and I can hear the wonder in her voice. It's like we're pieces of the same soul. I watch as understanding dawns in Era's eyes, her revelation about our connection making her glow from within. My fingers trail down her spine, feeling her shiver beneath my touch. The bed creaks as I shift closer, drawn to her like a blade to its sheath. You're all of ours, I growl softly against her neck, inhaling her scent. Every piece of you belongs with every piece of us. Grash's massive hand spans her waist, while Murok's fingers thread through her hair. The sight of her surrounded by us, protected and cherished, makes my blood burn. I never understood why I couldn't choose between you, Era whispers, her eyes meeting mine. Now I know. I wasn't meant to. I capture her lips first, tasting her need. Grash's mouth finds her neck, while Murok claims her shoulder. We move as one, 3 parts of the same warrior's soul loving the woman who completes us. Her fingers gouge into my arms as she gasps. The sound feeds something primal in me, but I keep my touch gentle. She's had enough roughness in her life. Now, she'll know only devotion. My warriors, she breathes against my lips. My protectors. Always, Murok murmurs, his usual sarcasm replaced with raw honesty. Grash rumbles in agreement, his eyes burning with possession. I pull back just enough to watch her face as we worship her together. The way her lashes flutter, how her lips part on a sigh. Every reaction is precious to me. Our kisses blend together until there's no telling where one ends and another begins, just like us, separate pieces forming one unbreakable whole. The world may not understand, but they don't need to. This is ours alone.
Chapter 44. Murok. The firelight flickers across the room, casting shadows on the furs strewn across our shared bed. Era is sprawled between us, her pale skin glowing like moonlight against the dark green of my arm wrapped around her waist. Grash is on her other side, his massive frame pressed close, his warmth bleeding into her. Dren lies at the foot of the bed, his eyes tracking her every move, his silence as heavy as the weight of his devotion. She shifts, her breath hitching as my fingers trail up her arm, and I feel the faintest tremor beneath her skin. I smirk, leaning in to brush my lips against the curve of her shoulder. Cold? I murmur, teasing. She tilts her head, her green eyes meeting mine, sharp and unyielding despite the softness in her expression. With you three around? Hardly. Grash's gruff laugh rumbles through the room, and he pulls her closer, his hand splaying across her hip like a claim. Dren doesn't speak, but his hand finds her ankle, his touch feather-light, a silent reminder that he's there, always watching, always waiting. Era sighs, her body relaxing into the tangle of limbs, and I can't help but marvel at how far we've come. She fought us, hated us, betrayed us, and yet, here she is, curled in our bed like she belongs nowhere else, because she doesn't. I kiss her again, deeper this time, my tongue sliding against hers in a slow, deliberate rhythm. Grash is kissing her neck, his growl vibrating against her skin, and Dren's grip tightens, pulling her leg over his hips until she's completely entangled with us. There's no space between us now, no separation, just heat and breath and the shared pulse that binds us together. She moans, her hands gripping my shoulders, and I nip at her lower lip, drawing a gasp from her. You're ours, I whisper against her mouth, my voice rough with the weight of too many emotions. She nods, her eyes dark with need. But there's something else there, something I've come to recognize as trust. Yours? She breathes, her voice breaking.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 45. Grash. The morning light filters through the curtains hanging over the windows of our home, casting a soft glow over the bed. Era lies between us, her body bare and trembling under our hands. She's ours, every inch of her, and the thought sends a possessive growl rumbling through my chest. My hands are gentle as they roam her skin. She craves the weight of us, the way we claim her. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 46. Era. Sunlight filters through the windows and warms my skin as I slowly drift into consciousness. I'm surrounded by warmth, caught in a tangle of limbs that should feel confining, but instead makes me feel secure. Grash's arm drapes across my waist, his breath hot against my neck. Murok's breath tickles my ear where he's pressed against my back. Dren's hand rests on my hip, his touch gentle even in sleep. The mark on my collarbone throbs softly, a reminder of last night's bonding. My fingers trace over it, feeling the raised edges of the ceremonial cut. It doesn't hurt, not like the scars that came before. This mark means something different, something better. "Stop thinking so loud," Murok mumbles against my shoulder, his lips brushing my skin. "I can practically hear your mind racing." "Sorry," I whisper, but I'm smiling. Old habits. Grash stirs, his golden brown eyes opening slowly. What habits? His voice is rough with sleep. The habit of waiting for everything good to disappear, I admit, surprising myself with my honesty. Dren's fingers tighten on my hip. He doesn't speak, but his eyes meet mine, understanding flooding his gaze. He knows what it's like to expect the worst. "Nothing's disappearing," Murok says, propping himself up on an elbow to look down at me. "You're stuck with us now." "Promise?" The word slips out, vulnerable and raw. Grash's arm tightens around me. More than a promise. A bond. His free hand traces the mark on my collarbone. "You're our mate, Era, and we're yours." "No more running away through the forest," Dren says softly. I close my eyes, letting their presence wash over me. For the first time, I'm not searching for an escape route. I'm not calculating how to survive. I'm just here. Safe. Loved. "I love you," I whisper, the words coming easier now. "All of you." Murok smirks against my skin. We know. Getting dressed proves to be a challenge when Grash keeps pulling me back for one more kiss. And Murok won't stop smirking at my attempts to fix my hair. Dren silently hands me my shoes, his fingers lingering on mine longer than necessary. The walk to my sister's home in the grand hall feels surreal. Grash's hand rests on my lower back, while Murok walks ahead, clearing our path through the busy settlement. Dren stays close to my right, his presence steady and reassuring. The moment we enter, my breath catches. The hall gleams with hundreds of candles. The long tables are laden with more food than I've seen in years. My sister Kira stands near the head table, beaming, her orc chief husband towering protectively behind her. "You didn't have to do this," I say, but my voice cracks with emotion. "Of course I did." Kira rushes forward, pulling me into a tight embrace. "My little sister just completed her mating ritual, with 3 warriors no less." She pulls back, grinning. "Always had to outdo me, didn't you?" "Kira." Heat floods my cheeks, but I'm laughing. "Come, sit." Her husband gestures to the places of honour. "Today we celebrate family." Grash guides me to my seat, his touch possessive yet gentle. Murok settles on my other side, while Dren takes the seat directly across, his silver eyes never leaving mine. "To new beginnings." Kira raises her cup, and the hall erupts in cheers. I look around the table, at my sister's radiant smile, at her husband's proud stance, at my 3 mates who watch me with such devotion, and something tight in my chest finally unravels. This is what home and family means. "You're thinking too hard again," Murok murmurs, his fingers finding mine under the table. "I never thought I could have this," I admit quietly. Grash's arm slides around my waist. Get used to it. Dren reaches across the table, touching the mark on my collarbone. Forever, he says simply. I lean into their touches, soaking in their warmth, their love, their protection. The hall buzzes with laughter and conversation, the air rich with the scent of roasted meat and fresh bread. My sister catches my eye from across the table and winks. This is better than any fantasy I could have conjured in my darkest moments. This is real, my mates, my sister, my family, my home. I soon embrace Kira tightly, breathing in the familiar scent of lavender that still clings to her hair after all these years. Thank you for everything. You're always welcome here, she whispers, squeezing me once more before stepping back. Now go explore your new home with those handsome mates of yours. Heat creeps up my neck as Grash's hand settles on my lower back. Murok chuckles beside me, and even Dren's lips twitch in a rare smile. Ready? Grash asks, his thumb tracing circles against my spine. The settlement sprawls before us as we exit the grand hall, a maze of stone buildings and wooden structures connected by torchlit paths. The night air is filled with smoke from nearby hearths. This is the training ground, Murok says, gesturing to a wide clearing filled with practice dummies and weapon racks, where I'll teach you proper knife work. I already know how to use a knife, I remind him, thinking of the dark elf guard whose blood had stained my hands. Yes, but I'll teach you to use it better. His blue eyes gleam with challenge. We pass the marketplace, where even at night a few vendors still chat and laugh. An elderly orc woman waves at us, her smile warm and welcoming. About time these three found someone to keep them in line, she calls out. I'll do my best, I reply, surprised by how natural it feels to joke with her. Dren leads us down a quieter path, his hand finding mine. We stop at a small garden tucked between buildings, filled with herbs and flowering plants I've never seen before. The healers grow everything here, he says softly, for medicines and teas. And poisons, Murok adds with a smirk. Always the optimist, Grash grunts, but his eyes are fond. A group of children runs past us, their laughter echoing off the stone walls. They don't hesitate or stare at me, the human among orcs. Instead, they wave cheerfully before disappearing around a corner. The young ones train here, Grash explains, pointing to a smaller practice yard. I help teach them sometimes. The image of Grash surrounded by children makes my heart flutter. You're good with kids. He's terrible, Murok says. They climb all over him like he's a tree. They respect me, Grash protests. They use you as a jungle gym, Dren murmurs, making me laugh. As we walk, more settlers greet us with genuine warmth. No one looks at me with suspicion or disgust. There's no whispered judgment, no sideways glances, just acceptance. Everyone's so... I trail off, not sure how to express my surprise. Welcoming? Murok finishes. Of course. You're our mate. That makes you family. Family. The word settles in my chest like a warm ember. I look at my three warriors, Grash's protective stance, Murok's knowing smirk, Dren's quiet devotion, and I truly believe I've found where I was meant to be. There's something we want to show you, Murok says, leading me down a winding path away from the main settlement. The gravel crunches beneath our feet as we climb higher into the hills. Grash's hand stays steady on my back, while Dren moves ahead, clearing branches from our path. The air grows cooler as we ascend, carrying the sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine. Almost there, Murok promises, his braids swaying with each step. We emerge into a small clearing atop the hill. My breath catches in my throat. A natural pool of crystal-clear water reflects the stars above, surrounded by luminescent flowers that pulse with a soft blue glow. Stone benches carved with intricate designs circle the area. This is beautiful, I whisper, taking in the secret sanctuary. We found it when we first joined the settlement, Grash says, pulling me down to sit between his legs on one of the benches. No one else comes here. Murok settles beside us, while Dren takes his place on my other side. I lean back against Grash's chest, tilting my head to gaze at the vast expanse of stars above. His arms wrap around my waist, and I feel his heartbeat steady against my back. It's strange, I murmur, watching a shooting star streak across the sky. Several weeks ago, I was in the pits, thinking I'd die there. Now you're with us. Murok finishes, his fingers finding mine. Dren's hand rests on my knee, his touch grounding me in the present. Who would have thought, he says softly, that we'd find love in such darkness? The words make my chest tight. I never thought I'd find love at all. And now you have 3 times as much. Grash rumbles against my ear, making me smile. Lucky me, I tease, but my voice catches with emotion. The luminescent flowers pulse in rhythm with the night breeze, casting ethereal shadows across our faces. Above us, the stars seem close enough to touch, like diamonds scattered across black velvet. I used to count stars, I admit quietly. Through the small window where my master kept me, it helped me remember there was a world beyond those walls. Murok's grip tightens on my hand, and now I count my blessings instead. I turn and look at each one of them. 1, 2, 3. Grash cups my face in his massive hands, his touch surprisingly gentle. His golden brown eyes lock with mine, reflecting the starlight above. I vow to be your shield, he whispers, his breath warm against my lips. No one will ever hurt you again. I'll die before I let that happen. He kisses me deeply, possessively. Murok steps forward next, his braids swaying in the night breeze. His blue eyes pierce through me and my heart stutters. I vow to be your sword, he says, tracing my jaw with his fingertips. To fight not just your battles but your demons too. You'll never face anything alone again. His kiss is different, calculated, thorough, leaving me dizzy with want. Dren approaches last, his silver eyes gleaming in the darkness. He doesn't speak at first, just brushes his thumb across my lower lip. I vow to be your shadow, he murmurs finally. Always there, even when you can't see me. Nothing will take you from us. His kiss is gentle but deep, filled with a devotion that makes my heart ache. I never thought I could trust anyone, I admit, my voice barely a whisper. But you 3, you make me want to believe in forever. Then believe, Grash says, pulling me against his chest. We're not going anywhere, Murok adds, his hand finding mine. Dren simply nods, but his eyes say everything his words don't. I trace my fingers over the raised scars on Grash's chest, following the patterns of his tribal tattoos. The luminescent flowers cast shifting shadows across his skin, making the marks seem alive. His heartbeat thrums steady beneath my touch. What now? The question slips out before I can stop it. The night breeze carries the sweet scent of jasmine, and somewhere in the distance, an owl calls. Murok shifts closer, his braids brushing my shoulder as he presses a kiss to my temple. His lips linger there, warm and sure. We live. The simplicity of his answer makes my chest tight. Living, not just surviving, feels like a foreign concept after so many years of merely existing. Dren's silver eyes catch the starlight as he speaks, his voice carrying that quiet certainty that always steadies me. We fight. I know he doesn't just mean with blades and fists. He means fighting the nightmares that still wake me, fighting the doubt that sometimes creeps in, fighting to keep this precious thing we've built. Grash's arms tighten around my waist, pulling me closer against his chest. The heat of him seeps through my clothes, chasing away the night's chill. We stay together. My smile comes easier now, natural and unguarded. The luminescent flowers flicker with a blue glow, like earthbound stars mirroring the vast expanse above us. The pool reflects it all. The stars, the flowers, the four of us tangled together on the stone bench. This is only the beginning, I realise. Not an ending, not a finale, but a start of something I never dared to dream of having.